and friend. His name was George Hatsopoulos, owner of the famous Chips Family Restaurant, home of the best pancakes ever. George was the epitome of the American dream, committed, hardworking, and loyal. All of our lives were better for having George in it. Time spent with his sister Dina, his brother-in-law Adam, his nephews, his nieces, my sister Themis, and Angelica were his best moments. George was a presence. His favorite things were talking about Greece, smoking a cigar, sipping his favorite scotch, and being in his homeland of Greece. George was the ultimate example of the Greek word philotimo, which translates in Greek to honor, glory, and the desire to be remembered for all things good. It's hard to think of a word more packed with meaning and more packed with positive values than the word philotimo. All Greeks know about it, and all Greeks strive to achieve it. George lived it. Like George's sister Dina said, the word was made for him. George, we miss you. We will keep your memory alive. Your sister Themis and Angelica will see to that. We love you. May your memory be eternal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Should we stand for a moment of silence? Would that be okay with you, Representative? Thank you. To the chamber. Thank you, Representative, for those remarks. Representative Linehan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal...
You may proceed, madam.
Thank you, sir. Forgive me. 2 weeks ago, someone very special in my life has passed away. He was a person who was born and raised in Albany but came here to Hartford and called Hartford his home. And he worked for the Meadows Music Theater, and he helped reopen the Oakdale into the big concert venue that it is now. But the thing about this gentleman is that he loved Connecticut like no other. And even after he moved on, he still came back and he still talked about Connecticut often and stayed in touch with me. Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing about this gentleman, Derek Tucker, is that he became known the world over. And when he passed away from cancer 2 weeks ago, there were marquees around the world that honored him, that said, Derek Tucker, Ticketing Titan. And he was someone who fought cancer bravely. He was someone who cared so much about people. And he actually really cared, Mr. Speaker, about what we do here in the legislature, because what he wanted to do ultimately was care for people as well. So in his honor, I'm going to take this second to please remind everyone to please get checked for cancer, especially colorectal cancer. And Mr. Speaker, even though he was able to have his name in memoriam on marquees around the world, including Citi Field, including Madison Square Garden, and places in London, Chicago, San Francisco, that all said Derek Tucker, Ticketing Titan in memoriam. What I ask, Mr. Speaker, is normally in this chamber we rise for a moment of silence, but that's not who Derek Tucker was. Derek Tucker deserves a rousing round of applause. And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Speaker, can we have everyone stand to give him the round of applause that he deserves? This is for you, Derek.
The Meadows is a great place in Hartford to see a concert if you haven't been there. My first concert was a bunch of artists. I think Wyclef Jean and the Fugees were the lead act for my first concert. So, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
You may proceed, madam.
I have to say this doesn't entirely feel like a privilege today, but I wouldn't have this opportunity afforded to me had my grandmother, who passed away on the 6th, not immigrated here from Cuba several years during the My grandmother passed away on the 6th, and she immigrated here from Cuba for fear of the Castro regime. And I find it a unique privilege that I should be able to stand before the General Assembly today to honor her. And I would ask for grace from my constituents and my colleagues.
Folks, let me know in the comments section if you want me to go ahead and skip the announcements and introductions part, and we'll just go on. We'll talk about other things. We'll talk about other things if you guys want me to.
Representative Meskers of the 150th and the town of Greenwich, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
You may proceed, sir.
In January, the athletic director of Greenwich High School decided to retire after a 35-year career since 2005 as the athletic director for Greenwich High. I can talk about his accomplishments as a coach, as a mentor, and the effort and the outreach and the number of students he touched. But Gus Lundeen was actually my classmate at St. Vito's Grammar School in Mamaroneck in the 1970s. And I celebrate his efforts and his contributions to our town. And on behalf of the delegation, I'm proud, and I will be presenting him with a document to celebrate his efforts. And thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. We appreciate it. Okay, seeing no more announcements and introductions, we will get to the business of the day. Will the clerk please call emergency certified House Joint Resolution number 1?
House Joint Resolution number 1, resolution declaring the continuation of the public health and civil preparedness emergencies in the state, introduced by Representative Ritter, Senator Looney, Senator Duff, Representative Rojas.
Representative D'Agostino from the wonderful town of Handham, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the resolution.
The question before the chamber is on adoption of emergency certified House Joint Resolution 1. Will you remark?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to level set for everyone, we're going to do two things today. This is not the bill on the emergency orders that we're going to be continuing. That comes next. This is something far simpler, but equally important. This is a declaration pursuant to our legislative authority. It's a recognition by this body of the toll that the pandemic has taken on our citizens and continues to take on our people and our economy. It extends the declaration of a civil preparedness emergency and a public health emergency until June 30th. It does not in any way, directly or indirectly, extend the governor's power or the administration's power. This is simply a legislative declaration pursuant to our charge under Article 3 of the Constitution of this state to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of Connecticut. It is legally and morally necessary. Legally, because as we've heard many times in this chamber as we've debated the emergency powers, there needs to be a declaration like this in existence so we can continue to obtain needed federal funds. Tens of millions of dollars, for example, in SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program benefits, that we are still receiving and that the people of our state still need. So it is legally necessary in that regard. But it's morally the right thing to do, to simply recognize again that our people have suffered, and over the next few weeks and months, some will continue to bear the burden of this great scourge. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Will you remark further on the resolution? Will you remark further on the resolution? Representative Master Francesco of the 80th District, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly good to be back into session. I know we have a big job ahead of us this year and a lot to do. So I welcome everybody. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do have some questions to the proponent of the resolution, if I may.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I do need some more information, though, if you wouldn't mind clarifying for me further. This particular House Joint Resolution 1, you said, is different than the normal resolutions that we have passed, proposed and passed back in September, extending the emergency orders. Can you explain that again to me, through you?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I can. Thank you for the question. Unlike Special Act 21-5, for example, that we passed last year, which was an act that altered our statutory scheme and required actually the governor to sign into law. This is different. This requires no approval by the governor. It is simply a legislative resolution to be passed by this chamber and by the Senate, requiring no approval by the governor's office, giving him no powers, but it is an exercise of our constitutional power under Article 3 to declare the continued existence of a public health emergency and a civil preparedness emergency. It has nothing,
What a subversion.
nothing to do with the executive.
What a subversion. What a
Representative
blatant
Master Francesco.
subversion.
Thank you. And through you, so what you are saying is that the governor, but I'm assuming the governor did not request this extension. Who is requesting this? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm not privy to the entire exchange of conversations, but certainly there have been conversations with our departments, particularly the Department of Social Services, that administer the federal funds. And then our legal staff, obviously, have looked at that, looked at the Federal Stafford Act, looked at the Federal Act authorizing the increased SNAP benefits.
This sounds like just a blatant backdoor. This sounds like just a blatant way to get through the legislative process and a yet another extension of a continued state of emergency so that certain emergency acts can be taken place. This sounds like it's just another way to get in through the back door, policy that we're trying to get rid of in the first place.
Of the pandemic that we were in. And that's the point I made about being legally necessary. We can exercise that power on our own accord under the state constitution, and that will insulate our ability to continue to receive those tens of millions of dollars. I want to say $31 million at least a month in SNAP benefits. Representative Abercrombie can correct me, that we are still receiving and are still scheduled to receive. And if there was if the declaration did not continue, legislatively, the executive, or otherwise, those funds could be in jeopardy. Through you.
Wait a minute. Time out.
Thank you, sir.
These are just
Representative
taxes
Master
from
Francesco.
another place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I understand correctly, the governor did not put out a request to extend the public health and civil preparedness emergency like he has done in the past. We have received a letter. It is my understanding that this resolution really would be drafted by the legislature. So my question to you, through you, Mr. Speaker, is if this resolution specifically says that we are extending a public health and civil preparedness emergency, in sections 28-9, the powers and duties of the governor under a public health, and so you're shaking my head because you know where I'm going with this, says that he can modify or suspend statutes, regulations, or another requirements. So if we are under that, extending it, based on section 28-9, it is my understanding that the governor will have the authority to modify or suspend statutes, because there is nothing in this House Joint Resolution that says otherwise. I was wondering if I can get a clarification through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. It's a terrific question, and it goes to the heart of what I was saying about how this does not grant the governor any particular powers. Because what's not in here is that this is a declaration pursuant to 28-9 or 19A131.
So why wouldn't it
It
be?
is not a declaration pursuant to those statutes. And those two statutes are the only mechanisms through which the governor or his designees can exercise emergency powers. So this is not, it is not a statutory declaration of an emergency or civil preparedness emergency or public health emergency through those two statutes. And by virtue of not being a declaration through those two statutes, the governor can exercise no power pursuant to this resolution. This is solely, by its terms, a legislative declaration pursuant to our constitutional power under Article 3, and from that flows no authority to the executive.
Yeah, right.
Representative
I'm glad I'm
Master
recording
Francesco?
this.
Thank you.
I'm glad I'm recording this because that sounds like something that's going to get reneged upon in about 6 weeks. It's about all it'll take, at best. Otherwise, I don't know how that's not just going to wind up being a backdoor to get things in that we don't want, that we're trying to get rid of right now, in this meeting. And
Thank you, Mr.
notice the
Speaker.
emphasis on this
The
is
rules
not
of this
going to
chamber
grant Governor Lamont
are
any
that
special powers.
representatives do not address one another, particularly in a scolding manner. All conversation is to be directed through the Speaker of the House. I'm offended at what I see and the scorn with which I see it. And I urge censure of the member that has broken the House rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chamber will stand at ease.
Which member? Which member violated a House rule? Come on.
Representative Belinsky, your point is well taken. We'll caution the people speaking on the floor to take that into consideration. Everything should be directed through the chair, to the Speaker of the House, as questions go back and forth. Okay, and we will continue. Thank you. And I've lost track. I think Representative Master Francesco, you had the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, I just kind of lost my train of thought there for a moment. If I can say that I was not being disrespectful to the good representative, and I believe he was being respectful to me. That's just my opinion. I didn't take any offense in any way. Thank you. Although I'm not saying that it can't get heated at some point.
Let's
As we
move
all
on,
know that I
please.
can mouth off sometimes. But I'm sure the good representative will let me know that. Okay, so back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So where was I? Okay, so I understand your explanation. Can you please point out to me in the House Joint Resolution 1 what line you are referring to that would not give the governor the power to issue any other executive orders? Because the Civil Preparedness 28-9 and 19A-131 is very clear that under that power, under a civil preparedness and public health emergency, the governor has the authority to modify statutes. And I'm not clear in this House resolution where it states that he cannot. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say for the record, I apologize if my intensity is perceived as aggressiveness in some manner, but that is never my intent when I present on the floor, and I certainly apologize to the good representative who perceived it that way. I'm glad to hear that the representative who I'm having the discourse with did not. But I will try to tamp it down, Mr. Speaker, and then of course everything flows through you, including the next answer.
Thank you, sir.
Which is, it's a combination of things. It's what's there and what's not there. What's not there is an exercise or reference at all to 28.9 or 19A-131.
But why would there need to be?
And by virtue of that reference not being there and no
Why would there
exercise
need
of
to be?
statutory authority under those two statutes, there simply is not triggered a mechanism for the governor
This
to
sounds like a
exercise
distinction without a
executive
difference.
power in an emergency under those two statutes. Rather, what is there, if you look at the last whereas clause, 44 through 48, at least on my copy, where we say that this is
Folks, let me know
whereas
if you want me to
Article
put on
3 of
the
the
stream the
Constitution of the
actual
state
things that they're
vests in the
talking about so we
Connecticut
can
General
follow
Assembly broad police powers, including those necessary to protect public health and safety, together with the ability to take measures to prevent the introduction and spread of infectious and contagious disease. Again, it's an exercise of our power, our inherent police power as a legislature that is animating this resolution, not a statutory exercise of power under the only two statutes through which the governor can act. So by virtue of the absence of reference to those statutes and the inclusion of reference to the legislative power, confirmed by our courts and in court cases, that answers, I think, the representative's questions. Through you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, so I guess I'm understanding is what you are saying is that the governor can no longer issue an executive order with regards to COVID-19. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino, did you hear the question?
I did, and through you, the answer is yes.
Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, should the governor issue an executive order, and I guess we'll get into that when we get into the executive orders that are being extended, right? Because that's a whole nother topic, and I guess I can't get into it now. But it does give the governor the power to issue, let's just look at the mask mandates. If he wanted to reinstitute that, I would assume that would be through an executive order, and that would go against what this resolution or the intent of this resolution is.
Very good point.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, can you
Very
please
good
clarify
point.
that? If the governor issues an executive order, let's just say that he wants to reinstitute a mask mandate.
So,
would that
so
violate
she's going
this
towards the intent
resolution
here,
that is being passed
right? Like,
today?
why
Through
would you
Mr. Speaker.
emphasize, spend so much time emphasizing how
Through you,
this
Mr.
doesn't
Speaker,
create
I'd say
any
it
special
slightly
powers for
different way, is
the
that
governor
he
if you
could
didn't
not
think that was
issue
important to
additional
mention?
mandate under resolution. He'd have no power to do that. The only way he can do that is by virtue of what we're going to debate next after caucus. Are we going to allow him the ability to do that going forward? But any order, to answer the question directly, any order he issued would be null and void if done under this resolution. Through you.
Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very confusing, and I'm sure it's very confusing for the people watching here. I'm reading it as that this is a public health emergency. We are extending the orders, the authority until June 30th. It is my intention that the governor can issue an executive order. He can issue an executive order without being under a public health emergency. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. No, the governor's executive order powers come and derive directly through a legislative statutory grant of authority. So, for example, an executive order relating to closing the highways on a snowstorm, that derives completely from 28-9. Any power he exercises like that must come from a grant through this body.
Whoa,
and this
wait a
resolution does not give him any such power. Through you.
Wait a minute.
Representative Master Francesco.
When,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, lines 37 through 43.
when
sole
has the
purpose
legislature
of extending
convened to
this
declare
public
a
health
legislative
is to
emergency,
receive federal
state of emergency for the
funding
highways?
or,
When has that
as
ever
I would
happened?
call it taxpayer funding, because nothing is free. But that the sole purpose of doing this is so we can grab federal or taxpayer dollars for programs
Thank you.
here in Connecticut. Through you, Mr. Speaker, is that correct?
Robbing Peter to pay
Representative
Paul.
D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't say it's the sole purpose. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think there is a larger goal here, a larger sort of moral animating principle behind this in terms of recognizing as a body what our citizenry is going
This
through.
sounds like a strong argument if that's the case.
But there is indeed a legal ramification to this, and a good one, that it enables us to continue to receive those funds. Through you.
Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my understanding there are many states that are not working under a public health and civil preparedness emergency that are still getting funding from the federal government. Prior to this resolution being
That may
drafted,
be a
was
county
that
thing.
entertained or looked into to see if the state can still receive federal funding? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. It was, different states have different statutory schemes with respect to the exercise of emergency powers. It's something that indeed we've been looking at and investigating. And some of them have been able to justify or trigger the federal aid through the use of those different statutory schemes. So it's not an apples to apples comparison to say, well, they're not doing it, do we have to do it? And then I guess the lawyer in me would answer the question yet another way, which would be simply to say, if there's any question, and there is, why take the chance? A resolution like this protects you completely and doesn't open you up to questions of whether or not you've had the appropriate declaration, legislative, executive, or otherwise, to receive federal funds. Through you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Excuse me for being skeptical.
Thank
but
you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a hard time.
So my
believing that's the
question
case.
is, well, just a comment first, is that I understand that the SNAP benefits that are in this resolution are the difference. It's the increase that we're getting in SNAP benefits that people are getting. We're not losing any SNAP benefits for the government. It's just the additional increase. Is that correct through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, although it is a significant increase to the tune of more than $30 million a month. Through you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I was wondering, what are the parameters to determine a public health emergency, or for this legislative body to determine a public health emergency? What is the baseline? You know, we know that the speed limit is 65. If you go under that, if you go over that, you're speeding. We know water boils at 212 degrees. Anything under that is not boiling. What is our baseline? What is it that's determining that we need to be and continue to be under a public health emergency other than receiving federal money? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the ends do not justify the
Representative
means.
D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I mean, the fact that this will help us receive that federal money is not the animating principle behind it. But what I would say is, this is not a question of whether or not a particular executive order should continue, such as, a mask mandate,
established.
right? Which, we'll discuss, and based on metrics and what are we looking at. In terms of a broad declaration like this, it's really what the legislature thinks and wants it to be in that sense, because this is, as I said,
it's like a
more of an
political process,
overall
all right.
recognition of what we are still going through as a state. And I think every legislator in here can provide a quote-unquote metric for that, a justification for that.
Okay,
having
yeah,
talked
so it
to
is.
the
So it is a
constituents,
political thing.
having
I'm not.
heard
That's
from
not to
them.
disparage
Many of
the
them are
process
still
here,
going through it.
but like when I call it a political, it means that
Struggles
it's
they're
done
dealing with
by
emotionally,
the polity. So in this case, it would be
we all are
by
familiar with that. And so it is that collective judgment
characterizing as a political process. I mean to say that this is done entirely on the basis of how the vote winds up turning out.
what it is going through you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that explanation. When you're under a civil preparedness and a public health emergency, that's a big deal.
Yes.
It's not to be taken lightly. It puts people in a real predicament. It hampers our economy. It kind of makes people stay home. They're afraid to go out just based on being under a public health emergency. They're afraid to live their normal lives. So it is a big deal to be under a public health emergency, one that I don't feel that is warranted at all. This will be the 7th extension.
Correct. There it is. There's the better argument.
I don't know what the terminology, whether we're really extending it or not, or it's legislative intent, or the legislature is I really don't know what the legislature is doing, because being under a public health emergency.
The science, the data, everything indicates that this is no longer an emergency situation.
No more emergency.
That's the better argument.
These executive orders can go away. We can go through the proper committee process, have public hearings and all of that, and that could be taken care of. We are in session. There is no longer an emergency, which determines.
There it is. That's the better argument.
That
God,
this
I feel like
action
Leonardo
has to be
DiCaprio
taken
right now on
today.
the meme.
So what I want to know is, do we have any documentation, anything at all, that is going to tell us when this public health emergency is going to end? Is there a number? Is there science? There has to be something out there. It can't just be arbitrary that we decide that we want to be under a public health emergency because we're getting money from the federal government, or
There you go.
I would say the taxpayer. So what is the baseline? What is the parameter? There has to be something. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's not embedded in here, and I think we're going to have a debate on those particular issues as they relate to specific orders later in the day. We heard a lot from
She's
the
not.
Public
She's not
Health
asking the
Commissioner
right question
the
the
other
right
day,
way.
for example,
She's asking the
about
right
how
question,
they're
but not
moving
in the
to a
right
more
way.
hospital-based
She's got to hold
metric
his
rather
feet to the
than just
actual
simply an
fire in this
infection
one.
rate
He's trying.
metric.
She should be trying to get
This is
what
not that.
his take is.
This is
not
a
what the take
reflection, I
is.
think, of what we are seeing as legislators talking to our constituents. And that's really what this is. So again, and just to be clear, it is not an extension in any respect of the governor's power or the governor's authority or of an executive order in any regard. It is, I think, rather, again, a reflection of what we are seeing. And to the extent that the good representative or others are not seeing that or do not agree with that, obviously, the vote here is up and down. We do think that a majority of members in the chamber are seeing that, are hearing that from their constituents, and that's really what this is meant to reflect, not any kind of metrics-based decision-making, which we'll get into on specific orders. Through you.
Representative Master Francesco.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, so when does our public health and civil preparedness emergency in the state of Connecticut end? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So again, this resolution will extend it to June 30th. It is entirely up to this body, again, given the nature of this particular resolution and what it is in terms of an exercise of our authority and power. We could come in April and, based on what we're seeing on metrics, decide that we think it can be rescinded entirely, and we can always make that determination. We could come in at the end of session and say it needs to be extended another 3 months.
You know what that means.
That's going to depend on what this entire deliberative body thinks and is
Which
seeing
is supermajority
and is
Democrat
hearing,
controlled.
From its constituents. Through you.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm
Representative
being
Master
hyper
Francesco.
cynical.
Thank you,
come
Mr.
on.
Speaker. Again, the problem is we have no metrics. What are we basing this on? It's just
hold
on a
on.
whim. It's just arbitrary. I haven't heard any answers of what we are basing this on. Yes, we can come back in April and towards the end of the session and extend it again, but as the good
Okay, so she
representative
should be using the phrases like what the
metrics.
individual members are.
I'm trying to
She
see
should
the
actually be
answer,
saying,
Mr.
what are
Speaker,
your
to find
metrics,
out
not what are the
those
metrics.
metrics
Because he's not
are.
going to,
It has
he can
been
dodge
2
that
years.
question. If you say, what are
We
your
have never
metrics,
seen those metrics.
then
There has never
you
been
have
a
to, then he's
standard
kind of
to say that
put
this is when
into a
we're gonna
rock,
have a
stuck
we need
between
to
a
have
rock and a
public
hard
health
place.
emergency.
Right now he's dodging
There's
these questions because
no metrics
the
given
cynic
to
in me
us
is that
or
he can
data saying
can
that
dodge
when it
these
hits this level,
questions
the public
because
health emergency
he
will
knows
end.
that
It's a
Connecticut has
constant
is
change.
supermajority
And
Democrat
yes, we do know
controlled
that
in
science
both houses
changes,
and
but
in the
there
office
has
of
to
the
be a
governor. So
baseline.
you can just
So I will
indefinitely
ask
extend these things
again
and then
what
not
you
address
had
even
mentioned the
why
metrics,
you've
but
done
we
that
may
or what
look
you're
at the
basing it
metrics.
on.
Through you, what metrics are you referring to?
Representative D'Agostino, do you want to answer this again?
through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I mean, I appreciate, much of that, and this is a larger debate, the changing nature of a pandemic, the changing nature of the things that we look at. We heard the other day how the hospitalization rate, the strain on our healthcare system is really starting to be the critical metric that we're looking at rather than just a baseline infection rate. But those types of metrics, that type of information is really what informs decision making on the local level, as we're going to talk about, or at the DPH level, in terms of finite specific orders that we may issue. For this purpose,
So
for this
I wonder
purpose,
how much
how
of the hospitalization fulfillment right now is because of the fact that we're overloading hospitals with people who have COVID who do not need to be in the hospital. And I wonder how much of that is because of these exact policy positions that we're talking about right now. And if we get rid of these exact policy positions, then we won't be stuck in a situation where we're overloading these hospitals with people who don't need to be going to the hospital.
But in terms of a general legislative statement of what we've seen and what we are seeing, that's what this is in this resolution. Through you.
Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your answer, although I don't agree. As I mentioned, I believe putting us under a public health and civil preparedness emergency is a big deal. And I think the people of this state need to have or deserve to have an answer of why. Getting federal funding is not an answer to create all of this turmoil. Now, I understand where the representative is going, and I understand what the intent is. I truly get that. But the people of the state are tired. They no longer want to live under that declaration. They want to be free again to do what they want, and they want the legislature to do its job like they normally have done.
This is a weak
If
argument.
a bill comes up, any of those executive orders, As far as I'm concerned, they should all go away, but that's a whole nother debate for the next bill. There's no metrics here. Honestly, I can't justify it. I don't know how anybody can justify it, that we should continue to run this state under this declaration, public health emergency, without any reason, without any metrics. I've been shaking my head from the beginning because there never have been any metrics. They change every day. It's one day
so
we're
the
going to be
null
under a public
hypothesis
health
is that
emergency, then we're going to extend it.
the null hypothesis is that there is no emergency. The emergency emerges. It's an emergent property, right? It emerges from the null hypothesis, from the baseline, which means you need to prove that there is an emergency, not prove that there isn't an emergency. The default shouldn't be there is an emergency. The default is the science, if you go by the scientific method, that there isn't.
I appreciate the representative's time. I'm sure I'll have more questions for you when we do the next bill. But I would advise my colleagues to not support this. We no longer need a public health emergency. We don't need that extra funding from the federal government. We can figure it out. We can stop spending. There's a lot of things that we can do here in the state of Connecticut within our budget to make up for additional funding if we needed to. We could stop spending. We can shrink the size of government, and that alone will make a big difference. So we do not have to depend on the government or the taxpayers for additional funding to continue going on, in my opinion, is a charade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the good representative. I appreciate it. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day of the 125th, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you up there. Good to see my colleagues here on the floor debating. Obviously, we're a unique crowd, but we really enjoy this, and some think we need a mental health exam ourselves, but we probably do. To my good colleague from the 91st, I appreciate the responses, and let me see if I can just summarize my understanding of what this legislation will do. As I understand the good representative's responses, this essentially, in plain language through lines 37 to 43, will allow us to collect federal monies irrespective of what happens with the next vote. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, yes.
Representative O'Day.
So, anyone who wants to vote against the extension of the executive orders past February 15th, but still collect the federal money, can vote yes to this bill and no to the next bill, and we still collect federal monies. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you. This is good cross-examination that you're seeing. Through you, yes.
Representative O'Day.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the good representative. So, if my math is accurate, if we get 22 of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle to vote yes on this and no on the executive order extension past February 15th, and this passes, we can collect the federal money and the executive orders end on February 15th. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to pass on the math with respect to the next bill's votes. Through you.
Representative O'Day.
Fair enough, and that was probably a poor question, but I think my point was made to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle with the question, which I will withdraw.
Withdraw. He's not in the courtroom.
I do not believe we are still in an emergency at this point in time, but in an effort to encourage my colleagues who
here we go.
have been saying that they want to collect the federal money for SNAP benefits.
It's a test of good faith.
I'm
This is
contemplating, as I
brilliant.
listen to the debate, voting yes for this
This is actually brilliant.
in the
I
hopes
totally disagree with the
that
outcome,
my
but
colleagues
this is a brilliant
on the other side of the aisle
strategy.
will vote no on the next bill.
He's challenging their good
And
faith.
I will leave the debate for the next bill for later for the rest of my comments. But I do appreciate the good representatives' responses, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cheeseman of the 37th, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I have a few questions for good Chair of General Law, though he's not wearing that hat at this point. Through you, Mr. Speaker, pardon my ignorance, but I see we have both emergency and civil preparedness coupled together. Could the good representative explain, do these necessarily have to be conjoined? And if not, how do we differentiate one from the other? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Not a bad question.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. I think what I would say is that's the rubric we've been operating under for the past 2 years. So it's an extension, really, of that. Again, not an extension statutorily, but of the concept. Those two married together. The idea here that this just isn't public health that our citizens have been experiencing. It's broader than that. It's an emergency on a number of levels, not just related to public health, but also mental health, economic, infrastructure, you name it. This has touched every aspect of our lives. And therefore, the two concepts have been conjoined and remain conjoined in this resolution. Through you.
Representative Cheeseman.
I thank the good representative for his answer, but strictly speaking, through you, Mr. Speaker, to be able to access those enhanced SNAP and FEMA benefits, we would not necessarily need to include a civil preparedness emergency, civil preparedness. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I just want to just take a second to look at the statute.
This is a bold
Because,
strategy.
again, I think
know
that
she's going with
language that
this.
we're using, again, is more a reflection of the constructs that we've been operating under and are familiar with. Is that a word-for-word reflection of the exact language needed in the Stafford Act and in the Families First Coronavirus Response Act? No. They speak more broadly to the nature and existence of an emergency or disaster declaration by a state. So, we're wordsmithing there. It's not an exact reflection of what's needed in the federal statute, although it certainly satisfies it. Through you.
She's trying to close up the back doors.
And through you, Mr. Speaker, so I know we're going to look at individual executive orders later, but in theory, absent even the continuance of the executive orders, would the declaration of a civil preparedness emergency allow this chamber to come back in and say, oh, by the way, we need test kits, we're going to authorize no-bid contracts, or actions of that nature? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative
Very good question.
D'Agostino, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, this resolution would not then trigger our ability or the governor's ability to do any of that. It is a standalone resolution in that regard. If we wanted to come back in and do something like that legislatively, we could do it, but it wouldn't be through the operation of a resolution like this. That would obviously then have to be some sort of emergency certified bill, go through both chambers, and then would actually have to be signed by the governor and ingrained with the force of law. We could not do something like that through this resolution process. Through you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker. And I see among the states like Wisconsin that have, through court order, ended the governor's ability to issue an emergency declaration. The Department of Public Health in Wisconsin provided such declaration. Are we assured that by this chamber taking this action that USDA will recognize this as opposed to coming from a governor or the Department of Public Health or similar agency in the state? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I think we are, and I think I can say that pretty unequivocally because the language in the federal statutes talks about an emergency declaration by the state without delineating the courts, the governor's office, the legislature. So certainly we have acted, and we're somewhat unique in this regard, again, given the police powers we have in Article 3 that we are exercising. I think there would be no doubt, none whatsoever, that we've satisfied that requirement under the federal acts by virtue of this legislature acting through its constitutional power and the resulting resolution. Through you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Could the good representative tell us approximately how many families in Connecticut are receiving this enhanced SNAP benefit, which would continue
All right, I'm back.
should this resolution pass? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I do not know the number of families. I only know the amount, which is a little bit north of $30 million. But we certainly can get that information for the representative. Through you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker. So I know the SNAP benefit is important. Could the good representative explain to me exactly what the FEMA benefits allocations are that would be allowed to continue should this resolution pass? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, it's less than the SNAP benefits. I believe we're talking maybe about an additional $10 million or so, and those typically are more infrastructure related. For example, some reimbursements should we ever have to trigger non-congregate housing, reimbursement for those costs. I believe some personal protective equipment reimbursement as well in terms of again, reimbursements to the state for that. So it's certainly less extensive than the regular 30 million plus in SNAP benefits that are coming through a month. Through you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you for the answer. Through you, Mr. Speaker. So my understanding is the enhanced SNAP benefits only last as long as the federal declaration of a public health emergency exists. Do we know what would happen should the federal government declare tomorrow that there is no longer a federal public health emergency? How would that affect this resolution should it pass today? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm this, but my understanding is because these are already passed acts of Congress into law, that any kind of subsequent declaration like that by Congress would not necessarily nullify the enhanced SNAP benefits. You would actually have to repeal the Family First Coronavirus Response Act and the Stafford Act in order to vitiate those benefits. Through you.
You can tell who the Democrats are
Representative
because they're
Cheeseman.
double masked.
Right. I find that interesting. I'm just looking at the USDA site, and it does appear that should the federal public health emergency cease, that the enhanced SNAP benefits would also cease. But that's neither here nor there today. I'm sure that's above my pay grade. I believe that's all my questions. I thank the good representative for his answers, and I will continue to listen to further debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case of the 63rd District, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
I wonder where Billy
It's awful
McBuckey
sunny
is.
up there. So through you, Mr. Speaker, a few questions to the proponent, if I may.
Representative D'Agostino, prepare yourself for the questions from Representative Case.
So through you, as working as ranking member in Human Services, we see a lot of these numbers for SNAP. And we see a lot of the benefits that we've had in the state of Connecticut. Through you, did this health emergency, was it ever part of an
63rd,
executive order that the governor had, or was it just a health emergency through the Department of Public Health through you?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So again, divorcing for a minute the resolution before us, which is this legislative enactment, an exercise of our power. The prior executive orders, the prior declarations that have existed were, in the first instance, statutory declarations, exercises of the governor's authority granted to him by us through 19A131 and 28-9. So those prior orders, those prior exercises of authority came through that statutory grant, and those declarations, those were declarations of civil preparedness emergency and public health emergency through the statute by the governor, pursuant to the grant that we gave him and then reaffirmed through Special Act 21-5 last year. Through you.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So through you, just for clarification, if we did not do executive orders last year or the year before, we could have done this executive order or this health emergency in order to receive the federal dollars that go along with a federal
This is about
health
to be a
emergency
real
through you. Is that
It's useless,
correct?
but it's a good burn.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, again, if the only thing we were concerned about over the last 2 years was receiving federal money, that's
Answer the
correct.
question.
But I think many of us in the chamber would argue that a number of the emergency powers that were exercised over the past 2 years preserved and protected the public health, safety, and welfare of the people of
No,
Connecticut. I
you've
know there's
missed
some
the
debate about
point.
that.
The whole
But
reason he's
if that-
bringing...
If the only thing we were concerned about was federal money, yes, we could have done this then.
No. He's completely missed the point of the question. The reason he's asking this question is because the excuse from the Democrats, the whole rationale, the sole rationale for the extension, last like 5 extension of emergency powers, has been there's no way to do this through the legislature, and they're doing it right now.
Because we continued to get the federal dollars, but it was allowed before because under the executive orders, the governor could do the health emergency in order to do this. So my second question is, with SNAP benefits, this $30 to $50 million, is it just for the current SNAP benefits so the people who are on SNAP can get it the maximum amount, or will it go to, does it have the chance of going to everybody that is in a free and reduced lunch town through you?
Representative D'Agostino?
As you can see, I've buttressed my ability to respond to these questions regarding SNAP with the chair of the Human Services Committee. Can I hear the question one more time through you?
Representative Case, would you please repeat the question?
If the good chair of Human Services wants to answer, we can ask. But no, so if the money we're getting, does it allow just for the benefits that we're having that people have SNAP so that they get the maximum that SNAP allows, or does it allow everybody who's on free and reduced lunch to get SNAP benefits through this federal program now? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, our understanding is that it is just the enhanced benefit that continues, that additional money coming from the federal government, that $30 million
That's
a
a
month I
really
mentioned. Through you.
esoteric question.
Representative
Jesus.
Case?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to put that for clarification. I thank the good representative and conferring with the good chairwoman of Human Services, because we don't want to make it a mistake of that everybody that is in free and reduced lunch was getting the enhanced and everybody was going to get this card again, because that was a big number. And that this vote could really confuse people, saying that everybody's going to get the SNAP again in the free and reduced lunch communities. So I just wanted to make that clarity on the floor. I think it is also interesting, and it's a good thing, because we've always been talking, and I don't want to go on to what we're going to be doing later, but that if we didn't go forward and vote yes, we were going to lose this $30 to $50 million of federal dollars for the SNAP benefits. So this vote, and I just want to make it clear, is so that we can get the maximum amount for those people who are eligible for SNAP to receive SNAP. This has nothing to do with the next bill that we're going to be doing as far as executive orders. And I agree, money's money, it's federal dollars, the federal government can end their health emergency, this goes away. But through you, Mr. Speaker, is there anything in here that the health emergency can allow the Commissioner of Department of Public Health do other than the SNAP benefits? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, no.
Representative Case.
It's about the quickest answer I've ever heard from the good representative. So, through you, Mr. Speaker, for the goodwill of the chamber and my good colleagues here, this dollar amount is for a lot of the most vulnerable people out there who need the leg up. It's not here forever.
This is
It's
so
going to
esoteric.
make,
I'm
and
ready
I
to vote.
believe the maximum. I don't even know what the maximum is these days because there's so many tiers. But this brings everybody up to the maximum that they can get on their SNAP card, the people who are eligible. I'm not one to push for federal dollars, I'm not one to really ask my colleagues for that, but I want clarity that this has nothing to do with the executive orders. This is pulling back and making it available so that we can help those most vulnerable and get the dollars.
I'm ready to vote.
It's not a heck of a lot of money. It's $95 or something max per person.
Not the lady before case, but the
I really
fella
don't
before
know
case. had the
what
best
max
argument in
number has
favor of
gone
actually
to.
voting for these things.
But these
For
are
this
our most
first
hardest
one?
families before
Which
the
is a
pandemic
test
that
of-
we're getting
a
SNAP.
test of the other side
I just want to make
proverbial
that
good
clarity,
faith.
that this, by voting yes on this, is not voting yes for the second vote. Because we've been hearing a lot of that. If we don't vote yes on everything today, we're going to lose the $30 to $50 million. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the good representative. I just wanted clarity on this. And I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but thank the good chairwoman of Human Services for helping out, because SNAP can be very difficult to understand, and not everybody gets it. But I just wanted a little clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubisky of the 47th. Sir, you have the floor. If he's not present, we can come back. Representative Aurora of the 151st, you can have the floor.
151st. I wonder where that is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that most of my constituents and most people in the state of Connecticut don't believe that we're in a state of emergency.
Very true.
In most businesses, whether they be manufacturing, service, or any other kind, people are not behaving or operating in a state of emergency, which does not mean that there is no COVID or there are no different things which are different. Everybody does understand that there is a new disease which has kind of become pandemic,
This is the best argument.
endemic now to the system. But the idea that we are still running around in a state of emergency is what everybody, including myself, have an objection to. Now, what I'm hearing here, is that the primary driving reason here for this resolution, for the legislator to declare a continued state of emergency of both kinds, is because we would be able to access these federal dollars. Now, through you, Mr. Speaker, if I would ask a question to the proponent of the resolution, is that the only real driving reason that we are passing
He's
this
already
resolution?
answered this question.
Obtaining the additional federal dollars. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
You were on such a roll, Aurora.
Before we proceed to the question, just a reminder that if you're in the chamber, you should have a mask on unless you are speaking. We stand at ease.
God, the mask police. I would be a horrible legislator in this situation.
Representative
Thank God
D'Agostino.
it's Billy Buckby and not me, man, because
Through you, Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned a couple of times, yes, that is certainly one of and an important reason to do this. There are other reasons, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. I think it is worthwhile for this body to speak on the issue. People have been asking us to speak on the issue, and we're going to speak as well on the following bills, and we did previously in Special Act 21-5. But I think a recognition of what our constituents are going through is equally important, regardless of the impact on federal funds. Through you.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is the real nature of difference. What we are hearing from most constituents is to the contrary, that there is no emergency, and the legislator, just like all other organizations, should not be running around in a state of emergency, but should run around in a normal course of business with certain additional precautions. So I will ask the question in the other way, which is, if these additional federal dollars were not available or were not to be lost, would the proponents still propose this resolution?
Excellent
If those
fucking
$30 million
question.
were not in play, would they still propose this resolution? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dubisky. I'm sorry, excuse me. Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. I would, yes.
I'm sorry,
On what
Representative Aurora.
grounds?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what you have pointed out is that in addition to this $30 million, there are some other reasons as well one of which being that we think that our constituents and citizens want us to proclaim it, which obviously there is a point of difference between various of us, various legislators, because we actually believe on the contrary. Our constituents want us to say that we are not in a state of emergency, to make them comfortable that it's going to be business as normal. So my question to the proponent of the bill is, if you exclude that idea where there is a genuine difference in belief or in thinking, is there any other reason that we should be declaring this emergency, notwithstanding those two? Number one, that we get extra money. Number two, we think our constituents want to proclaim that. Is there a third reason which exists?
There's no reason
through you,
for
Mr.
him
Speaker?
to say anything other than no. Like from a strategic standpoint, he can say no.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would not seek to speak for my colleagues on either side of the aisle. They may have their own reasons for wanting to support
You're
something
the one
like
who's
this, and
leading its
certainly
proposal.
to oppose it, as the representative has mentioned. Those would be my reasons, and I think they're shared by a number of members of the chamber. Those two rationales that we've laid out and I've been discussing through you.
So if they weren't there, then you would not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what we're hearing is that other than the monies, the real reason is, the other major reason is we do want our constituents, some of us believe, are pressing us to have this emergency declaration made on their behalf. And it does surprise me based upon how much public input we get, but as my colleague mentioned, we can take different conclusions from the opinions from the input we get. But let me ask one other question to the good representative who is proposing the bill. Would this, after we pass this resolution, and let's assume or not assume, were the Omicron or a new variant were to happen, would the governor be able to issue any executive order, new executive order, to counter the new threat which may emerge because we have passed this emergency declaration? Or is he constrained by this? Or is he constrained now that we believe that emergency doesn't exist? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'll say it as clearly as I can again. Nope, no way, no how. He cannot rely on this resolution to impose or declare any further emergency powers or orders. No. Through you.
Clipped.
Thank you,
okay, how far in are we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, we've got to clip that.
Thanks to my good representative, because that does really answer a very important question. And I will ask it one other way. What would be needed? What authority would be needed, or what resolution would be needed for him to impose any new executive orders? Because many of our constituents believe that by passing this resolution, we are giving him some authority in the future to pass new executive orders. So if you would indulge me, what authority would be needed, other this not being enough or sufficient, to pass a new executive order in the future? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. The only way to do that in the future would be through another exercise, a declaration, a gubernatorial, an executive declaration of an emergency, and an activation of either 28.9 and or 19A131 by this body, by him, and we're going to talk about, and I know there was some discussion, there's been some discussion we're going to talk about, I think, later in the session, how we should alter those statutes, what we should do in terms of those declarations in the future and legislative oversight of them. But the only way he could do that is through that statutory mechanism, and that statutory mechanism is not being activated here through this resolution. Through you.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a really important clarification. I really thank you for that. It is just that when I read line 37 and 38, and my constituents read line 37 and 38, it says, whereas because of the harmful impact, the legislator would like to continue to the declared public health and civil preparedness emergency, and continuation, the current emergency is under Special Act under the section 19A, 131, and 28.9. So that really, the way this is written, it reads, we're going to continue something, and what is being continued is under section 19A, 131, and 28.9. Obviously, from the responses I've heard in the past, me not being a lawyer, it does really imply that that continuation is not under those sections. And perhaps, I do see a nod, but perhaps the good representative can confirm that this is not a continuation under those sections. To you, Mr. Speaker.
He's already answered these questions.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, it is not, that reference is just to a whereas clause where we're saying, here's what was done previously. The exercise of power is at the end there, 49 through 52, and you see no reference to those statutory sections there. So, look, I can appreciate it. There were questions earlier about there's an overlap of the language. I get that, but your legal staff, our legal staff, everybody can confirm that this is not a renewal of power under those two statutes. The limited grant of additional power that we're talking about approving comes next in the following bill that actually has to be signed by the governor. This resolution, it is solely that legislative declaration that's in existence that would be activated through this resolution, and not an empowerment of the governor or his administration to take further action. Through you.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the good representative for those clarifications. It does make us much at comfort, and I'm sure those listening in, our citizens, would also feel more comforted that even if this were to pass, that does not give the governor any authority to impose a new executive order should he feel that be needed. Now, while I do feel much more comfortable, I will be voting against this resolution for the reason that this bill, this resolution, weakens our institutional processes. Because for $32 million, we are saying we are in an emergency and we're running around when we are not. I do understand money is important, and I do understand that we need to help our constituents as much as we can. But this is an assault,
Just say
or
that
this is,
the ends don't justify
in
the means.
some ways, a process which weakens democracy. And as for that
Just say the ends
reason,
don't justify the means.
understanding that this does not allow other executive orders to be placed, I would be voting against this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the good representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarthy of the 38th District, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I'd like to direct a question to the representative.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, just so I have a clear understanding, and I know you've given much explanation this morning, but is there any other mechanism in the state currently that would be able to access some of these federal funds that we've spoken about that are directed to the state agencies looking for the funds? And in reference to the Robert Stafford disaster relief, are there any other ways in which the state could avail itself to those federal funds aside from this declaration? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, not without, I think, generating significant objection on both sides of the aisle, because it would require that executive continued declaration by the governor under those two statutes of the emergency, which is going to expire. And again, we're talking about some limited powers continuing, but not the overall executive declaration. That's the only other mechanism that could insulate us and protect us from enable us to continue to get these federal funds. So by divorcing that and by making this purely legislative, we take that out of the equation. But that's the only other mechanism I can think of, and I think we've heard obviously the objections to that and having a continued executive declaration under 28.9 or 19.8.131. Through you.
Representative McCarthy.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that really helps me clarify what we've been talking about today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Devlin of the 134th. Ma'am, you have the floor. I thought I saw her. Okay, well, Representative Dubitsky, since you're here, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think everybody knows we're no longer in a civil preparedness emergency. We're no longer in a public health emergency. This declaration is being done so we can get some money from the feds. From the discussion I've heard, I think everybody acknowledges that. We are declaring a public health emergency and a civil preparedness emergency so we can get $50 million from the federal government.
I mean, this is the most cynical take.
I'm kind of simple guy. When I go back and talk to my constituents, and when I even talk to my kids, I tell them, we brought back $50 million from the federal government. That's great. What'd you have to do to get it? Well, we had to lie. We had to lie to the federal government and tell them that Connecticut is still in a civil preparedness emergency and a public health emergency. When we know that's not true.
I love it. I actually kind of like it.
That's pretty unethical in my view. I can't tell my children that I did that. I can't go back to my district and tell my constituents that I agreed to lie to the federal government to get $50 million.
This is actually like one of the better arguments. This is
the governor
stood he started
right
off
where you
kinda out
are
left field, but
yesterday, Mr. Speaker.
This is really wrapping up to be
and
pretty
told
good
us
argument.
how much extra money we have. We have hundreds of millions of dollars flowing out of every orifice of this state at the moment, says the governor. So why don't we spend some of that money instead of lying to the federal government to get $50 million more?
I mean, his framing is hilarious, but
I know that as elected officials, we very often desire to bring money home to the district, to our constituents.
All right, be right back.
But, geez, to declare an emergency when it doesn't exist, to tell the federal government that we're in an emergency when we're not, just so they can give us some money that we don't really need? I don't know. I guess when everybody pushes their button, they're going to have to live with their decision, but I certainly wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howard of the 43rd District, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. No questions for the proponent. Just a few points. You know, I agree with what my colleague just said. I understand the difference between the two votes today, and I understand certainly that we are attempting to declare an emergency to keep federal fund coming. What I don't understand is how that's a whole lot different than somebody faking an injury for disability or faking an injury for a false insurance claim. And I haven't heard today why we are still in a health emergency. I know why we were. I know the death rate. I know the amount of cases that we had in this state, and I certainly know personally the lives that were lost. And we were in a state of emergency. But I don't know where that off-ramp is. I was told it was the death rate. I was told it was the infection rate. Then it was the hospitalization rate. Then it was the infection rate. Now it's back to the hospitalization rate. It seems like the metric is just going to move to whatever fits best. Today we heard it's a hospitalization rate. Well, if the hospitalization rate was the metric, back in the summer of 2020, hospitalizations were near zero.
All right, I'm back.
Last summer, once again, they were near zero. And some of my colleagues say, well, we never know if another variant's coming. We don't know what the next variant's going to be.
You never do.
Well, if that's the argument, I guess we're in a perpetual state of emergency. And the fact of the matter is, we're about to vote on something next that has certain executive orders in it, and we know that. But there's a whole lot of things that aren't contained in that document, or this one, that are affecting the people of this state. When we embarked on this public health emergency nearly 2 years ago, we didn't know what the off-ramp was going to look like. And today, cities and towns, municipal leaders, the people of Connecticut, daycare centers, employers who are looking to get their employees back to work still, who are still out of work because we're in this so-called emergency. We need to get back to normal. We are the elected leaders. And it's time that we say what's actually going on and telling the people the truth. We aren't in an emergency anymore. And allow them that sense of security to get back to normal, that the health emergency is over. So I don't have constituents in the 43rd District who are about to lose their jobs because they've been paying thousands of dollars in childcare because of contracts they have, and their kid cannot go to childcare because we are in this health emergency, and the little boy or little girl has the sniffles, can't go to childcare, and their parents then have to stay home, who are now facing losing their jobs because they've used too much time. At some point in time, Mr. Speaker, we have got to confess that the emergency is over.
Thank
and
you.
It's time that we start working towards a post-pandemic world. And we cannot do that until we are truly declared post-pandemic. And that should happen today. And that is why I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Best
Thank
one
you,
yet.
Representative. Representative Rabinowitz
Best
of the
one yet, and
70th,
by a
ma'am, you have the
mile.
floor.
Best one yet. We aren't in a state of emergency, so there's
Thank you,
no
Mr.
point in doing
Speaker.
this.
Mr. Speaker, through
regardless
you,
of
a
what the
few
ends are.
questions to the proponent of the resolution that's before us.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, as I reviewed the resolution before us, and it clearly says in its title, Resolution Declaring the Continuation of Public Health and Civil Preparedness Emergencies in the State, and of course that's referring to the state of Connecticut, and we're asking the General
Rosa.
Assembly to make an informed decision declaring that the state of Connecticut today, right now, February 10th at 1:53 p.m. is in a state of emergency. I'd like to understand the metrics, the standard of proof that has been put before us for this body to make a finding that we are currently in a state of emergency. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Great language.
Representative, would you like to respond to this again?
She's asking for the
Thank
specific
you.
metric. Let's see if
would
you
if
get
my mic was on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I did. I believe I did answer this question previously, and
No,
I
you didn't.
appreciate
You
that
dodged.
I've not offered up any particular metrics for this resolution. We've discussed the fact that how
She's asking you to
DPH
do
has
that.
talked about hospitalizations.
That's what the question is.
You know, I think maybe I'd flip the question. I've heard now a couple of times, we're not in a state of emergency. What
He's
is that
asking you to.
based on?
Whoa,
I mean,
whoa, whoa.
because
Hold on.
I'm-
He's
I'm
asking you to prove a
700,000
negative. He's asking. He's a lawyer. He knows that you can't prove a negative. He knows that it's impossible to prove a negative. There's no way, as a lawyer, he doesn't know this. The null hypothesis is that there is no emergency. Rosa, if you get this message, turn this back on him.
From many other legislators on this side of the aisle, we are still in that state of emergency. And again, this resolution here is not I concede, it's not a metrics-based decision like we're going to talk about that might inform other executive orders going
But it would be
forward,
for you.
right?
So
It
what
is
is
a
your metric? And if you're not going to offer one, then it's
representation
clearly just
of where we've
partisanship.
been, where we are, and where we think we're going over the next few weeks and months. That's what it is. And so I think the only way to answer that question is to ask every individual legislator who's going to vote for it. And I appreciate that
Yes,
some
and she's starting with you.
Feel, based on whatever metrics they're using, that we're not in a state of emergency. Fine. I understand that. Many of us feel completely the opposite. Through you.
Representative Rabinowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the honesty that the proponent just indicated and highlighted, that this is based on a feeling. I also appreciate the honesty that this is not in any metrics. And I think what that certainly highlights is the subjectivity and the irrationality that's being proposed with the resolution before us. And I would agree that we should look at what the state of Connecticut was and what it is, and we could potentially look towards the future. But I guess if I'm going to look at that metrics, I'm going to certainly look at what I have heard, even from the leader of our state, and his decision to lift a variety of executive orders, including a mask mandate on February the 28th. So if I'm going to look forward as to what's being projected, the state of Connecticut, the leader of our state, who has what I believe at least has been told to us some of the best experts, advice, consultants, commissioners, then clearly it would be a reasonable feeling, maybe even entitled future metric, that we are not in a state of an emergency. Not now, and not into the future. And when this legislative body is continuously asked to legislate on feelings, then I could tell you that the feelings of many parents, many residents, is different. And maybe we should have pro-choice. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the proponent of the legislation before us, we have a date that we're asked to vote on extending this state of emergency through June 30th, 2022. Through you, Madam Speaker, what is the rationale reasoning for the date that appears before us?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you up there.
Thank you, sir.
I think that date is certainly tied to, and again, as we've discussed today, the resolution is also tied to those federal benefits. There's an expectation that those benefits will continue based on what we know about the funding levels and what we've seen in the Federal Act through that date. So we're trying to tie it with that. But again, and we're going to talk about that date with the following bill as well. I mean, you know, there are people in this chamber, legislators in this chamber, based on numbers, I'm sure, right? Based on 700,000 people testing positive, based on 500 people dying of COVID just last month, right? That feel that state of emergency
in
should
Connecticut,
continue, not only to that date, but probably through the rest of the year.
500,000 people dying last month.
What, in Connecticut?
In the U.S.? Right? No, that's like the
but
world
that
number.
Date in particular, as embedded here in this resolution, I think is a compromise among those points, but also is indeed tied to that expectation of that continued federal funding. Through you.
Representative Rabimbas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to further clarify, the continuation of federal funding through June 30th, was there a representation that the federal funding ends, the availability of that federal funding on June 30th? Through you, Madam Speaker.
Sunset date, yep.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Madam Speaker. I cannot say that it ends then. We don't think it will, but we're not sure. Through you.
Representative Rabimbas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, although I can appreciate some of the unsupported statistics that were provided regarding hospitalizations and deaths, I have no idea whether or not it's people who had COVID or as a result of COVID died, which has nothing to do, no reflection whatsoever, zero zilch to the representation of June 30th, 2022. And then it was alluded to the fact that, well, that's what's been provided to us as when the federal funding will continue through. Yet, when further clarification was requested, it was admitted, well, we really don't know if that's the end date or if it's going to go past June 30th, 2022, or if it ends even beforehand. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm attempting to do, and hopefully it's clear, is this June 30th, 2022 date makes absolutely zero sense. Because if I remind this legislative body, May 4th, 2022 is our last legislative day in this chamber. So we are provided with a resolution asking the General Assembly here,
this is actually
which
not a
was
great
admittedly
argument.
based on feelings, no real metric, to vote on declaring a state of emergency for the state of Connecticut through June 30th, 2022. Clearly past our ability as legislators, who the session ends on May 4th, 2022, to make an informed decision during the time that we, as representatives, the voices of the constituents who voted us in, who are asked to do our due diligence of research with the experts to determine whether or not we are actually in a state of emergency. And even if, Madam Speaker, I were to agree with the proponent that maybe it is a little personal feelings because we don't have metrics that's being put forth with this resolution, then don't you think you would want to be responsible and have the ability to reevaluate what we're about to vote on while we're in session? Why would we ever tie the hands of government, of residents, to a title and a declaration of a state of emergency beyond our duties and responsibilities in session? Because essentially, Madam Speaker, what we are doing is two things. If we're not in a state of emergency at that time, or there's no federal funding, then clearly we have abused our powers beyond the May 4th, 2022. So by signing on, voting for this resolution, we know as we sit here and push this button that we are tying the state of Connecticut to a title of being in a state of emergency for money. Money that we don't even know it's there. So it would be completely sensible to do it through May 4th, 2022, so we as legislators can evaluate, heaven forbid if we actually had metrics put forth, and maybe see how we feel at that time, or how much federal funding there is available, or how much federal funding we actually need so we're not abusing taxpayer money. Federal funds doesn't grow on trees the last time I checked. What we're also setting up, Madam Speaker, that I'm highly concerned about is that if May 4th, 2022, we're no longer in session, then we're opening the door to be called back into special session, possibly to correct an erroneous date of June 30th, 2022. Or we're also opening the door for the governor to have to come in with executive powers and make any corrections in that regard. So, Madam Speaker, although the proposal before us, and I think we would be hard-pressed to believe that anyone would not want to accept money, federal funds, for those programs and individuals who need it most, and that's why we have those funds available, and we should use it with actual metrics, or use our due diligence and responsibility to evaluate, study. As legislators, that's what we're entrusted to do. And not go beyond the May 4th date that we're actually in session. If at that time this legislative body believes, based on metrics that are not being provided here today, that it's necessary to extend it because there is a need in the state of Connecticut and there's federal funds available, then we can do that. We're in session. We're going to be here. There is absolutely zero reason, sense, reliable information for us to be voting on a proposal that goes out to June 30th, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So this is like the 12th Republican that's spoken in debate
Representative Devlin.
alone.
You have the floor.
I wonder if there are any other Democrats that are going to be speaking. I wonder if there's like an order to how this works. Not a single take, just a genuine question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've been listening to the debate this afternoon, and it would seem on the surface...
Guessing Democrat.
that it should be an easy
Let's
yes
see.
vote. Why not vote yes and just get more federal money? But when does this end? When does it stop that we take the cloud
I was wrong.
of
Okay.
the
Cool.
public health and civil preparedness emergencies out of Connecticut? You know, the people of our state are tired of this. And we heard loud and clear yesterday from the moms, from the dads, from the kids, they are done. While it might be nice to just say, sure, let's just pretend we're still in an emergency so we can get more money, I think it's more important that we are crystal clear to the people of this state that we are moving forward, and we are moving forward without the cloud of these emergencies that have hamstrung, kept people tied down. I will be a no today, and I, regrettably will be voting against those funds. At some point, those are going to end as well. But I really think it is so important to send a signal to the people of this state. We are moving on, and we hear you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Abercrombie, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. So I guess I'm a little confused about the conversation that we're having here on the floor right now. Are my colleagues more concerned about the fact of voting on a resolution declaring the continuation of a public health emergency, or the fact what we're doing here is supporting our families? SNAP is a food benefit
Oh my
for families.
God. Here comes
With
the
this
ends
enhanced
justify the
match
means.
that we only get if we declare this, these families get $95 more a month.
In
a
federal
month.
tax money.
$95
That came out of your
a
pocket in the
month.
first place.
With the cost of food going up, I don't understand how anybody could sit here and not want to vote in favor of giving families more money to help them with what's
Lobbying
going on
Peter
with the
to pay
economy,
Paul.
the
Here
price
we
of
go.
gas, everything going up. So I'm a little confused. Is it just the wording, continuation of public health, or we really don't want to support our families who are in desperate
Oh, here
need
comes the
of these
gaslight.
dollars?
You can always rely
Thank
on the
you, Madam
Democrats
Speaker.
to gaslight.
Thank
When
you,
all else
Representative.
fails, the
Representative
sun will
Fiorello, you
rise
have
in
the floor,
east,
madam.
set in the west, and the Democrats will gaslight the other side's
Thank you,
position.
Madam Speaker. To the proponent of the bill, I have a few questions, if I may. In lines 32 to 36, and actually all the previous whereases, it makes a point to highlight Omicron and various characteristics of COVID. Where is the whereas about the treatments for Omicron? Are you not aware that the treatments for COVID?
She's pretty good.
Are you not aware that COVID is also treatable, that there are early protocols? Where is the whereas for that? To you, sir. Through you, Madam Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's not there.
Representative Fiorello.
Well, if this if this resolution is to present a true picture of our state and where we're at in this health emergency, why is that critical whereas about the treatments for COVID not included here? Through you, Madam Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
This is just a gotcha, but I kind of like it. It's funny. He's stumped. Oh man.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm struggling with how to answer that and trying to understand where the representative is going with her questions. I understand that there's a
He's
lot,
been outlawyered. I love
lot, reams of material that we could say about COVID. The purpose here is, again,
does it serve a particular
declare
end?
the voice of this body that we recognize what our people have gone through, and many of whom are still going through. That's all. That's all. So it does not reflect.
How is the existence of these therapeutics
treatments,
not a
different
reflection of
possibilities
that?
Variants, any number of other avenues we could say.
She's got a great
about
point.
COVID, through you.
This is a great
Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point is that the bill has to be based in fact and in truth. And if we're going to make a case with all these whereases for a state of emergency, it should also include the reality and the fact that there are treatments, early treatments out there. And this is important because when we deal with a pandemic, there are principles of how to address them. And they start with 1, understand who are the most vulnerable. 2, look in your medicine cabinets. Doctors quickly try to understand what medicines are available for early treatments of these sick people. 3, the very serious sick people that end up in the hospital, what are their treatments? And then 4, we get to vaccines. So my point is that these whereas clauses that lead us to this body to declare the continued emergency is not wholly accurate. I have a second question. It says here, line 45, the Connecticut General Assembly has broad police powers, including those necessary to protect public health and safety. Is the proponent aware that the American Cancer Society is saying that there will be new cases of cancer in Connecticut, 2022, 22,810 possible new cases to be estimated? Through you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Fiorello, are you correlating the cancer numbers to the COVID numbers?
Okay, let me get to my question then.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, there is an OLR research, the Office of
that shield.
Legislative Research,
There
that says
was an
between
obvious reason she was
2016 and
asking that question.
2021 in the state of Connecticut, we had 121,708 motor vehicle accidents. So these are, I would say, major threats to public health and safety. Would the proponent of this bill believe that these facts or estimations are causes to create an emergency in our state, a public health emergency and civil preparedness?
Representative Fiorello, your question needs to be directly on this emergency certification piece of legislation.
She
first
is.
And foremost, and
It's
second,
obvious how this
you are
relates to
still
it.
trying to compare another topic to the topic at hand. So
Yes.
if you have a direct correlation to the topic at hand, this is not a state of emergency. We're not talking about
She's
car
getting to
accidents.
the heart of
We're
why
simply talking about
there
COVID.
should be a
Please proceed.
declaration
And the
of an state of
relevance
emergency.
is that the bill that
Jesus,
the
the
this
obtuseness.
resolution directly cites in line 45 and 46 our power vested in us to declare these emergencies based on to protect health and safety. And my point is that there are other threats to public health and safety, such as estimated cancer, according to the American Cancer Society, and vehicular accidents. So I'm just wondering, would we ever invoke those powers? But it's fine, I'll withdraw that question. I have a third
He should have
question.
to answer that. Like, what a sheltering job.
Actually, it's not a question, it'll be a statement now. Thank you. Thank you to the proponent. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that we are now accepting that the governor is relinquishing his request for continued emergency declarations. He made those on May 10th, 2020, and at the time he said, quote unquote, "We don't do this lightly." And when he declared the public health emergency and the civil preparedness emergency in the papers in Connecticut, it did make comparisons to the fact that those powers are invoked, those emergencies are invoked during natural disasters and war. Natural disasters and war. We continued to extend the emergency state in our state. So we think about that. Natural disaster meaning earthquakes, landslides, tornadoes. That means we should be hearing sirens running through the streets of Connecticut. We should all be lining up to give blood. Our hospitals are packed. And that was a legitimate fear in March of 2020. But we have extended that state of emergency, the serious emergencies, on September 1, 2020, January 26, 2021, March 2021, May 2021, June 2021, and now September 2022. We come to the end. Hallelujah. We can move on in life in Connecticut. But no, we are now saying that the Connecticut General Assembly will declare the public health emergency and civil preparedness emergency. To be clear for the people of Connecticut, that is what this body is voting on today. And I have a fourth point, which is the other side of the aisle is saying that if you don't vote for this, you are relinquishing material outcomes, $95 a month to our good citizens in Connecticut. And I want to say that the folks on this part of the aisle, of course, we care about material outcomes for the people of Connecticut. But do you know what we also care about? We care about the spiritual outcomes, the spiritual state of the people of Connecticut. And I, for one, cannot support continuing a lie that our state is in a civic preparedness emergency or a public health emergency. And why is it bad to lie? Why do we tell our children not to lie? Because it points to the moral and ethics of ourselves and our society. This is not a small deal. And as the governor said on March 10th, we should not be doing this lightly. We cannot perpetuate the lie that we are in a civic preparedness and public health emergency for the singular material outcome for our people for $95 a month. What is also valuable for the health, mental health, and the prosperity and positive spirit and wonderful civil society in our state is to not lie to our people and to protect the spiritual integrity, and don't vote for this false resolution. This resolution based on a falsity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Belinsky, you have the floor, sir.
Man, this place is near empty. It's like
Thank you,
only
Madam
half
Speaker.
full. So, what if they're allowing remote voting?
I am fundamentally as frustrated and confused as are many of my constituents, because we're only days removed from having the mask mandates become parental choice, which actually in a conversation that I had with somebody who's pretty influential in our government, when we were having a casual, friendly conversation, I expressed that I support parental choice, but had serious reservations about our ability as a state to deliver real, reliable, data-driven guidance, because our record of that has not been great. Therefore, it's, sort of a catch-as-catch-can as far as whether or not parents who want to make responsible choices for their healthy children will actually trust the data which we present to them. So, where does that leave them? We had the governor announced to great fanfare that the 28th was the date coming out of the winter break to make that transition. And then within days, the same decision was kicked down to the legislature, and the date of April 15th was on the table. Nobody explained how that changed. And then overnight, overnight, as we speak about we in the legislature taking this initiative,
Oh, man.
I
hate to say it, but this
the
guy is
minority
being way
party
too
that
slow
represents
for me
40% of
anyways.
Connecticut, actually more than that, because many of us equally represent our Democrat constituents in the same way we represent our Republican constituents, because, morally that is our obligation. But
I hate to say it, but this guy's like voice.
Last night,
his pacing is just, I don't know, putting me to sleep.
I
man.
read the resolution and I read the bill. And now we're at June 30th. And I got to tell you something. I've heard from, and you've all heard from hundreds and hundreds of people. I'm not certain how many of us have taken time to respond to many of those reach outs, but people are just
All right, be
so
right back, folks.
gosh awful confused. And all that I seem to be hearing, and I did a little straw poll within my own correspondence. I've gotten just a shade over 600 letters in the past few days. They're coming in, 25, 30 an hour. It's just amazing, the reach out. And I think we're all getting the same correspondence, but I actually ask questions back to the folks that take the time to write individual stories. And by the way, to the parents that might be listening, thank you for sending pictures of your kids. Takes a whole lot of the stress out of the job to look at smiling children's faces. When I read your correspondence, moms, dads, and you tell me that your child is suffering, and when I hear from teachers that are not on the program that our educational leadership seems to be on, that all they want is good information so that they can make a responsible choice for the children. The teachers that are reaching out to me, so far I have gotten four out of 600 plus requests from teachers that were one line long and said, I'm a teacher, and keep the mandates. Okay, that's a vote. That's great. Thank you very much. I actually thank most of the folks that write that, but there's only 4 of them. Then I see letters like I see from CAPS and CABE. Letters from the educational powerhouse of attorneys at Shipman Goodwin, which completely countermand everything that parents trust in their leadership. And I got to tell you something. And this is addressed to the greater chamber through you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. There are times when I'm embarrassed to explain to them that, just the stuff that we talked about yesterday has changed again. For goodness sake, what the 4 teachers haven't told me, I've been told by a couple dozen other teachers who are brave enough to give their name and town. Most of them are not Newtown residents, but I appreciate their candor when they say, I teach 2nd grade, and my students have never had a normal school experience. And the learning loss, where they stand in their fundamental reading skills and their ability to convert increasingly complicated word-based math skills into correct answers.
my
It
God,
seems
this is
as if we have an entire population that just wants to not look at the impact we're having on the next generation. These are people, these 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, they're going to be sitting in this chamber in 30 years. Don't they deserve to have the same education that we had when we grew up? For God's sake. I with good conscience, unless I know that there's an end to this madness, I just can't vote to extend this emergency, despite the fact that we're talking about the possible reduction in SNAP benefits of, you know, a few $1 million when the state itself is absolutely awash in money. And we'll spend the rest of this session, after we presumably take away the rights of parents, fighting over what special interest gets the biggest piece of the money. And ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't elected to use children as a pawn. And I think I'll wrap it up now, Madam Speaker, because it's really obvious that there's nobody in this place, with your exception of you, that's listening at all. And that insults me. But thank you, Madam Speaker.
That was brutal. I'm not gonna lie. I had a hard time actually absorbing
Thank you,
anything because
Representative.
his speech pattern.
Representative Case for the second time,
So-
sir. Or as Representative Ryan said, for the 20th.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we've been debating this for a little bit of time, and I think a lot of the questions come from the
Case again?
title of this as a resolution declaring a confirmation of a public health emergency, and I guess that's in question. We don't have the numbers of what calls for a health emergency. My questions is, and I'm not sure, I tried to give him the document before I asked the questions. We have about $1.1 billion left in ARPA funds. We have a lot of federal dollars. Through you, Mr. Speaker, can we use or can we ask the governor to start using these ARPA dollars to get to those people that need the money and the SNAP dollars through you?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm not sure why we would do that. Why would we leave federal dollars off the table, take funds that are currently dedicated for a variety, and the representative is straining my ability to see here even with my reading glasses, but
He's being so
of that
obtuse.
1 point,
Obviously because of the principle of the thing.
1.042 billion.
Obviously because there
I mean, it's
isn't
all
an
allocated
emergency if that's the case.
to a number of departments: mental health services, criminal justice, housing, judicial, et cetera, et cetera. So even if we could reallocate some of these dollars to SNAP, which I'm not sure we could because that's a federal program, and the ARPA dollars do have particular streams that they need to be directed to, I don't see why we would do that and leave money off the table, take away from these programs to fund that when we've got a pool of federal dollars available to fund SNAP. Through you.
Representative Case.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the good representative, and I know both him and I are not on appropriations or finance, so it's more difficult. But this is a wish list that has to have legislative approval. This $1.1 billion has to be approved by us, so it's not allocated as of yet. But we are willing to, instead of helping the good people, we want to enhance the rail systems. I'm sorry, the good representative, I can't even read it myself. Enhance the rail systems, enhance outdoor recreation at our visitor centers. There's a lot of things in here that we can use to enhance our SNAP dollars, to put on our EBT cards, to help our people in the state of Connecticut. This still has to come in front of us for legislative approval. $1.1 billion. It's not allocated, it's a wish list. And we're here talking about trying to grab more money. I am all for helping and trying to get the dollars to the people who need. But when I get here and I get a list that we still have $1.1 billion of unallocated dollars in a wish list that needs our approval, when are we going to stop asking for more? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll end it with just a comment. The title of this is very misleading. The title of this is not to continue on with a public health emergency. We're not in a public health emergency. We don't have the numbers. I think part of the problem is because this is emergency certified, we haven't been able to have a public hearing to where we can get those answers. We haven't been able to have that commissioner in front of us so that commissioner can answer those questions for us. My problem is, when does it stop? $1.1 billion of more money that we haven't allocated yet. I want it to go to the people. We don't need to enhance things that, guess what, people? When this money dries up, we got to find a place in the budget to cover these expenses. Because once we start enhancing things, we have to continue to maintain those things. Let's spend this money where it needs to go. Let's spend this money to the people. Not wait any longer. We should spend this money now. We shouldn't wait. We should be in here next week and do legislative approval on how this money and where it goes. We're here today, the day after session, or the day after opening day, to approve a health emergency so we can even get more money when we haven't spent the money that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy of the 119th.
That really
Ma'am, you
wasn't a
have the
bad
floor.
argument.
Thank you, Mr.
Do we
Speaker.
really
I
even
actually
need
had
the
not
money?
intended on speaking. I just want to make a quick remark. One thing, we talk about our children. I would do anything to make sure our children and our underprivileged are served. But the fact of the matter, COVID has taken a toll on all of us. Not just the illness itself, but physically and mentally on our children and on our parents. It's time to end this perpetual state of emergency. Unfortunately, I will not be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. We'll now call upon Representative O'Day of the 125th. Is that V for Villanova? Okay, for the second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry to rise for the second time to the good proponent. Just one last question for clarity's sake, and I apologize. I think it's not exactly repetitive, but I think you've already answered this. But just for clarity, if I may, through you, Mr. Speaker, if we pass this eCert, HJ1, and HB 5047 fails, we can still collect the federal monies. It's already been answered. But there will be no ability for any agency or the any member of the executive branch to require school children in any K through 12 to wear masks, as I understand the previous responses. Is that accurate? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino?
Through you, correct.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my good colleague for his responses.
Thank you, sir. Will you remark further on the resolution before us? Will you remark further on the resolution before us? If not, will staff and guests please come to the well of the House? Will the members take your seats? The machine will be open.
All right, they're voting.
The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals? The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals?
All right, let's see if I can find my radios. they must have remote voting. There's no way they don't have remote voting. Okay, yeah, this is already a win. Looks like the A's have it. Yeah, I can't count that. 4, 7, 10, 14, 15, 19, 23, 25, 28, 31, 7, so 38, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's 85 to, holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Buckby voted no. Huh. 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 So 85 to 4, 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, we're having some flips! We're having some flips! Oh my God! We're getting flips! We're getting Democrat flips! Holy crap! I wonder if that's I wonder if those are typographical errors. It's gonna be 80 something to like 30 something right now. That's the way it looks. 40 something, sorry. Right. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 35. 80 something to 35. 80 odd, if you will, to 35 is what it looks like.
Have all the members voted?
All right, we're getting our last call here.
All right, so the only person I'm calling is Kate. Have all the members voted? Please check the board to make sure your vote has been properly cast. Have all the members voted? The machine will be locked. And the chair will recognize Representative Farrar. I did. The machine will be locked. And as I said, the machine does not miraculously get locked. So, there we go. Representative Farrar, we are a little rusty up here. My apologies. For what purpose do you rise, madam?
I rise to be counted in the affirmative.
Will the record reflect that Representative Farrar's vote should be cast in the affirmative?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if all the members voted, will the clerk please take a tally?
This isn't the big one, guys. This really isn't the big one.
And will the clerk please announce the tally?
House Joint Resolution number 1, total number voting 145, necessary
89,
for adoption
56.
73, those voting yea, 89, those voting nay, 56, absent not voting for.
The emergency certified resolution is adopted. Representative O'Day, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise for an announcement, if I may.
You may proceed, sir.
The Republicans will be caucusing in room 110.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you after that. And the Majority Leader, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats will be caucusing in room 310, and I believe via Zoom for those who would prefer as well.
Okay, so 310 for the Democrats, and the chamber will stand at ease. Okay.
So it looks like they're going to take like a recess, I guess.
Mr. Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we recess. Subject to the call of the chair.
Motion is to stand in recess up to the call of chair. Seeing no objection, we will be at recess.
Yeah, I'm just getting this put together. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get something together. Yeah, it looks like they're convening. So let me just get. Let me get this one thing, H. Okay. All right. So that's the score right now for House Joint Resolution 1. I'm just going to get this posted onto the various social media here. Let me get this. what did this pass by? This passed by a score of 89-56 to 4. Oh, crapola. Okay, let me get back to my page. All right, I'll be back, guys. Okay, we're back. So let's talk about what we just saw here. Let me make this just a hair smaller because it's kind of unnecessary for it to be taking up that much space. Yeah, right about there. That's a little better. All right. So you guys can kind of see the score. I'm going to actually go ahead and just mute this completely so I don't hear it. So that bill was not the one we're really concerned with. The ones we're really concerned with are going to be coming up. The House is in recess. I'm not sure when they're going to come back. This could be one of these sessions. I've talked to Billy Mo Buckby about how this works very often, and he said that there are nights where they just go till 3 in the morning. This isn't Congress. If Congress decides at 10 o'clock we close, then at 10 o'clock you adjourn and you go on, right? This is the state house. Excuse me while I drink a sip of water here in Hartford. And honestly, although this isn't the big one, it is kind of a way of saying, like, here's what things look like. You can see here, like, we've got like a stack of red and then just a wall of green. And that wall of green are the Democrats. Now, in fairness, we do have, well, let's do it this way. In fairness, we do have 1, 2, 3 Democrats that crossed party lines and voted against that resolution. Now, I'm kind of torn on this one. I could see arguments both ways. As I intimated in the comment section, I think the best argument for this bill is actually kind of like a political strategy rationale, which is as a test of good faith of the good faith of the Democrats. Let me move this way just a hair, right? Is that where I want things to be? Yeah, that's a little bit closer to the center. Yeah. So because you're doing two things in testing the good faith of the Democrats. Number one, Mike D'Agostino has said repeatedly there's no way to derive any executive orders from this. There's no way, should the next series of things that they're going to be voting on, should they fail to get approval, should the nays win, Mike D'Agostino has said repeatedly and made in no uncertain terms that there's no way to get a mask mandate out of this extension, this resolution, House Joint Resolution number 1. There's no way to do that. So number one, Okay, so what we'll do is we'll extend the olive branch to you and vote in favor of this so that we can get that funding, but really, really as a test of your good faith. Because if later on we find out, well, there is actually a way we could go about getting emergency orders out of this. There is a way we can go about getting, mask mandates through either the legislative process, through the process of agency, through the executive somehow, then you've just kind of held their feet to the fire by saying that, and then you just blast them, absolutely blast them with those clips from Mike D'Agostino, right? And then now, from a legislative standpoint, that's what the rationale for doing that would be, that all of the other things are an L. That this is going to be a giant L moving forward. So at the very least, by saying, as a sign of good faith, I'll extend the olive branch and vote for this one thing, knowing that you've said repeatedly we cannot derive an executive order from this, that we cannot derive any legislative action from this, that we cannot derive any policy change through the auspices of agency or through departmental policy changes from this resolution. Which means that you can't do that. So, it's a gotcha to do things like that, which is why I think the more principled argument is the one to vote against it, which is we aren't in a state of emergency. So as badly as we might want these funds, the ends do not ever justify the means. And I'm sorry, but Mike D'Agostino, when Rosa Rabimus was speaking, D'Agostino was being cartoonishly obtuse. Needlessly, insultingly, cartoonishly obtuse. Of course, the null hypothesis is the negative hypothesis, that there isn't a state of emergency. Of course, it's on D'Agostino to provide proof to the proverbial other side or to the dissenters that the emergency actually exists, that we are in a state of emergency regardless of the legislative element of that. He kept dodging this question. And when the questions were finally asked of him specifically, what is your standard? You're the one proposing this legislation, so why would you be a proponent of the thing? What is the thing that's making you vote in favor of this other than the money? Well, I think there's a state of emergency. So what is getting you to that point? What is the metric that you're using to get to that point? And he kept dodging it and instead flipped the question and said, well, what's the metric you're using to not get to that point? Mike, you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You have to know. You have to have gone through this training in college, in either undergrad or in graduate or in law school. You have to know that you cannot prove a negative. In fact, that edict is the fundamental basis for the presumption of innocence before guilt. And you're a lawyer, right? It's the reason that in a scientific method, you have to have falsifiability in order for a hypothesis to be a valid hypothesis. That's part of validity when it comes to building a hypothesis according to the scientific method. If you want to follow the science, then you should ostensibly follow the scientific method, which demands, not just prescribes, logically demands that you prove the positive, not the negative, because you can't prove the negative. Does God exist? No. Prove he doesn't exist. Well, you can't do that. It's impossible to do that. Prove Russell's teapot. Like Russell's teapot, we've talked about on this channel. If you're watching on Facebook, you can go to the link is in this video's description to go to my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, I have a series on philosophical concepts, and you can look up The Dragon in My Garage, and you can look up Russell's teapot. This is the exact topic that those things cover, right? You cannot prove that there's a tiny little teapot floating, you cannot prove that it's not floating between here and Mars, somewhere in that infinite donut of space that is the space between here and Mars, right? You can't prove it's not there. But the way you prove that it is there is you pull out a telescope and you go, look, there it is. There it is. I'm the one claiming that the teapot's up there. So it's on me to point the telescope at the teapot and show you, there it is. There's the teapot, right? Like if I were to do this, let's do this. Today, the House voted on House Joint Resolution 1, and the score was 89 in favor, 56 opposed, 89 yeas, 56 nays, and 4 no votes. Prove that that's not the case. Well, how do I prove that that's not the case when I can go, boom, there it is the case. That is the case. So Michael's being like, so I can't believe that Mike doesn't know that the burden of proof is on the positive claim and doesn't know that the null hypothesis is that there isn't a state of emergency, and the burden of proof is on him to prove that there is a state of emergency, and he refused to in any way directly answer why it is he thinks there's a state of emergency, why it is that other people should think there's a state of emergency. We're going to vote no until you give us a reason to vote yes in this case. And that's the logical order of things. So, maybe there's even a more principled take. You have to prove to me that we are in a state of emergency first. You've made no effort whatsoever to make that proof. It's not that you haven't proved it. It's not that you've done a bad job. It's not that the effort that you've produced is a poor effort. It's not that I can easily discredit the evidence that you've adduced. It's that you haven't even attempted to make that case. You haven't even attempted to make that case. You've just accepted it as axiomatically true, which is the exact opposite of if we're comparing competing hypotheses. It's the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do, what Occam's razor would prescribe in this situation, what the law would prescribe in this situation. Again, it's the fact that you cannot prove a negative and that the burden of proof is on the positive claim is the fundamental edict that underlies the totality of the concept of the presumption of innocence before guilt, and he's an attorney. So, did his brain somehow, leave him temporarily? No, he has to know that that's the case. He has to know that he's dodging these questions for a reason. He has to know how obtuse he's being, and if that's the case, since he knows it's happening, it must be deliberate, which means that you don't have good faith here. You absolutely have ill motivation here. And the reason I'm pointing this out is not to dunk on D'Agostino, but to show you where all of this is coming from. To show you that this is what we can expect moving forward with these next few things, which I don't know when they're going to reconvene. I actually have a thing to do tonight. So I can't be here forever, and I have no idea. State House of Representatives is in recess while members meet in caucus. Yeah, so I have no idea. Keith Swanhall, what did they just vote on? I just joined in. Okay, so House Resolution 1, Keith, which was, it's a resolution, so it's not a joint act, and it's not a bill. It's a resolution which declares an acceptance of a condition of emergency through June 30th, 2022. Ostensibly, the rationale for this is that there is additional COVID funding that is tied to us carrying that emergency, which to me just sounds like extortion. If there was ever such a thing as extortion, governmental extortion, interdepartmental governmental extortion, this is it. So apparently, again, according to Mike D'Agostino, who said this 100 times and in no uncertain terms, from this bill, from this resolution, since it's just a vague declaration of what the ether is, not a specific legislative action, there's no possible way for Ned Lamont to derive from this an executive order. There's no possible way to derive from this an emergency power. There's no possible way to derive from this any legislative action or any policy prescription from or towards a department or agency from this resolution, so long as all of the other things fail, which are to be voted on later on. So there is an argument to be made in favor of this thing, which is that there's money basically tied to it, and we need the money. And the money has already been earmarked. If we don't, one of these situations where it's like, if you don't use it, you lose it. So there's money earmarked to this declaration, to this resolution. And if we don't make this resolution, we don't get that money. This would be an ends justify the means argument, which is a terrible argument. The better argument is the one I explained earlier, which is because there's no way to get a mask mandate derived from this thing, you could say, all right, as an extension of the olive, we'll extend the olive branch in this case as a sign of good faith and as a way of testing your good faith. What's probably going to come of this is the complete opposite, which is why the Republicans were smart to universally not vote in favor of this. The strategic response would be, okay, fine. And then the Democrats come back in the next bill, which is an actual extension of the emergency powers, and say, oh, well, you just said we're in a state of emergency. You just voted for a state of emergency. Why wouldn't you vote now? To me, this seems like a very thin veil. The joint resolution seems like a way to backdoor in other things. And I just gave you an example of how you would do that. By leveraging this bill to strong arm the Republicans who voted for this bill in order to get them to vote for the sorry, it's not a bill, it's a resolution. In order to get them to vote for the continued extension of emergency powers. I'm a little bit of a cynic on this whole thing. In fairness, I think I have a rationale with Hartford to be cynical of Hartford. I don't have a rationale right now to be cynical of, say, our Board of Ed. I don't have a rationale right now to be cynical of, say, our town council or our mayor. I don't have a rationale to do that, but with Hartford, I absolutely do. And the unbelievable obtusity. I don't know if there's a word for the ness of obtuse, like how obtuseness, I don't know if there's a word for obtuseness, but the unbelievable obtusity that was shown by Mike D'Agostino to Rosa Rambemis leads me to believe that this is not being made in good faith. And that's where I'm justifying the cynical take on all of this. So that's the update so far. That's what they voted on. And again, I think I would have voted no, but I could see a rationale to vote yes. And again, it would be the strategic reason. But I still don't think that that's as strong a rationale as the principled one, which is that there is no emergency. You're not going to get us on this gotcha, right? We're not going to backdoor something in. So, no. Just no. I don't care how much money is associated with this. That would just be a bribe anyways. That would just be me openly admitting to the fact that this is just extortion anyways, if all I'm doing is voting for this for the money, right? So, for me, I would be voting against it so that I could remain principled, so that I couldn't get the gotcha moment whenever they come back. I would say 10 minutes later, but I guess they've recessed. The House session opened at 12:30. Debate on the first bill on joint resolution started around 1 o'clock, 12:45-ish, somewhere in there. So I don't know how much longer they're going to be reconvening. The representatives are in caucus. That means that the Democrats and the Republicans are meeting separately, of course, in some chamber somewhere to go over what they're going to go over, when it comes to these next things that they're going to be talking about. And just make sure we got everything wrapped up in YouTube as well, which for some reason has just been frustrating. For some reason, YouTube doesn't like to just start when I hit the start button. So sometimes it takes a minute to load. I got to sit there and wait for it to load instead of just going off to another tab. So cut off the first bit of this. So this actually kind of gives us an opportune moment. So I read. So let me get rid of. No, let me leave that up there. So earlier on, I read. Where is it? I read a letter that was going to be sent to Alicia DeCorpo. And folks, chances are the turnout on the February 15th Board of Education meeting is going to be really big turnout. And by the way, folks, if you're going to go to that, for the love of God, pay attention to this stream. For the love of God, at least, subscribe to my YouTube channel or follow me on Facebook, Michael Sennello, not Mike Sennello, Michael Sennello. And I'll post updates, and at least stay tuned to the updates, because we've got kind of a legislative football going on here. It's not exactly clear. First things first, it's not clear at all what's going to be happening later on this afternoon. And beyond that, it's not exactly clear how that would affect things, regardless of what happens in terms of the outcomes of this afternoon, for that February 15th meeting. It's entirely plausible. In fact, the stars are going to have to align. The stars are genuinely going to have to align like in perfect order, right? We're talking lottery ticket odds, right? Everything is going to there's 85 dominoes that are going to have to fall in perfect order to get to a point where on February 15th, there's any reason whatsoever to tell the Board of Education, now you have a decision to make. And I'm not saying you have a decision to make as in terms of expressing an opinion. I'm saying in terms of making a decision as a legislative body, as a governing body in terms of the Board of Education. So we really need to pay attention to this. We really need to slow our roll. We really need to understand that the Board of Education meeting on February 15th, in all likelihood, won't be one where there's anything that could possibly be taken care of in terms of getting these masks off our kids. I know it's the cynical take, but I think it's much more likely that even if everything goes perfectly today, we're going to get legislation through agency. We're going to get some policy change through through either the Department of Education or the Department of Health in Hartford that's going to basically make law out of mandatory masks in schools. Because there's a process for that, it's not very long, but there is a process for that would give a momentary reprieve where the Board of Education would have, again, a brief window to make a decision on the matter. Where, let's say it's like 3 weeks that the Board of Education can say, you know what? The single best predictor for educational outcomes is parental involvement. So parents, you get to make this choice. If you want your kids wearing masks, you can. If you don't, we won't force you. We're not going to enforce a mask policy anymore. If they do that, it's a cynical take, I know, but I don't know how we get to a point where that's going to be their decision based on what's going to be happening today or even by February 15th. The ball could possibly be entirely in their court by the 15th. But again, you're going to need the stars to align and like 85 dominoes to fall. So, with all of that said, going into today's legislative session, there's a letter that was being sent and being passed around that was going to be, that I did sign on to. Why not? Because it really isn't that inflammatory. There really isn't anything in here that's really objectionable. And it's a letter directed to Superintendent DeCorpo. So Alicia DeCorpo is our superintendent here in New Milford, our superintendent of schools, here in New Milford. And there was a letter that's been floating around that apparently has gotten a crap load of signatures. Dated February 9th, 2022. And I'll read it again. And then I'll read my response to this. Because I did sign off on this. Dear Superintendent DeCorpo, we, the families and residents of New Milford, should be making our own medical choices for our children. Your email on February 8th, 2022 shows your support of transferring power to the Department of Public Health, as Lamont does, while true local control, and more importantly, parental control and choice, will only occur if the masking executive order is allowed to expire on February 15th, 2022. Thus, we need your voice to be heard in support of ending this order. Please support your students, families, and residents by advocating for mask choice without ties. It is long overdue. It is our third school year of managing challenges associated with the pandemic. Our children's emotional and physical well-being are are all being negatively impacted by the current pandemic policies and mandates. Day after day, our children suffer and struggle despite having a low-risk profile compared to other segments of the population. The Board of Education continually tells us these mandates are out of the Board of Education's jurisdiction. But with the governor signing a potential shift in policy, signaling a potential shift in policy, now is the opportune time to speak out on behalf of parents and students in your district. Our children deserve a return to normalcy. They do not deserve to feel fearful or labeled a threat when they are, in fact, healthy. Parents have the ultimate right to do what they feel is best for the health and safety of their children and to advocate on their behalf to enact change. Thank you in advance for representing our community's concerns. Signed, the undersigned. So there's really nothing objectionable here. I'm totally okay with this. And I'm totally okay with directing it to Superintendent DeCorpo. I would prefer if it was directed to Superintendent DeCorpo. CC, Wendy, it's not Angie Chastain, Jesus. Wendy, I'm so sorry I forget your last name. Fallenbeck. Wow. Not enough sleep last night. CC to Wendy Fallenbeck as the chair of the Board of Ed, and then also CC'd to the Board of Ed. So I would prefer if that was done that way, to direct it to everybody's attention who is involved in all of this and who may be involved in the policy decision-making process. And again, it's a long shot, but it may be the case. From what I understand, there's going to be a huge turnout at this February 15th Board of Education meeting, which is totally fine. In fact, that's really cool. I love seeing the local community getting involved in local politics, because when it comes to politics, what happens at the local level is the stuff that's most likely to have an actual impact on your day-to-day life. In fact, not only is it likely to have an actual impact, it's without a doubt the place that is most likely to have the most impact, the greatest impact on your day-to-day life. So, with that said, a lot of people that go to these meetings have never been to these meetings and don't know what to expect. And a lot of people have seen things on TV and have seen, videos, cell phone videos from Loudoun County, let's say, on their phones. And we aren't Loudoun County. This isn't the New York City Board of Education. This is New Milford. Things operate a little bit differently here. And I'll explain what I mean by that in just a minute. So, this letter was floating around. I said I would agree to sign off to it. And also, I'd like for you guys to share this message. Because again, a lot of these people haven't ever been to a Board of Education meeting, haven't ever been to any governmental meeting of any kind, and the house is probably going to be packed. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to speak. And remember, speak softly and carry a big stick. Remember that it's extremely unlikely, to say the least, that by the February 15th meeting, the Board of Education will have anything whatsoever to do in terms of mask mandate policy, without just utterly defying the existing provisions from Hartford, which I'd be okay with, but most people wouldn't be. Oh, by the way, the reason I'm not going to be at that February 15th meeting is because it's also exactly the same time as the opening of the budget process, where the town council and the Board of Finance will have their first joint budget hearing. I have to go there because I'm the guy that's going to be filming all that and live streaming and broadcasting that joint budget hearing. So sorry, folks, I won't be there. But with that said, for anyone who's thinking about going, please heed this advice. We all want our freedom back, and I'm sure we all want our kids to have their lives back. But please remember these things if you're going to attend the February 15th Board of Ed meeting. Let me get zoomed in so I can see better. 1. The members of the Board of Education are our neighbors. This isn't New York City where elected officials are distant bureaucrats we'll never talk to. Be hard on ideas. Be critical of policy decisions. Demand bravery, but in all things, be decent. Be calm, and be a neighbor to the people in the room. Don't go after dumb people. Go after dumb ideas. If you're going to be at the meeting, be respectful of the rules and of common decency. Applaud a good speech. Show your disdain with pin drop silence. If you want to talk with the person next to you, there's a hallway right outside the Sarah Noble Intermediate School Library. Go out there and chat away. Do not interrupt a speaker. Do not speak out of turn during the meeting. Either the Board of Ed will enact proper policy or they won't, and you'll only catch flies with honey. 3, if you're going to speak at public comment, write out your speech in advance. Practice it. Time yourself. If we draw a huge crowd, you'll likely only be given 3 minutes, so make sure you can do it in under 3 minutes. That's roughly 1.5 pages times New Roman, size 12 single spaced, or about 2 pages of the same size of the same size 14. I'm just gonna shrink this window real quick. I, Mike Sennello, would be happy to review and help with copy editing and help with getting long-winded speeches down to 3 minutes. So reach out to me if you're thinking about doing this. When your time is up, remember that there is almost certainly going to be a long line behind you, so sit down quietly and let the next speaker speak. You'll address the board and not the audience. You'll address the board and not individual members. 4, remember that 4 members of the Board of Education are already on our side. Be bold, be brave, be confident, be articulate, be practiced, be honest, and make damn sure to be correct. Demand they do the same. Show those 4 members you are there for them, that they have the strength, trust, and backing of the community to do what they know is the right thing. All that good policy is going to take is convincing 1 or 2 members that they have nothing to fear in doing the right thing, that there won't be a backlash, that if our clearly laid out demands are met, we will gladly go home and move on. 5, remember that you aren't the only person in the room. A subcontractor will be there recording the meeting. They're just there to do their job and go home. There will be night maintenance staff in the building. They're just there to do their job and go home. Various department directors, like the accounting director and the building director, will likely be there to answer questions posed to them by the Board of Education. They're just there to do their jobs and go home. None of these people are there to bear witness to a scene, so let's not make one. The way to lead is by example, and I know we can set a good one, even if someone else can't. So I hope you guys take that genuinely to heart if you guys are going to be going to that meeting, which honestly, I really hope people go to that meeting. I only see 1 person back in the room. I'm not sure who it is because we're zoomed out so far I can't make out any name tags. So I guess they're still in... Yeah, I guess they're still in session. Excuse me, I just got a message. Yeah, actually, that was just a response to what I just read, so pretty cool. Yeah, so folks may be getting that in their email box. So let me get this. Let me get this video pulled up. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry, folks. I just had some quick business to take care of. Yeah, praying. Yeah, praying. I mean, honestly, that's what we're talking about here right now. Like from a legislative standpoint, it is basically prayer time. Like, do you believe in God? Do you believe in miracles? Yes. Well, and I say that because that's probably in all likelihood what it's honestly going to take. Let me get this just muted. Bam. That way I'm not dealing with desktop audio problems. So for those who are just tuning in, that's the result of, I just took a screenshot of that. That's the result of the vote on the House floor. If you'd like, I can make this bigger. Let me see if I have. Let's kill this. And video capture device, that. Yeah, so if you want to be able to see it a little bit better, that's the result of House Joint Resolution 1, which passed 89 to 56 to 4. I can't really make out who it is that didn't vote, but it looks like it's just a bunch of Democrats. And it does look like all of the Republicans showed up and did vote. So, again, that's a good sign. The big takeaway from this board isn't that the bill passed, the resolution passed at all, because the resolution really is like not that big a deal. It's really a reading of the tea leaves here that we have going on here. So on the left-hand side, you can see that there were a handful of Democrats that didn't show up, and we had 3 Democrats say nay to this bill, which, there was no political weight in voting. There was nothing weighing in favor of voting yes from the Democratic side, right? It wasn't like there was any political will, any political need to vote a yes in this one, right? In fact, the political leverage actually would go the other way. Like if you're looking for political leverage, and by the way, all 3 of these no votes for Democrats were flips, last minute flips, as in they were green at first, and then at the last minute they flipped, which means they were really only voting yes if it was necessary to vote yes, and that their conscience said no. So to me, that's promising, but at the same time, it kind of shows you what's going on here. That there's more than twice as many yays as there are nays in this case. Well, not more than twice as many. There are 1.5 times as many yays as nays. Does it work out to exactly that amount? No, but pretty close. Pretty close. Just a little bit more than 1.5 as many yays as nays. So you're going to have to swing kind of a lot of votes. What is that? That's a difference of 33 with 4 no votes. So, you've got to swing 17 votes more than what have already been swung for these other bills to fail. That's a huge ask. In fact, here, let me see. 17 divided by 89. Yeah, that's a 19% swing. That's a 19% swing in a state that is a Democrat stronghold. And the thing is that, you can see the Republicans on there. There are Republicans that have won districts in this area that aren't surefire, absolute, no doubt about it Republican strongholds. New Milford's one of them. It's not Billy Mo Buckby keeps winning by bigger and bigger margins, but it's not because he's a Republican. It's because he's Billy Mo Buckby, right? Here in New Milford, we actually don't vote along party lines at all. It's actually fairly uncommon for even these House seats to go along party lines. And there are actually more registered Democrats than there are Republicans in this town. This town voted for Johanna Hayes in 2018 and in 2020. This town voted for Joe Biden in 2020. This town voted barely in favor of Donald Trump in 2016. And I mean barely. And that was when his opponent was Hillary F. Clinton, right? So this town in New Milford is not a surefire win. But you can see... You can kind of see how things are going to go here based on that alone. That it's nice to see every single one of them just in concert on principle. Now, I don't know why Billy voted no. I could probably find out why, because he and I talk. Yeah, and Sorry, there was another message coming through here. No. So I'm not sure exactly why he changed his mind, but people change their minds. But, excuse me, no, what am I talking about? I don't know why Billy Move Buckby voted the way he did, but he voted the way that, in the end, I would have voted, right? And to be honest, again, I've said before that this isn't the big bill. I could totally see voting one way or the other. And really the only reason to talk about this is because it's probably going to inform what to expect moving forward. So let's see if we've come. No, we're still in recess. So, folks, I did put together a Discord server. So if you guys would like to come on to chat, I'll try to do my best to drop the link in the comments section for those who want to jump into the Discord server. And that way we can pull you in via audio and chat. So do let me know in the comment section if that's something you're interested in doing. And I'll drop that link for you guys to jump in. The Discord server that I've built is not in any way complete, but all it's really missing is debugging. And though I've done no debugging, for tonight, I'd be willing to give it a try at least. So that's the situation there. While I'm here, I don't know how many people are watching. So I'll go ahead and just plug a few things since we're still waiting for them to come out of session. Folks, do let me know what you want me to talk about if it's going to happen. Sunday night is a Super Bowl. I would normally have my episodes of Mike Sennello show at 7 o'clock on Sunday night. It's not going to happen. Monday is a town council meeting, so I'll be busy with that. And then the joint budget hearings begin, and I'm locked in number 10 Main Street from then on, basically. So I need to do this. It's been how many hours now? So that's what I'll be up to. It may be a while before we get back to regular broadcasting of the Mike Sennello show. I'd love to have some guests on if we can get a chance. So if you're interested in coming on the show, let me know. I'd love to have the people that are involved in this voting process come on. Rosa, if you invite to come join us, invite to come on the show to talk about this whole situation tonight. If you wind up getting this, folks who are in the chat, if you want to reach out to your delegates and say, hey, it'd be really cool if you go on to Mike's show. We'd love to get your thoughts on exactly what was going on and what the thought process was for why you wound up voting, however where you wound up voting. I'd love to get Craig Minor on to get his thoughts because he's our senator for this district. And anything that goes through the House has to go through the Senate. So it would be cool to see what his thoughts are moving forward. It would be cool since Billy Mo Buckby and 109th District Callahan are the representatives for here in New Milford. So it'd be cool to get one of them on the show to talk about, their thoughts on the matter and, what I don't know how long this is going to go. So it'd be probably going to be kind of unfair. So that'd be kind of cool to have. I did finally finish up on my Mike Reed's channel. Link is in this video's description, so you can jump to that channel and check that out if you'd like. I did finish a video essay, if you will, on the character of Syme in Orwell's 1984, which I only just read last May, and at an airport, no less. So 2021 at an airport for my first time reading 1984. Eerie experience, and you guys are gonna love that video. So that's actually gonna get dumped out tonight at 6 on my Mike Reed's channel. So do check that out. It's gonna be really cool. You're really gonna like it. Check that out. My Mike Reed's channel is just that. I go onto that channel and I read books. Right now we're in the middle of our series on. It's an interim series on Ludwig von Mises's The Anti-Capitalistic Mentality. Last Thursday we released chapter 3, where Mises. If this book was written in 1956, where in 1956 Mises basically predicts cancel culture. And the title kind of says it all, The Anti-Capitalistic Mentality. I cannot think of a more apt or apropos title to read in January and February of 2022. So if that's something you're interested in, I do on that channel. Sometimes I'll do just a strict read like I did. I did just a strict read with Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, where all I did was just read it, no commentary, broke it up into about 100 reads because that's how long it took me in 2 years. I did a series on Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson, where every chapter. We read the chapter, and then we did an analysis and review at the end of the chapter because people were requesting, hey, listen, this is something I'd like to get into, but it's a little bit easier if I have a little hand explaining things. We do a lot of reading on that channel from one of my favorite authors, Thomas Sowell. We did just finish up Economic Facts and Fallacies on that channel. And of course, when it comes to Henry House's Economics in One Lesson and Thomas Sowell's Economic Facts and Fallacies, I did do a review of each of those books. When we get wrapped up with Ludwig von Mises's The Anti-Capitalistic Mentality, I'll do a review of that book as well. I think I've got about 15 reviews on that channel right now already. And it's not just economics, it's not just politics there in terms of books that we read. I've even read some stuff as basic as Star Wars literature. In fact, I think I've got 2 different Star Wars book reviews on that channel. So again, it's a perfectly innocuous, basically entirely apolitical channel. So do check that out. That's Mike Reed. You know what? Let me go ahead and dump that link. Let me go ahead and dump that link in the comments section so you guys can have that. Let me get this open. Yeah, so let me get, I want this. So I'm going to drop the link to the YouTube channel and the backup that's on Odyssey. Odyssey isn't importing all of my reads, all of my videos, but it's importing a good amount of them. So it's a good place to have as a backup in case I lose the channel, because YouTube has an editorial standard that we have to live up to. So check that channel out if you'd like. Also, I did just get kicked off of Twitter again, so I had to build an entirely new account. I'll drop that. Yeah, where's Evil Jack's publication? Because it's a publication and not a platform. And we're not users of a platform. We're all just unpaid contributing authors to that publication. So that's my Twitter handle if you guys want to follow that. Hot and spicy takes on Twitter. That's my new one anyway. So if you guys want to follow me, that's a good place to stay in touch with everything. And then the last thing I'm going to drop into the comment section, again, this is all in this video's description, is my Rumble account. Right now, I'm not uploading anything directly to Rumble. It's just a backup channel that I'm using. And right now, it's paired with my YouTube channel. So anything I load up to my main YouTube channel, which if you're watching this on YouTube, it's that channel. Everything is going to get backed up on Rumble. So pretty sure I don't have to worry too much about what's going on with YouTube. If you would rather watch on Rumble, you can. If you'd rather watch some stuff on Odyssey, I've got some stuff that's specific to Odyssey that's on there too. In fact, you know what? Let me go ahead and I'll just drop my Odyssey link too. Why not? So this is where you guys can follow me on Odyssey. Put this in the comments section. And I've got some cool videos out on all of that. I hopefully will have a video out on, I'm working on a video, I don't know how long it's going to take, on distinctions without a difference. So it's part of my philosophical concept series on my Captain Phoenix channel on YouTube and Odyssey and on Rumble. And yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get to that. It's going to be centered around Marx's concept of personal versus private property, which I cannot think of a better example, a more perfect example of a distinction without a difference. And just to be brief, to spoil the whole thing, a distinction without a difference is really just that. It's where a line is drawn between two things that are the same, or where a line is drawn between two things that overlap at the point of that line, and thus there is no actual difference to be drawn from the distinction. Again, the perfect example is personal versus private property. We go into dictionary definitions. There is no difference. There's a reason why if you talk to a Marxist, if you talk to one of these champagne communists, you'll never get a consistent answer as to what the difference is. And I will be going over some videos on that. So something to look out for on that channel moving forward. What else am I doing? Oh, yeah, sorry. Today is Thursday. I'll actually be going to do some Lions Club stuff tonight. So, if you're interested in joining the Lions Club, why don't you come down, come check. We got a board meeting tonight You're allowed to go to the board meetings. You can't vote on anything, of course, but everyone's allowed to go. Tonight at the VFW in the downstairs part of the VFW, the New Milford Lions Club will be meeting at 7 o'clock to hold their board meeting. If you'd like to get some information on how that works, that's the perfect opportunity for you. Let me see if I'm still in the main. Yeah, hold on. Let me get this. If you'd like to come and just kind of hang out with us and see how things go, that's the best way to get that information. It's just to come to one of our meetings, and we're having one, right? We're having one tonight at 7 o'clock, which means that I actually have to kill this stream at probably around 6 o'clock, at which point then go to my Mike Reed's channel and check out my video essay on the character of Syme from George Orwell's 1984, which will happen at which will be dropped at 6 o'clock. I may even just drop the link right before I sign off while we're live. Saturday all day, from what I understand, is the let me get this. Let me make sure I have this right. Saturday, as I recall, is it this Saturday? I'm just making sure. Wrestling. We're gonna go to New Milford. The 12th. Yes. Okay. So in 2 days, starting Saturday, probably no great reason to get there at 8:30 a.m. because that's when the first match is supposed to start. It's never on time. Those things are never on time. It's been a long time since I was on the team, so maybe things have changed, but those type of things are never on time. And it really doesn't get interesting until you can get through the first few rounds. First round or two at least, and get through at least some of the losers bracket. So that's 8:30 this weekend. New Milford is hosting in the big gym, is hosting this Southwest Conference Tournament Championship. New Milford has one loss. They just beat New Fairfield. New Milford was going into last night's match. The ninth ranked team, according to the state coaches poll in Connecticut. New Fairfield was number 7, and New Milford kicked their ass. In fact, let me see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up their post. It was a throttling. It was a steamrolling. Okay, this is taking a heck of a long time. Let's go to me. Come on now. Yeah, let's do another window capture real quick. Okay, let's see if we can pull this. Yeah, all right. Yeah, sorry, folks. I'm just doing something on the fly here, so it's just going to take a quick second. All right. So yeah, that's the score here. So New Milford and New Fairfield were tied for second place in the regular season for the Southwest Conference, and New Milford kicked their ass. Yeah, go Green Wave, right? So 64-15 is if you're not familiar with wrestling, that's a spanking. That New Fairfield should certainly be embarrassed with that kind of a result, frankly. Now that said, New Milford at number 9 just beat number 7 New Fairfield in the final match of the season to go undefeated except for one match. And that one match, unfortunately, was a 1-point 34-33 loss to Newtown, who went undefeated on the regular season in the Southwest Conference. And unfortunately, that means that in order for New Milford to win the Southwest Conference outright, they're going to have to win the tournament, which is feasible, plausible, possible. Like, not that difficult, right? So, but unfortunately, in order for the points to work out so that Newtown doesn't get enough points to wind up winning anyways by finishing, say, second place at the tournament. Newtown, last time we did this, Newtown had to take, when I was in high school, it was if you won the regular season outright, then in order for you to not win the whole season, to win the whole season including the tournament, you'd have to finish fourth or worse at the tournament, and whoever was second place would have to finish first. So if New Fairfield wins the tournament and Newtown takes fourth or worse, as long as the scoring's the same as it was however many years ago, however embarrassingly many years ago it was that I was on the team, they have a chance to win the title outright, which would be really cool. It would be really, really cool. They have a couple of wrestlers that are really, really high-end wrestlers. Evan Linder apparently is the number 1 ranked wrestler in his weight class in the state, and I believe number 2 or 3 in ranked in New England. And Coach Peel's son is Max Peel. I believe he's 3rd in Connecticut and 8th in New England is his ranking right now. Evan Linder, I believe, is undefeated. So it would be really, really cool to see a nice performance this weekend from them. And I'm going to try, I don't know if I'm going to have time, but I'm going to try like hell to get there on Saturday just to kind of, give them a little rah while I'm there, and maybe buy a couple of things just to throw the Booster Club and throw the New Milford Youth Wrestling Association some dough. It would be really cool to have back-to-back SWC championship weekends, as we talked about on the show last week. This past weekend, the boys indoor track team just won the Southwest Conference indoor track title. So it would be really cool to have the very next weekend another SWC champion. Unlikely that the wrestling boys are going to win the conference outright, because again, they need Newtown to not take second, not take third, but to take fourth. I mean, again, unless they've completely changed how they've done the scoring, but how they do the scoring now. But last time I knew that was what it was going to take. So that's what we got going up for me in my personal life and for what's going on with me and my channels. It looks like we're starting to get a trickle of representatives coming into the House floor. So we're going to take a quick intermission, and I will be back. Let me see if I can get this right. Let's see if I can get this right. All right, be back soon, guys. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're coming back anytime soon. Get rid of that. Yeah, I have no idea when they're going to come back, to be honest. And again, to be honest, I'm only going to be able to hang out for another hour and a half ish, maybe. And then I got to go. And then I got to go to that Lions Club meeting that's tonight. So I did throw out the idea of having some sort of homeschooling coalition. You know what? We don't need this anymore. I did throw out the idea of a homeschooling coalition. So, guys, do let me know in the chat if that's something you guys want me to get involved with. Because the way I see it, the real reason there's been a complete explosion over the last 2 years in homeschooling here in Connecticut. Some of that's somewhat temporary. Some of that is parents having 5-year-olds that just went into kindergarten and saying, you know what, nah, it's just not worth it. Just not worth it. We already did this when they were 4. Screw it. Right? And that beyond a certain age, it becomes a little bit more difficult from a legal standpoint, from a clerical standpoint, from an administrative standpoint to have your kids stay home. And of course, the hardest thing that people have to run into, the biggest buzzsaw for homeschooling, is that public schooling has for decades now been treated as just government-funded daycare, which of course in the end is taxpayer-funded, you-funded daycare. And it's kind of unfortunate that's. I talk to a lot of people about homeschooling, and a lot of people who really, really, really want to be home with their kids, but who cannot do it because of babysitting. Basically, they would need a babysitter, and I feel like if we could put people in contact who are in that situation, because it's a lot of people. In fact, I'd go so far as to say here in New Milford, if we could wave a magic wand and get everybody that's in that situation into one room, we're probably talking about between 30 and 50 parents that would say, that are right now, are like, you know what, never mind, even if everything goes the way I want it to with these masks, these past 2 years have been nothing more than the perfect imperator for permanent homeschooling. As in, if these last 2 years have done nothing else, they've revealed irrefutably the fundamental weaknesses of public schooling. And I'm not talking about the fundamental weaknesses of New Milford public schools, but of top-down style education in general, and top-down style education which doesn't have to respond to market influences, where you get explosive growth in spending and no change, or in the case of New Milford, a slight decline in educational outcomes over time, where you have absolutely no, you don't have to respond to market influences. So there's a lot of decision making that has to be made in order to improve the overall education and in order to improve educational outcomes in and outside of the classroom. And it's just not happening. As I've mentioned 100,000 times, the single best predictor for educational outcomes is parental involvement. And I don't know how you get more involved in your child's education as a parent than to be the one doing the educating in terms of homeschooling. So if we could get this coalition together in New Milford of people who are interested and maybe who want to exchange numbers, maybe we'll get some pizza or something and meet over at somebody's house, and we could meet here in my office if it really comes down to it, and just chat, just exchange numbers and see what it is that is keeping people from homeschooling. I'm not trying to get people to homeschool, but if you want to, and there's some obstacle to you doing that, let's find out what that is. And if you really want to do the homeschooling, if you'd really prefer to homeschool over sending your kids to public school, well, let's see if there's some way to remove that obstacle. And that obstacle may just be, Jim has Wednesdays off, Kathy has Thursdays off, Samantha has Mondays and Fridays off, or something along those lines. Or, Keith can do mornings, Monday through Thursday, and Sarah can do afternoons, Tuesday through Friday, and all you'd have to do is find somebody to do afternoons on Monday and mornings on Friday. And you know what? Maybe these parents aren't willing to take 12 kids, but maybe they'd be willing to take 5 or 6. And if you have that overlap, if you have that coalescence, if you have that coalition, maybe some of these concerns can be alleviated. And maybe what you wind up with is way fewer kids in public schools. And at that point, do I care? You're the parent. It's your choice. School choice is a damn good thing. And I'm not trying to get fewer people in public schools necessarily. I'm not trying to get more parents to homeschool necessarily. I would just like to see parents be served what it is they're looking to be served with. Consent. Mutual consent in all transactions. And I don't know that that's the case when you have a government-protected, effective monopoly on education when it comes to children of the current school age. So the way that you would do that, of course, is to hold the public schools' proverbial feet to the fire. We're not going to send our kids to your school if it's not going to be up to our expectations. And if you get enough kids out of those schools, and it's not up to our expectations, then at some point there's going to be something of a political mandate on, say, the members of the Board of Education, on, say, Alicia Corporal, in this case, the superintendent, on the legislative bodies, the town council and the Board of Finance, and eventually the voters will vote. And, maybe at some point this runaway explosion of spending from the Board of Education side of the budget will finally be reeled in. I won't say come to an end, but be at least reeled into to reality. I do wonder sometimes when it comes to the Board of Education, if I just went to the Board of Education and said, plop, we don't got $68 million. We got 55. What would the Board of Education say? How would they build their budget? How would Alicia work with the department heads and with the Board of Education to produce a budget that, say, where you have a predetermined number, and that predetermined number is, say, 55, not 68. And it's kind of, I realize that what I would be doing in that case is asking a question that's somewhat facetious, as in, I'm not asking the question to necessarily get their answer. It's more to get at a point. It's more of something of the Socratic method here, where, again, what if your budget was $55 million? What would you do to get $14 million out of there? To get year to year $12 million out of that budget? What would you do? Honestly, if you were a member of the Board of Education and you were just handed a bill and you were just handed a number, that $55 million number, what would you do to do that? Could you educate the kids without reducing programs? Because and it's a cynical take, but the obvious answer is you reduce staffing. And we've talked about this on this channel a million times. 25% decline in enrollment since peak. 44%, but the budget hasn't been decided on yet. 40% growth in budgets since peak. Shutting down of an entire school and still that continued growth. Even if you break that down on a per student basis, you're exceeding CPI by thousands of dollars per student. And we're not offering any additional programming. And in fact, if anything, we've reduced programming, especially at the high school level. So in many respects, we've reduced programming, especially at the high school level. So if the student body wasn't 3,800 and it was instead 2,500, now 1,300 people, 1,300 kids aren't going to go into homeschooling. But if that was the case, what would you do? If you had the same student body that you have today, what would you do when, again, you're handed a budget of $55 million? You're handed the overall number, and you've got to figure out a way to get to that point. The obvious answer is you reduce the number of teachers, and you increase the average class size to what it was when I was in elementary, middle, and high school. Now, it wasn't an intermediate school when I was there, but the data shows here in this town, test scores have, if anything, gone down since then. that all of the metrics you would use, and yes, you would use standardized metrics because it becomes a standard. It becomes a situation where you're adhering to the scientific method because you're performing proper independent variable control. That's what standardization means, to control for variables so that everyone is taking the same test so that you can know that there hasn't been some outside influence to bias the results and thus negate them, right? So if anything, the data seems to indicate that here in New Milford, those outcome metrics have actually declined since I was in New Milford public school system, and yet so has the class size. So if anything, that class size dichotomy is the opposite of what's being claimed. As class size goes down in New Milford, so does educational outcomes, very slightly, very, very slightly. But even if it's not, you're talking about average class sizes going from, say, like 26, 27 to now it's something like 22. That's a pretty precipitous decline in class size. And yet at best, we're talking about stagnation in educational outcomes. So, and at that too, it's not like the outcomes are bad here in New Milford by any measure. Our outcomes here in New Milford, generally speaking, we outperform Connecticut, which is a state that in terms of overall performance does extremely well in terms of their performance of public schooling. Extremely well. Historically so too. It's one of these situations where Connecticut public schools in general have been very, 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 very highly ranked, if you will, have very high outcome performance matrix, and have had that be the case for like 40 or 50 years now. Excuse me. So what you would do if you were just handed a $55 million budget is you just say, we're going to get rid of a ton of teachers. We have no choice. There's no other way to do it. A ton of teachers and at least a handful of administrators, at least. And what you wind up doing too, by the way, by exposing, if you actually get rid of the dead weight, if you don't just blindly fire based on who's been there the longest, which is the most stupid way of doing terminations, especially in this case, it's not for cause termination, it's just layoffs. You bring in consultants and you say, these are the teachers that need to go. And by the way, you probably don't even need to go to consultants. The teachers know who the duds are. The parents know who the duds are. The students know who the duds are. Everybody knows who they are. I don't, because I'm not directly involved in who specifically is the quote-unquote dud. You know who the weakest link in the chain is, right? Peer review is an excellent metric for who is performing as a teacher better than others, right? If you remove, say, there's 4 teachers in a grade, 4 biology teachers in a grade, and you get rid of the worst one, let's say, what you wind up actually doing by doing that is exposing more students to the better teachers. And as a result, you would obviously expect better educational outcomes, knowing that class size by itself isn't correlated with educational outcomes. It isn't. There is no correlation. If there's a correlation, it's ever so slightly positive, not negative. Positive being as one goes up, so does the other. As one goes down, so does the other. Negative would be the inverse of that. As one goes up, the other one goes down. As one goes down, the other one goes up. So yeah, let me know in the comment section what you think about all that. Like is this something that I ought to be doing here? Getting folks together and forming some sort of homeschooling group, homeschooling interest group, even if it's just a literal group on Facebook. Well, which would be a literal virtual group on Facebook, which is kind of an odd thing to conceptualize. Let's see. It looks like people are talking. No, we still got the classical music playing. And yeah, my throat is on fire at this point, so it'd be really cool for them to get back into session. Yep.
Okay. Could be the last opportunity for it, so if you missed your window. All right. Will the clerk please call emergency certified House Bill number 5047?
These are the big ones, folks.
Emergency certification number 5047, an act concerning the extension of certain executive orders in Department of Public Health Authority and COVID-19 relief days. Introduced by Representative Ritter, Senator Looney, Senator Duff, Representative Rojas.
Representative D'Agostino, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of the emergency certified bill.
The question before the chamber is on passage of emergency certified House Bill number 5047. Will you remark? Representative D'Agostino, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will. This bill establishes a pathway and a timeline for our state to transition from responding to COVID to living with COVID. Now, how does it do that? I'm not going to go over every section, but it does that by passing a select handful of executive orders that will allow us to live normally and respond, if necessary, to the unpredictable nature of COVID. For example, we keep in place the expanded group of medical professionals who can administer vaccines, which we know is still the best way to prevent infection. We'll continue to relax, for example, the regulatory requirements for nurses, doctors, other medical professionals, so that they spend as much time as possible with patients than with paperwork. And we return to local elected officials on our Board of Education, in the great tradition of local control in this state, the decision as to whether or not to require masks in schools. Now, just a quick word on that. Yes, the emergency certified bill in front of you does extend the governor's authority through June 30th to, if necessary, acting through, of course, the Department of Public Health and the Secretary of the Commissioner of the Department of Education, to reimpose a statewide mask mandate if necessary and conditions warrant. That is in there. I realize plenty of people in this chamber feel strongly about that on both sides. There are people who think that that requirement should be gone, should have been gone months ago. There are plenty of people as well who feel that that statewide mask mandate for schools should be in place through the end of the school year. I've heard even some say through the end of this entire calendar year. So what this bill does is a compromise in the great tradition of this chamber. It recognizes in a reasonable and logical way that whenever possible, decisions should be left to local elected officials, but in times of emergency, when speed and statewide action are necessary, that can happen. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, and for the many others I'm sure we're going to discuss today, I move passage. I urge passage.
Thank you, sir. Chair mark further. I see Representative Pettit representing New Britain and Plainville, the 22nd. He's the ranking member of the Public Health Committee. May have some new towns in the future, but for now, those are your two. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, a few questions for the proponent of the bill.
I'm getting a little lax in the job today. You may proceed, sir. Representative D'Agostino, ready yourself, please.
So I wonder if the proponent can explain again, more for the general public. He talked about the dates, the executive orders, and the 15th. The governor has spoken about a date of February 28th. And now we're talking about dates at the end of June 30th. Could the good proponent re-explain those dates in terms of what they mean to the public in terms of the impact upon their main concern is masks? Obviously, there are other provisions in this bill. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me focus on masks. As the representative mentions, there are other provisions of this bill with other end dates, and we'll talk about those through the course of the afternoon, I expect, into the evening. Here's how the mask section works in this bill. So right now, there is a statewide mask mandate. If we do nothing today, it will expire on the 15th, and that will be over and done with. And under our existing statutes, local boards of education will have that power to impose a mask mandate within their schools.
How it should be.
If we extend the ability of the Department of Public Health and working in conjunction with the Department of Education, we extend that power. What we're proposing to do is extend that ability to issue such an order through June 30th. But what the governor has said, backed up by his administrative heads, is that if given that authority, the expectation is, I think the commitment, I think I can say, is that on February 28th, that statewide mask mandate will end. That they will, in conjunction, looking at what's happening with the data and the other states, that it will be lifted on that date, right?
Promise is only worth.
And this is important because there was some discussion about whether or not that rescission goes into effect immediately, or is there 7 days or anything like that. That's not there. All that's in here is if that happens on the 28th, if he announces it, it goes into effect on the 28th. If he announces it on the 20th, it has to go into effect on the 28th. We put a hard deadline in here on that for when that rescission takes effect, or hard date. And the reason, of course, is certainty for our boards of ed. Because again, the power has always vested with them to impose mask mandates in their schools. And so if any Board of Ed members are listening, I would urge them that if they, after February 28th, want that mask mandate to continue in their school buildings, they should be scheduling meetings now, having those discussions, looking at data, and deciding what they want to do. Because on February 28th, the statewide mandate will end, according to the governor, and they will have the decision. And so one would hope that they would want that to go into effect immediately and not have a gap.
Probably won't believe it.
And of course, we've chosen that date as well because it aligns well with a number of school vacations that are scheduled. So again, we extend his power to June 30th and his commissioner's authority acting through him to issue a statewide mandate in schools. But he has said that mandate will end on February 28th. It will then be up to, by what we're doing here and by existing law under Title X, local boards of education, and only local boards of education, mind you. This is not a decision that can be made by town chief executives. Under our statutes and case law, that decision on whether or not to put masks in schools on a local level must be made by the Board of Education.
Lisa, I agree with you, man. I don't
That's
believe
what
what they say
happens.
either.
Now, because we are extending, as I mentioned, this authority to June 30th, the end, to cover the end of the school year for all districts, basically, to answer the inevitable question that will come. Could the governor and the Department of Public Health, the Commissioner of Education, reimpose a statewide mask mandate in March, in April, in May, by virtue of what we're doing here, proposing to do here? The answer is yes. And again, what I try to get at in my opening remarks, and I want to reiterate here, is I know people feel passionately about this issue. There are plenty of people, mostly on this side of the aisle, who feel that, yes, the decision right now, given the data that we're seeing and what we're hearing,
Then
should
let
be
the
left
schools
to
do that.
local boards of education. What's happening in your town? But if we've learned anything from this pandemic, it's that the nature of the virus is naturally unpredictable. And there are plenty of people in this chamber concerned that you could have a spike, a different variant, something else could take effect while school is in session.
This is such
that
bullshit.
warrants the reimposition of the mandate. There are people, like I said, who feel
And
like
you could get
it
struck
shouldn't
by
even be
lightning
lifted
on a
at all.
sunny day.
We should have a
This is
statewide school
pure
mask mandate in
speculation.
place through the end of the school year, period, full stop. And there's plenty of people I know who we'll hear from who feel very strongly and very differently. But that's what this scheme does. It extends the power to issue it through the end of the school year. But what we've heard from the governor is it will be lifted on February 28th. When that happens, local boards of education will have a decision if they want to continue it for some period of time or through the end of the school year in their local districts. And if something changes down the road, yes, the power still vests, pursuant to what we're doing today, to reimpose it if necessary, but by all indications we've heard, and God willing, the way the data is going, that won't be
Trust
necessary.
us this time, folks.
Thank you, sir. Representative Pettit.
Yeah, Lisa, you're
Thank you for
you're,
that,
you're
through you,
absolutely
Mr.
right.
Speaker. I wonder if there's any discussion on the different segments. First, I would focus on the very young children. The World Health Organization has not recommended masking for children under the age of 5, there's been very few cases in that group. There's been no major significant illness, hospitalization, or death. And I'm wondering what the rationale was for allowing the possibility of reinserting a mask mandate even for the children that are very young, say the kids that are in daycare, the sort of the 0 to 5-year-old group. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I think everything we're hearing and we've heard is that that will be lifted on the 28th. The rationale for keeping in place the ability to reimpose it if necessary is obviously something that's hard for me to predict. We just don't know what might be coming around the corner. Hopefully nothing will, and there won't be anything necessary. So
a dump truck could be coming around the corner. A piano could fall from the
There's people in
sky.
this chamber who feel comfortable with the decisions that have been made and want to preserve the ability to make that decision in the future through the end of the school year, should it be necessary. But I am not here
I swear to
saying
God.
that that's going to happen. No one in the administration is saying that's going to happen.
I swear to God,
We
you know
all,
what? You know what? If these
fervently
emergency
pray
powers get
and
continued and we wind up with a Republican governor in office, then what that governor should do is just abuse the absolute
but there
death
is
out of
there is
those
no
powers.
trigger I can
Just
point to
abuse them.
for that, at least right now. That's indeed the point, is to just have the ability, if necessary. Through you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, since you used the term trigger, we had an informational hearing a couple days ago with the Commissioner of Public Health, and there was no clear-cut data points that were going to cause action. Do you know if there's been discussion as to what potentially could trigger reinduction of a mask mandate, that is severe illness, hospitalizations, death, or caseload? Has there been any discussion about
you give him the
what
rope to hang
DPH,
himself with.
OEC, or SDE would use as a trigger to reinstitute a mask mandate? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Don't give him the examples.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the same presentation that the doctor did, and my takeaway from that was that the metric that they're most focused on right now is hospitalizations and the strain
Bridget,
that
correct.
reflects
And if
on our
something
healthcare
comes
system.
around the corner, local districts are
But that's
perfectly
just
capable of
obviously the
making their own
public feedback
decisions.
that I've heard
Damn right.
From the Department of Public Health. And again, just to reflect the earlier point that I made, a month from now, 2 months from now, again, the unpredictable nature of this is what we are preserving the ability to respond to, not necessarily if this metric is triggered or that metric is triggered.
This is a zero
Again, the
COVID
one
standard.
I've heard, at least right now,
This
that
is
they're
a
most
zero
focused
COVID
on
standard.
is
The nature-
hospitalizations. But again, the whole point here is
The nature of risk is that it can never be zero. That's built into the definition of the word. That's what he's coming up with. There could be a 1 in 80 cajillion, zillion, bazillion, gillion chance of something happening. Therefore, we need to keep this open. Again, if we get a Republican governor and these executive orders continue, the Republican governor should just turn this around right in their face.
no plans to do so, that all the data and that they say that they're looking at now warrants a lifting of this on February 28th and not a reimposition of it through you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Pettit.
Lisa, this is so disappointing, never putting the kids first.
I heard a discussion.
Using them as pawns to maintain power. The thing is, if you're a parent and you want to use your kid as a pawn to maintain your power over your parent, you're a parent, so you should be doing that. So anyone who's going to say that the other side's doing the same thing with their kids, to maintain liberty for themselves.
Masks in hot zones, per se, though it didn't offer a specific definition of what that might mean. But I heard that there was federal regulations that required masking of bus drivers, and if bus drivers needed to be masked, then the children on the buses need to be masked. Were you aware of any of that potential federal-state interaction in terms of masking? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I am not personally familiar with the details of that, except to say, to reiterate what the doctor representative just said, which is that these are CDC, if there are CDC guidelines, federal guidelines, then that is obviously something out of our hands. Through you.
Representative Pettit.
And perhaps this is, through you, Mr. Speaker, this is an arcane point. When the mandate goes away on the 28th and the potential authority then rests with the heads of DPH, OEC, and SDE, is then the final responsibility and the authority through those heads, or is it actually rest with the governor? Does the governor have to
And this
okay
is the
decisions
problem,
that
folks.
those people
This
make?
right here that he's
or
pointing
can, say,
out.
DPH make a decision independent of the other two? Or does it always finally rest in the hands of the governor? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, this is a continuation of the existing paradigm, which puts that power in the hands of the Department of Public Health and its commissioner in conjunction with SDE and early childhood. So it is their decision. Through you.
Representative Pettit.
Thank you.
Lisa,
Thank
are you
for
kidding
that.
me? You don't even know this? Oh, no, William Pettit knows it. He's trying to get him on the record.
I would like to move on to
He's trying to get D'Agostino on
the
the
issue
record.
of booster vaccinations for healthcare providers, and wondered if a good proponent would comment on that, and that the skilled nursing facilities and residential care facilities are very concerned that a number of their workers have not been boosted yet, and thus under current orders would have to be terminated. And I would ask for him to comment on what the solution is, and if the state has a plan to help care for those residents if the nursing homes and residential care facilities are short of staffers. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, let me just sort of lay the groundwork on what that part of the emergency certified bill addresses and the EO that's being extended there, and I thank the representative for the question. So what we are doing is, as we know, we have an existing executive order that requires these workers in these long-term care facilities to be vaccinated or provide a medical exemption. There is no testing out option here. So they have to be either vaccinated or have an exemption. Many of them have been complying with that. The deadline right now to comply with that is February 11th. What the e-cert bill does, if passed, will then push that deadline to March 7th, and importantly say that if anybody, because we're going to have a gap here, look, we're debating this today, it's got to go to the Senate, it's got to be signed by the governor, so there's going to be a gap in terms of effectiveness. Nobody can be punished between February 11th and March 7th if they fail to meet the requirements between then. Everybody's going to have a clear-cut date of March 7th to meet that requirement, the medical exemption, religious exemption, or to be vaccinated. That EO will expire by the terms of this e-cert on April 15th. Okay? So it doesn't continue to June, it doesn't continue past that. So come April 15th, that requirement is completely gone. So we are talking about this remaining, say, 2-month, 3-month period of time where people have to be vaccinated by March 7th. If they are not, true, they would be in violation of the law, and the assumption is because of the fines that can be imposed upon the employers, that those people will be let go. This is something that they have all been planning for. They have all known about. It is not a new requirement. It is an extension of an existing one, and actually, in response to their concerns, gives more time to get this done for their employees who have not yet complied. I know many of them are struggling with hiring right now for reasons completely outside of the pandemic, people just leaving the field, and that's something that, frankly, this body needs to address in terms of what these folks are paid for the incredible difficult work that they do. People are just leaving the profession, and it has nothing to do with vaccination status.
And everything to do
based
with,
on my conversations with a number of the providers.
Let's go, Brandon.
But that aside, they are prepared for this, and they are going to use that time to continue to work with their employees who have not complied yet. And if they don't, yes, there will be a period of time before the order expires where those employees will have to be let go. I mean, theoretically, they could be rehired on April 16th.
You know, the sad part is
the requirement will end on April 15th. Through you.
I wonder if this is just a foregone conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Like if this is all just for show at this point.
To the proponent of the bill, would there be a plan? So if this goes to the Senate early next week and they pass it, goes to the governor immediately. We're basically talking about a 3-week window for these people to be boosted. If just for example, for discussion's sake, if it's several hundred people around the state that don't meet that requirement and can no longer be employed, is there a plan via the executive branch or DPH to help the skilled nursing facilities in terms of staffing to ensure that the people's loved ones are safely cared for in those facilities if there's a significant number of people let go. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have not, it's entirely possible. I'm sure, I know conversations have been taking place between the executive and these providers for months
Voice
now.
sounds like James
and indeed,
West.
the extension here that we're doing is a result of
James
those
Woods.
conversations. So I have no doubt that there's been planning done on the employer side, on the administration side. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen pen to paper. I don't know exactly what's been laid down. But what gives me some comfort here is the fact that this has been in place for some time, that they've been complying with it, that yes, there's been shortages and struggles, again, for a lot of reasons unrelated to the pandemic, or frankly, maybe precipitated by the pandemic, but unrelated to vaccination status in terms of people just leaving the field. I think, just to pontificate a little bit, if we really wanted to address that and address a plan on our end, we really should take on the challenge of paying these people more and getting more people into the profession. But I'm confident, given the time that they've had, that these employers have been working with the administration, working with their employees, working to get this done, and that the additional extension that we're going to give them is going to mitigate, if not eliminate, the concerns that the representative is voicing. Through you.
Representative Pettit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to the section on 12D 2 and 4 by requiring landlords to give 30-day notice to quit and a 15-day stay or till a decision is made by Unite CT. Certainly our small landlords have felt under the gun for the past 2 years. Unite CT has been a nice addition, but clearly when I speak to constituent landlords, it has been a extremely slow-moving behemoth. To
Every landlord
put it
I know
kindly.
is in this predicament.
Could the
Everyone.
proponent explain why we would continue this, or if there, or what the rationale is behind continuing this issue concerning evictions and the relationship with landlords? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. And it's good to see you up there, Mr. Speaker. The dean of the House. Through you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to do something that I rarely do in debate, and that is punt the question. And the reason for that is, I would say to the
like you did to
that
Roses?
those concerns he's voiced have been voiced on the other side here.
Like you
and
did
we are
with the
currently working
10
on an
minutes
amendment
ago?
to that language that we think will address some of those concerns and try to really balance. And we're trying to balance some interests here, right? The tenants who have been struggling, the landlords, we understand they're struggling as well, and the flow of federal funds. So we're working on an amendment for that, and I beg his indulgence to come back to that question later when the amendment is presented that hopefully addresses some of those questions and concerns.
Ad hoc legislation is the worst legislation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. An amendment
I
would,
can't believe
would
he's
be,
admitting
would be
to ad hoc
appreciated.
legislation.
Thank you, sir. I would next move to section 14A-4 and wonder what the rationale would be for continuing waiving competitive bidding requirements for the procurement of essential goods and services. It seems as if obviously the whole world was struggling in 2020 to obtain especially personal protective equipment and testing, and we appear to have a significant storehouse of personal protective equipment. I'm not sure exactly where we stand on testing equipment, but why at this point we would continue to waive competitive bidding requirements. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So again, I just for the record and to be clear on a number of these as we go through them, this one also has an expiration date of April 15th. This does not
doesn't matter.
extend
That
to
didn't
June.
answer
The only
the
one that
question.
extended
You
to June
punted.
is the one we spoke about the school masks and that ability. This would expire April 15th.
So what?
And again, in a similar vein, in terms of how are we responding this, how are we transitioning out of this sort of quick reaction response to living with COVID on a more daily basis, the idea here is to still preserve that ability to procure needed equipment that we may need immediately without having to go through the entire procurement process. Obviously, you're still going to go through the procurement process with the checks and balances that exist when DAS gets a request and going through and making sure
there isn't a check. The other bids are the check.
They're getting the equipment, they're getting what they need. Those all still exist. But here, really what we're saying is, again, we think we're there, we hope we're turning the corner, but you don't know what you're going to need over the next few months, so let's just give a little bit more time to preserve what's currently in effect, which is this ability to procure needed materials without that competitive bidding process. I would note that at least in the last few months, I think this has only been used 2 times. It is, I think, the intention and the hope of the administration, and certainly speaking for myself in terms of the legislature, that this will not be needed. And it will expire on April 15th, having been unused again.
So
but
don't have
it's
it.
Precautionary rather than responsive to any particular identified need that I can point to right now through you.
Be 0.
Representative Pettit.
Thank you. Finally, on nursing homes, 14 Executive Order 14F, which currently requires nursing home visitors to be vaccinated or submit to a test. If a test is not available, they are to be admitted. A question for and this is due to expire March 15th, as I understand it. Just a question for many constituents who are listening to this. When they go to visit after that date, can nursing homes still each individual nursing home create a requirement for entry into that nursing home? Is that within their purview to create specific entry requirements? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, yes, private providers can impose their own rules after March 15th, but there will no longer be a state mandate to that effect. Through you.
Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further questions, but we'll just close with a comment. We have all been consumed with this since March of 2020. We're coming up on the 2-year anniversary. I think having had this debate 6 or 8 weeks ago when we were on the upswing with the current numbers, my position might have been a bit different. But at this point, I think when we're down to positivity rates in the 5, 6, 7% range, and our hospitalizations have plummeted from close to 2,000 down to about in the 500 range. I think at this point,
adults are adults.
Speaking
they
as a
have
dad,
vaccines,
a father
and
of an
kids are going to
8-year-old,
be fine.
a physician, albeit non-infectious
And either the vaccines work or they don't. They can't.
So I think we have the
simultaneously
tools
both
at
not work
hand
and not work.
to protect ourselves and make our decisions. We have vaccinations and boosting, although some people think actually it shouldn't be called a booster. It should be the primary series. That with those messenger RNA vaccines, 3 vaccinations are what we need. We have masking. Obviously, masking has been debated vigorously in the medical press and the lay press over the past
I can't
months,
actually
and it
tell you guys the
appears
truth
to
on masks, unfortunately.
be helpful
If you're on Facebook
in a
and
very
YouTube.
small amount of cases, and many times not. And I think that's because, number one, they're difficult studies to do. 2, you really have to have the appropriate masks, the N95s or KN95s or the KF models from Korea and other places. And they have to be fitted and worn properly. I have an 8-year-old that I put KNs on most of the time, and the problem is they're adult sized and they're too big, and there's always leakage around the sides. But I figure they're better than the surgical masks that always seem to be slipping down below his nose, leaving his face half exposed when
Based
he's still
entirely on
required to wear one.
speculation, because that's where the research is right now.
But I think
freaking speculation.
we're past the time where this needs to be mandated. I think we're going from the pandemic phase to an endemic phase with our numbers, and I would agree with the proponent that we don't know what's coming. There could be a new variant, there could be a virulent, but we'll have to deal with that when it comes, if it
Exactly.
comes. Whether it's
If
COVID
it comes,
or
yes,
another
exactly.
virus. But I think given the vaccines that we have available, I think if someone's at risk and is concerned, they can take the appropriate measures that they wish. Removing
You protect
the
the
mandate
vulnerable.
doesn't prevent someone from being vaccinated, from wearing an appropriate mask that's fitted, from doing spacing or segregation. I was at an event a couple nights ago where there were 75 people in a very small space, and I waited until about 2/3 of those people left so I could go and there's maybe 25 people in that space because I was uncomfortable being with a huge number of people in a very tiny space. So we can all make our own decisions about personal safety, and I think parents should be allowed to make those decisions, especially given the fact that rates of COVID have been relatively low in the youth that are healthy. There's been a very small rate, very low rate of hospitalization and a minuscule rate of death. Obviously, any hospitalization at all is very serious.
Oh my God! So folks
any
know
death is an incredible tragedy. Most of those have been in children and adults with the known risk factors.
Just so folks know, real quick, in the 0 to 9 cohort, since March of 2020, there has been one death in Connecticut.
People that know they have those risk factors, I think, need
Under 0 to 19, which includes 19-year-olds who are not in school, and by the way, who are adults and can consent to whatever they want to do in terms of vaccines.
We should allow people the choice to
5 from 10 to 19. And in all likelihood, the one that died in 0 to 9 was an infant. And in all likelihood, at least a few of those 10 to 19s are 19-year-olds.
Taking advantage of being vaccinated, and clearly, and I know there'll be argument, and we're not here at a infectious disease grand rounds, but there's been a tremendous decrease in the vaccinated population in terms of severe illness, long COVID.
Yes, died with
hospitalizations,
COVID.
and
Excuse
death.
me. If I said
And that's
of
been
COVID,
not just
excuse
U.S.
me, with
data,
COVID.
that's South African data, that's UK data, that's
Correct.
data from all around the world. So I don't think there's any conspiracy to falsify that data. I think we've seen the same story all across the planet in terms of vaccination. So at this point, I'm hard pressed to want to continue with government-induced mandates for things that I think we can have the power to control our own risks, much like we do with other elements that are out there, much like we do in terms of automobile safety or other risks that we take, flying, things that we take on a daily basis. We measure the pros and cons and make our decisions. So I will stand in opposition to continuation of the executive orders. I understand the attempt to try to transition out. I just think we can do it a little bit sooner than we are. And with that, I will yield to my colleagues, who I suspect have many more comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Representative Devlin.
Let's keep it short, folks. That was like 15, 20 minutes for one guy.
Thank
Lisa
you,
Lee, we have
Mr.
more kids
Speaker.
dying from suicide and drugs than
the
COVID.
clerk
I don't know if that's
has
actually the
an
case, but we
amendment,
have more kids dying of pneumonia
and it
by
is
almost 2 to 1.
LCO
That one we can be sure of.
58. If you would kindly ask the clerk to call it, and I'd be allowed to summarize.
And then 1 to 5 cohort, more flu deaths than COVID deaths. More died of the flu than with COVID at 0 and 1 to 5. And for the record, yeah, newborns, like day 1
Clerk
and 2
is
day
indeed in
old.
possession of LCO number 858, which will be designated House Amendment Schedule A. Mr. Clerk, would you kindly call it?
House Amendment Schedule A, offered by Representative Candelora, Representative Devlin et al.
You're requesting leave of the chamber to summarize, Representative Devlin.
Yes, I may summarize.
Without objection, please do
you.
so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what this amendment does is basically in line 39 of HB 50447, after 2022, insert the language, except the parent or guardian of a student shall be permitted to opt his or her child out of any such requirement concerning masks or cloth face coverings in schools, or any rule, order, directive, or other guidance issued by the Commissioners of Education, Early Childhood, or Public Health relating to such requirement concerning masks or cloth face coverings in schools. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment, and when the vote is taken, if it would please be taken by roll.
Question is on the adoption of House Amendments.
so base!
House Amendment Schedule A, and I'll be calling
No,
for
no,
a
no.
roll
She
call
said,
vote
so
on all
Lisa,
of them,
so this would
Representative, so
take effect the moment that
I
the
will order a
bill
roll
takes
call vote.
effect, which would be next
So I may
week.
continue?
Please.
Thank you very much. So, each of us in this chamber and other officials beyond this chamber, we have received an enormous number of emails from moms, from dads, from teachers, from administrators, from children to remove the mask mandate and to establish parent choice. We've received letters. We've received photos.
Fucking
We've
genius.
received drawings. It's
They-
really
she
been
knows-
incredible. And this amendment would give them that choice.
She knows there's no way to avoid having this extension pass. So you amend it so that it kills the mask mandate. And if this actually goes through with this amendment, there's no possible way to get a mandate through. There's no possible way. It's an automatic opt-out in perpetuity. Oh, this is incredible. This is genius. This is like 4D chess, 10,000 IQ move. Unbelievable.
The proponents say, we don't know what's coming, so we need to, have this in place. But it's not 2020 anymore. And
Takes off the glasses. I love it.
I think our behavior and the way we treat things has also changed. We mask in certain situations that maybe we wouldn't have before, right? Before the pandemic. So adults aren't forced to mask, yet we can make a choice when we feel like maybe we should.
If she gets this through, she's a hero. Yes, adorned with a cape.
And should there be an emergency, there is no reason that the Commissioner of Public Health couldn't issue guidance to the public on what steps to take.
Yes! Guidance
Because
for
there
the
is
parents to
nothing
make a
as fierce
decision. Shit, yes!
as a
Oh,
mom
this
or
is
dad
genius!
trying to protect their child. I find it hard to believe that they would put them in risk. And when this debate started to happen about should we remove masks,
and if they vote against this amendment, we'll
there's
know
no
where they're
peer-reviewed science.
It'll reveal their hand if they vote against this. It'll
using
reveal that
masks.
what they're there to do is
And
to have
in
the
addition,
masks
even
in
the
place.
CDC said that guidance was given to use
This
cloth
is like-
masks, which most students do use, right? But they're not effective. But that would prevent a run on healthcare professionals. It's like theater.
Oh, I hope.
Quite frankly,
There's no debate.
this doesn't do very much, but it makes everybody feel a
She's
lot
presenting
better.
as consent. So this goes right
There's
to vote.
also
Holy crap, this is genius.
growing huge amounts of data that is
All right, I gotta pee real
indicating
bad. I have to.
the
Just only a
results
second,
of
folks. I swear.
masks are creating more harm than what we're doing by forcing kids to mask and having 3 unelected officials accountable for making that decision. I don't believe is appropriate. Our purpose in this body is to represent the voices of the people that we represent. And we've heard loud and clear. I've probably received 2,000 to 2,000, right? 2,000, give me my parental rights and make my choice as a parent count, versus 2 that feels the other way. And that's okay, because we're saying if you want to mask, go ahead and mask. But parents can make that choice. So I ask that we fulfill our responsibility and return that parental right and parental choice back to the people who know best. Thank you. I encourage all of my colleagues to also support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Agostino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, there is going to be no disagreement. No one in this chamber doubts the love a parent has for their child and the fact that a parent will do anything to protect their child. No one disputes that. I appreciate the sentiment behind this, the rationale behind it. but it does undermine the competing rationale that I've tried to articulate previously, that many here, not just simply because of their own beliefs, but because they are reflecting the will of their constituents, just like the proponent of the amendment is, who believe that there still needs to be mechanisms in place to impose, if necessary, a statewide requirement should a variant emerge that targets children, for example, and that can be done quickly, immediately, without going through the cumbersome process of this body that frankly is ill-equipped to react in real time to something like that, as we have learned. So, again, I appreciate what's behind this amendment, but many of us feel strongly that preserving that ability to react quickly to protect children for that very same reason that we share,
which parents can do,
and the many parents who are constituents of ours, many of whom, like I said, want that requirement in place through the end of the school year that we've heard from. This amendment would undermine that. It would effectively create a situation where there could be
it would be
no
impossible for any mandates to come through.
Requirement, not only from the state, but even from a local board of education. We've heard a lot about this decision needs to be left to the local board of education. Well, that's out the window with this amendment as well. And so I appreciate the sentiment behind it.
And you're taking away, you're taking that decision-making process away if you don't have the amendment and you pass the bill.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, this
Representative
is
Carpino,
genius.
you were on the
He
board.
just revealed his
Is that
hand.
for something else or for this amendment? Okay. Representative Lanou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. I rise this evening in very strong support of the amendment before us, LCO 858, restoring parental rights in our state, putting parents in the driver's seat on decisions facing their children. And this is crucially and vitally important issue that is literally changing the lives, having impact on our lives of our young people, of our teenagers, our adolescents, our young kids, as young as 5 years old, 6 years old. I talked to a third grade teacher recently who had spoken even to other colleagues, talking about how kids in their class are reading at a first grade level, many other kids. Why is that? Who's in the third grade now that was in the first grade a couple of years ago? What's happened in those couple of years? Our kids have been masked. Just today at a press conference here in this Capitol that my caucus hosted with Leader Candelora, members of the esteemed press, when they were asking questions of him, had to lower their mask to ask their question so he could hear it and understand it and they could be able to articulate their question. Many people in this very chamber have to leave the chamber because they're having a hard time keeping their mask on the whole time we're in session. But yet somehow we have the expectation that our children as young as 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, our adolescents, our kids and our high schoolers, are expected to wear this mask for 6, 8 hours a day. There's a double standard here. What we're showing to our kids, it's wrong, Mr. Speaker. It is terribly wrong. We have our young people, our kids, having, again, that second and third grade, having a hard time recognizing facial expressions. A smile, a frown. They're having a hard time recognizing that difference because they've been masked. They've seen others masked. That delay, will they ever get that delay back? Is that something they're going to have for the rest of their lives? That's a question we don't yet know. And will they pass it on to their children? There's been terrible repercussions. The American Psychological Society in the last 2 years, since 2019, said there's been a 24% increase in emergency room mental health calls for our children between the ages of 5 and 11. It's up 31% for adolescents between 12 and 17. Kids were standing out in front of our Capitol just yesterday. One of them was my constituent, talking about how this has affected them and their classmates, how many of them have contemplated self-harm and suffered depression, major setbacks. Years they can't get back. They say your years in high school when you're a teenager is supposed to be some of the best years of your life. Do you know it's been, next year our rising seniors will be the only ones that have experienced high school without wearing a mask for part of their high school years? Again, we talked about them causing headaches and anxiety with their young people. Mr. Speaker, this bill that's before us on extending these executive orders, HB 5047, specifically on the masking issue, masking our children. You know, the governor said that February 28th, the mask mandate is supposed to go away on our children. But yet we have 3 different departments, Office of Early Childhood, the State Department of Education, and Public Health is going to give guidance up to June 30th now, where conceivably they could, after February 28th, they could keep extending the mandate beyond beyond February 28th. They could go right to June 30th with that. Then who knows? We could come back and do it again. And in the meantime, our kids are continuing to suffer. Then there's the possibility that it could be kicked back to the local municipalities to decide a mask mandate in the schools in the respective municipalities. The language is silent on who? Who within the municipal government? The superintendent, the Board of Education, first selectman mayor, the dog catcher? I can't find it. To me, Mr. Speaker, I feel very strongly if there's language, legislation, renewals, whatever it is, if it's too complicated to understand, it should be too complicated to exist. Plain and simple. You know, people are saying to me, well, you know what, there's a good chance a local Board of Education could decide this. You're supposed to be a home rule legislator. You legislate based on home rule, on what's, turn it back to the municipalities, home rule. I am a home rule guy. You know what the best home rule is? Is kids, when they're at home with their parents, deciding what's best for them, what's best for their children, around the dinner table, in the living rooms, deciding what is best. Should their children have a mask on or shouldn't they? Let them make the decision. Let's bring the parents in. This kicking back and forth, maybe it'll be one of the departments. Maybe we're going to extend. Maybe we won't. Maybe it's going to be February 28th. Yeah, you're hearing June 30th. Maybe the Board of Ed's going to get in. Maybe we'll kick it back and forth. Let's stop kicking our kids back and forth. Get the parents involved. Let the parents make a decision with their children. And let's get these kids back to normal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support this amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Damn
Representative
right.
Ferraro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. And you've heard from a medical authority on his reasons for not supporting a mask mandate. And you heard a passionate presentation from the last speaker regarding his reasons for wanting to support this
This is genuinely
amendment.
genius.
My feeling is on this amendment, when it comes to masking our children and doing what our constituents want, as we all want to represent those folks in our district. Everywhere I go, every group of parents that I speak to, every communication I get is on the side of unmasking our children and getting rid of the mandates. It's not even close. So as a representative who's been elected to represent the people in my district, I feel the prudent thing to do is to take under advisement what parents and what members of my district want.
This is
And by
the
and large,
best bargaining move I've ever seen.
Continuing to mask the children,
like we'll give
are
you
highly,
everything.
is an
just
item of
give
high
us
concern in
give
parents.
us the mask.
Because
we'll give you
parents
everything.
have noticed
just get
not
rid of the
just
mask
the
mandate indefinitely,
social decline
permanently.
and the inability of their children to interact with other children, but they've also, as indicated in other testimony, noticed that many of the children are facing
and that completely reveals their hand. Like
as
we'll
a
give you
result of masking
everything,
up for the last 2
everything,
years.
but you got to get rid of the mask mandate.
The
As in
medical
and if they say no to that, then they reveal the hand
that
their
age
hand, which is all we're really here for is the mask mandate. That's all we're really here for.
not subject to
Which means anyone who votes against this is going to be completely
real
unelectable.
deleterious effects
Unelectable in November.
COVID pandemic. Some of the children that have
Genius
come down
move.
with it have not fared well, and of course, one child who would have a bad effect would be of grave concern. But as we negotiate all the diseases and all the sicknesses that children face in school, this pandemic is not much different in their age bracket or their age demographic. So when I look at the totality
Lisa, let's
of
talk sometime.
how this mask mandate is affecting our children in the school, I have to concur with the doctor who previously testified and spoke on the idea that should a variant emerge, should a condition emerge where the hospitalizations, the death rate, or the infection rate begins to spike, we have within our ability to, as legislators, the ability to address those issues in real time. So as far as an emergency is concerned, with regards to requiring the type of mandate that we're currently continuing to require among our children, it could be argued that that emergency ended a long time ago, and that in the state that we're in now, we're no longer in an emergency situation. And we should begin to act accordingly. We should give our children back their lives. We should allow them to interact with each other in some level of normalcy. And it's very difficult as an adult to support a mandate such as this when I myself go to sporting events with 20,000, 40,000 people in attendance, and most of these folks are not wearing masks. I see on television all the time mass numbers of people at events where they're not wearing masks. So it's very hard to support something that would require our children on a daily basis all the way through June, which would now bring them through almost 3 years of academic life to continue wearing the mask. And so for those reasons, I stand in strong support of this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do as well.
This is
Thank you very
so.
much.
I'm
Thank
just
you, sir.
eating this up.
Representative
I'm just
Business.
lapping this up. I did not see this coming at all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the amendment before us that would allow parental choice as to whether or not to have their child wear a mask to school. And I would do so for a variety of different reasons. And although it's been discussed, I'm kind of going to describe it in a little bit more detail. And I'm going to use the names of Jose and Katie. And I want everyone to picture the life of a child, because many of us do have children in the school system. Many of us may have had children in the school system and maybe can't really appreciate what it's like for a child to go to school and wear a mask nowadays. So assuming that the child wakes up, is fortunate enough to have breakfast at home before getting on the bus, they enjoy breakfast, they get prepared for a bus, and as that guardian or parent gets them prepared to get on the bus, they're reminded, do you have your lunchbox? Do you have your bag? Do you have your books? Do you have your mask? Now, before getting on the bus, Joey and Katie must put on their masks. So they enter onto the bus, depending on obviously how far the school system or what time school starts. That could be anywhere between 6:30 in the morning, 7 o'clock, that they're getting on the school bus with a mask. They arrive at school, they're wearing a mask. They walk into the school, they must wear a mask. They proceed into their classrooms, they're wearing a mask. Maybe if they're fortunate enough at lunchtime, they're able to then remove their masks. So they enjoy, at most, quickly, 30 minutes of wearing a mask. However, most children, during their lunch breaks, take the opportunity to use the facilities. So once they leave their lunch table, they put back on their mask and make their way to the facility. So even that 30 minutes may not be fully 30 minutes unmasked. Now keep in mind, these are kids as young as 3 and 4. So the whole time on the bus, more likely than not, there's a bus monitor or even the bus driver that's saying, kids, put on your masks. Jose, I see you don't have a mask. This is the 3rd time I'm telling you and I'm warning you, put that mask on. All through school, kids, put your masks above your nose. Kids, stop touching your masks. Don't play with your masks. Are you paying attention? Stop playing with your masks. Could you stop touching Katie's mask? Keep your hands to yourself. But my mask hurts. It's scratchy. It's coming off. I dropped it. Keep your mask on. Maybe now it's music class. Oh, wait, there's no music because we really can't have music with masks on. Then they proceed to class. Once again, kids, make sure you have your masks on. What? Jose, what are you saying? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you speak louder because you have your mask on? But maybe Katie didn't even hear the teacher ask to repeat what she said because the teacher couldn't hear Katie speak because she too had her masks. You know, just like all the individuals in this chamber that pull down their masks to speak, all the individuals on both sides of the aisle that wear their masks under their noses. Those children don't have that luxury because they are constantly reminded, put your mask up. So throughout the day, we're still in school, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We're getting very close to the end of the school day. Now, for some kids, that may mean getting back on the bus, so they still have not had the opportunity to remove the mask all day long. Those who take the bus home get on the bus, wearing their masks. Depending on how long that bus ride is, they're still wearing the masks. They are so conditioned now that so many kids, and I'm not the only one, you see walking off the bus towards their home, walking on the sidewalks, still with their masks on. They get home, and finally they can remove that mask. But for those kids whose parents are still working, they may have after-school programs. They, too, are wearing masks in those after-school programs because it's been mandated. And it will continue to be mandated. And the representation here was until the 28th. But getting back to parental choice. So we have children that essentially, without parental choice, are literally wearing these masks for 10 to 12 hours a day, if not more. Now, that was the day of the life of Jose and Katie. The psychological, emotional, educational, negative impact on those children, only a parent knows. We heard of the most devastating stories, including suicide, amongst our youth. We in this chamber do not like to be told and reminded to follow rules on a regular basis. We in this chamber on both sides of the aisle break rules all the time.
This isn't a great argument.
masks, reading, speaking on both sides of the aisle. Can you imagine the impact to these kids socially being unable to what we would normally, quote unquote, call normal, because it's no longer normal now, interact, speak, see faced expressions? Educationally, we've got studies, actual data, actual metrics. You know, earlier it was said, well, you know, I'm going to quote, let me find it. The legislature is ill-equipped to make decisions.
Yes, I love it.
Referencing that somehow with this amendment, parents will be ill-equipped. That's offensive. They are the best equipped because they know, they see the difference in their child. If that child is lucky enough to have a loved one at home to speak to share with, and for those kids who don't have that, then it's even more devastating. Teachers are seeing the impact, but teachers' hands are tied by these decisions. We should be allowing parental choice as to whether or not, for my Jose or my Katie, the masks are having a negative impact far beyond the actual information, medical data we have of any risk to that child and others that child is exposed to. So to sit here and say we know better, or then to say we're ill-equipped and so are parents, therefore leave it to the Board of Educations? Listen, if I trusted every decision such as this to the Board of Education, I would have hoped that every member would have been up here testifying before us or would have participated in the limited informational forum that was put together. But I don't. We have CEA out there. We have the Superintendent Association, even though no one wants to actually say that I support what that group put out, asking for extensions because they don't want to make the decisions. So we're essentially kind of giving it back to groups that haven't asked us for the decision. What logic is that? They haven't come and asked us, please, as Board of Education members, please give us this opportunity to decide for our towns. Yes, usually we're up here advocating for local decision. You better believe it. But when it comes to masks, the people who know their children best, our young youth, no one like that parent, no one like that grandparent who has custody of that child, no one like that guardian knows that child best and the impact that this is having. I'm going to bring it to our house here. We can't get legislators to sit for, let's even say, 4 hours in their seats in the chamber, let alone 4 hours with masks in their seats in the chamber. But we expect our kids at the age of 3, all the way through our school system, to be subjected to over 10 hours potentially of being masked? Are you kidding me? Of being repeatedly reminded, put your mask up, stop touching your mask. But it's dirty, fell on the floor, I don't care, you have to put it up. Go down to the principal's office, put on your mask. Oh, you're expelled, you can't come to school, you have to go home. Until you learn to put on your mask, you can't come back, and you have no remote learning because we took that away as well. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support the amendment before us because we don't have the luxury of even people in this chamber not properly wearing their masks. The child's being reminded constantly. We don't have the luxury of a variety of people in the dais being unmasked for a variety of different times within the same chamber. Those kids don't have a choice. Their voices, the children speak through parents. Yes, we represent our constituents, but I don't live with every child, but I sure as heck live with my children, and I will protect them. And asking another parent to give away their rights in knowing what's best for their child and how they're negatively impacted by masks. And if you believe that masks are positive and your child should wear a mask every single day, God bless you, please do. That's your right as a parent. Because our children don't have water at their desks and food at their desks to take mask breaks, that we have the luxury here. We can't even subject ourselves to the same rules that we're subjecting our children. I support the amendment before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Cheeseman.
He pulled the lever back and continued. Now I will tell you the answer to my question.
Good to be
It is
seen.
this.
Ma'am, good to be
The
seen.
party seeks power
I know, it's been a
entirely
long
for
day.
its
I'm
own
rusty.
sake.
Yeah, you'll get in the hang of it. I can
1984,
tell.
folks.
Thank you very much. And I have some comments to make. I have no questions for the proponent.
Yeah, because there's
I
no
too
point.
stand in support of this amendment, and I think
The
mainly
vote will reveal
because
the-
over
will
the
reveal the
course of this
position here.
pandemic,
This
we
is
have
genius.
learned
I'm
so
loving
much.
every minute of this.
When it started, when it came, as it were, out of the blue, when everyone, and justifiably so, was afraid because we knew so little about its origin, about its transmission, and most of all about how we were going to navigate this new and frightening world we were living in. Remember hygiene theater? The idea that every single thing you touched, that you brought into your house, that you came in contact with, needed to be sprayed, needed to be wiped down with disinfectant wipes over and over again. I remember at my children's museum, once we reopened after 4 months, my poor visitor services staff wiping everything down, reducing the number of items we have on a floor. And let's face it, the point of a children's museum is to touch stuff, and lots of stuff. But we learned that it wasn't through contact, that it wasn't through touching things that this virus was spread. It was through the air. Therefore, how will we limit the amount of infectious virus we take in? Through masks. How will we protect the elderly whom we knew were the ones, even early on, were the most at risk? So we said to our families,
I'm ready to just vote.
don't
Let's
see
do it.
Nana, don't see Papa, don't let your children hug them, don't let them be with them, because this is dangerous, because we love them, because we want to protect them. And as time went on, and with the miracle of the vaccines, we discovered there was a way out. There were ways to stop transmission. And we learned again more and more about who was vulnerable to this virus. And thank God, those most precious,
Yeah, either the vaccines
in
work or
many
they
ways,
don't.
members of our society,
have it
our
both ways.
children, our future, were not the ones who were most at risk. Unlike the Spanish flu, which killed between 50 and 100 million people
Across all
between
age groups.
1918 and 1920,
Almost dead even across age groups.
fully
In fact, it
5 to
infected-
10% of the population of this planet, and took young, healthy individuals.
Yep.
This dreaded virus,
The comorbidities were incredibly
as awful as it
inconsistent.
is,
It targeted
has
children.
spared
Spanish flu
our
and
young
COVID are
people.
not the same thing.
So here we are, almost 2 years later, having learned so much. Here we are, almost 2 years later, where a boosted senior has a 90% chance of avoiding hospitalization and has a 0.1% chance of death.
Yeah, it went from like 7% to
Parents
0.1.
do want to do the best for their children. And that's what we are ensuring today, that they can make that choice. If I'm a parent and I am so afraid that my child being unmasked will be at risk, then please do what you think is best. My good colleague mentioned the lack of remote learning for those parents who have discovered that that has been a wonderful option for their child if they're immunocompromised, if they're special needs. We have failed them in not providing them with that option, but that's on us. The good proponent of this resolution mentioned that we must give SDE, DPH the ability to turn on a dime and institute new protocols should they be needed. Well, we as a caucus have been asking for data relating to in-school transmission for months. I haven't seen those departments turning on a dime yet. In fact, the most comprehensive exposition of transmission in schools among athletes came out of CIAC. This was not a product of our departments. So I'm afraid I have less faith in their ability to turn on a dime, particularly when they won't indicate those metrics that would dictate it's time to turn on a dime.
Trigger is the word you're looking for.
I remember standing in this very chamber when we were debating the extension of the executive orders saying, we must be planning now for the off-ramp that's data-driven, that's science-driven, that will indicate when this will come to an end. And that hasn't happened. We've had fear, we've had failure, but let's embrace the day now when we can have freedom for our parents to make the decisions they feel.
This is a strategic actual failure of the GOP.
If you
The
want your
GOP should, in
children
this
to wear
case,
masks,
have the one person
by all
present
means
it and
do
then
so.
one person speak on
If
it and
you're a
then vote.
teacher
Get it over
who
with.
wants to feel
Because you've got the
doubly safe,
momentum on your side if you just go straight to the vote, number one.
governor
And number two,
take
you
credit
don't
for
give
distributing
the Democrats
N95
time to go to their phones and say, hey, Jim Smith, you better get here. Right? Because they still have 3 or 4 people who aren't there to vote.
make you yourself
So
feel
you'd be
safe
strategically, you'd be way better off instead of dragging this thing out and
amendment
beating
will
up
give
people
our
over the head and beating a dead
families
horse
that
at this
ability.
point. And just saying, this is the amendment,
can't
here's why
reason
we've done
away
it,
fear.
and then you go to someone else to say,
can't
oh
reason
yeah,
away
and to cover
a
the
parent's
rebuttal,
desire
basically, and
to
then just
do
go.
what's
And then
best
just
for their
go.
child.
Vote.
Nor should we aim
This
to.
isn't impatience on my part.
What
This is
we
just like
can
actual
do
strategy here.
is give our parents, our children, and everyone in the state of Connecticut the ability and the confidence to make those choices for themselves. So for that reason, I stand in strong support of this amendment today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Howard.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to see you as always.
If you're in
a few
favor
quick
of it,
questions
keep it
for
to 30
clarification to the
seconds.
proponent, if I may, my good
Proceed.
friend from the 134th.
Proceed.
As I understand it, what this amendment does is it adds language to the underlying bill that essentially says that if the underlying bill were to pass with this amendment in it, and a parent decided that they did not want their child to wear a mask, that parent had that opt-out option. Is that true, through you, Mr. Speaker?
Just say
Representative
yes.
Devlin, do you care to respond?
Devlin, just say yes. It's true. Don't sugarcoat it. It's true. Say it. Own it. It's the good thing. Say it.
That is true.
We found
Mr.
you on the machine. Thank you.
That is correct. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one more question, and my final question to the proponent of the amendment. So in doing so, regardless of a decision of the Board of Education, the parent holds the ultimate decision. So it would, in effect, alleviate our volunteers on our boards of education of that responsibility. Is that true, through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, yes, that is correct. The point of this amendment is to put parents in charge of the decisions related to their children.
Love it. Love it.
Representative Howard.
Thank you,
Love
Mr.
it.
Speaker, and I thank the good proponent of the amendment for bringing this amendment forward. I do rise in support of it. I have no further questions for her. I thank her for her answers. I do have a
Thank
few
you.
points
30 seconds,
on
get
the
it done.
amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I have several points on the underlying bill that I'll reserve for later. You know, I sit here once again arguing for parental choice and parental rights, but I'm reminded quickly of an incident that happened in my home, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And I remember it well because in 13 years of marriage, this only happened once. My wife turned to me and said, "You were
You're
right."
filibustering your
So when
own
I came
amendment.
to and thought to myself, is she okay? I'll tell you what she was referring to. All my life, I played football, and football changed my life. It made me who I am today. My wife, one of 3 girls, was unfamiliar with the game, unfamiliar with what it does for a young man. And having 2 sons, I really wanted my boys to play football because I thought it would be important for the development of their character. But Shayna had her concerns, concussions, injuries, things of the like, and I promised her that it was a tough decision, and yes, it came with risks, but what that game would do for our sons would be immeasurable. And 1 short year later, she confessed, one and only time, that I was right. And I tell you that story because as parents, we have to make decisions every single day. As a law enforcement officer, I have to make split-second decisions. In this chamber, we all have to make decisions, and every bill we vote on, every amendment we vote on, every issue we oppose or support, inevitably, somebody is benefits and somebody else isn't too happy. And certainly that is the case here today. But as parents, of all the decisions I make, the decisions that I make for Nate and Noah are the most crucial, and I weigh them so carefully. So whether you decide that your child is going to play football to develop a better character despite the risk of injury, or your child's going to go skiing for family time, or ride dirt bikes, or partake in gymnastics, dance
Or
class,
get into
cheerleading,
a car.
it doesn't matter. You make a decision as a parent to say, I understand the risk. I understand the reward. I understand all the pros and cons. And I have to make the best decision for my child. Now, some would say in this particular case, okay, but you're making decisions for other people too when you send them to school without a mask on.
No.
Well, parents make those decisions too. You know, we in this state have decided at 16 years old, you can have a driver's license. Well, maybe for some 16-year-olds, they're mature enough to take on that responsibility. Others may not be. Parents have to make that decision. On the underlying bill, I'll speak more about the community risk. But in all my years in law enforcement, one thing I do know, that not every parent is like Shana and I. Not every parent has the best interest of their children and their community, and some of them are barely responsible enough to care for themselves, let alone make decisions for other people. And I understand that.
All right,
I
wrap it up,
recognize
man.
that. I've admitted that in this chamber time and time again.
get this
But on
vote in.
this issue, on this particular amendment, this time when we're talking about parental choice, my inbox is full. My text messages are full from constituents from the 43rd District, and I know these parents, and I know them well. Because these are the parents that you see time and time again at every PTO meeting, running the PTO, raising money for our communities, raising money for our schools. These are the parents that you see not only doing an outstanding job raising their own child and making those difficult decisions correctly time and time again to better their child and better the community, but these are parents who show up and they step in where other parents don't. They're active in their communities to bring these people forward, these young children forward. They are community driven. They do care about their communities. And they can make good decisions, and we ought to let them. We should not stand in the way. And speaking of people who come forward to make good decisions, I don't think in all my life I ever knew who sat on a school committee or a board of education. And now today, those are some of the most contentious races that we see. Board of Education meetings have become so contentious. And these volunteers who sit in those boards of education do not need us to kick another responsibility down to them. This is our opportunity by supporting this amendment to say we have put it in parents' choice, and our Board of Education members, we did not kick responsibility to you. And yes, there are going to be people that are upset with it because they want it to be a mandate. They don't want it to be parents' choice. But you know, I took this position to be criticized. And I'm a big boy. And I have good character because I played football. But I can stand tall, and I can square my shoulders with my thick skin and say, I'll take the criticisms. But I made a decision. I didn't kick it to somebody else. So I'm here not only in support of parents, Mr. Speaker, but in support of the members of our Board of Education who should not have this responsibility put on them when they volunteer to step up for their community. Those are my
This
only
is a
comments
really
on the
weak
amendment,
argument.
and I'll reserve my rest for the underlying bill, and I thank you,
Oh
Mr.
my
Speaker.
God! You guys need to speak. You guys need to get professionals in the room to
Thank
like
you, sir.
say, listen.
Representative
This is
Hall
where
of
you,
the
this is what you
59th.
say. This is what you do not say, and get to the point and wrap it up for something like this.
Thank you
Strategically,
very
you're
much,
losing the
Mr.
room.
Speaker. I know today we've heard from many representatives in our chamber talking about the sheer number of emails and texts and phone calls that we've had from our constituents across the state. I'd like to kind of pull the curtain back a little bit on those emails, because over the course of time, I've served 13 years as a town councilor. I've been here going on my 6th year. And I can tell you, in 20 years serving the public, I have never once had the amount of emails and reach outs that we have had over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks. It's actually staggering. And I think over the course of time, we've gotten used to getting these cut and paste emails right across the state. They're the same message. And those are important because people take the time to send those messages. But what we have seen over the last 3 weeks are individual emails, individual stories, parents talking about their rights being violated every day with their children being masked. I think over the course
All
of
right.
years, we
Unsolicited
pay
advice to the
attention
GOP.
to every reach out
Unsolicited
we get
advice
from
to the
our
GOP. You are losing the room. You
I
are
can
losing your
honestly
momentum.
tell
In fact,
you,
you've probably
in 20
lost your
years
momentum
of
from
public
this amendment.
service,
For the love of God, next time you do something that's this important, have one person introduce the amendment and then have one person do a 5-minute rebuttal and vote. And for the love of God, vote while you have the momentum, while you haven't lost the room, while you haven't had half the people go. Like we get it. We get it. We're on board with you guys. You guys don't have to tell us why you're doing what you're doing. Once you've told us why you're doing what you're doing, you already have won the room. You've already won your constituency. Just vote.
What I want to say to everybody that took the time to write those individual emails, not cut and paste. I didn't get one cut and paste email. Thank you for those emails. Thank you for reaching out. And what I want to say is I attended a town council meeting in one of my towns recently. There were hundreds of parents and homeowners that attended this. It was on a tax abatement. And the reason I'm talking about this particular meeting is every single person that spoke in that hearing said, you sit there to represent your constituents. We are in this chamber to represent our constituents. And I will say to the thousands of constituents I've heard from and the hundreds of parents in my district, I hear you. I hear you, and I support this amendment that we have put forth today to give you the choice. If you want to keep the masks on, it's been said here 100 times, send your kids to school with the mask. But we are putting the choice back in the parent's hand where it belongs.
And this has been
We've
said
been
100
masked
times.
too long. And I strongly support this amendment, and I want to thank the thousands of people that took the time out of their day and the hundreds that we had outside here yesterday. We hear you. We hear you on this side. And thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this fantastic amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Dauphiné. Going once. Ah, there she is. Hello. You're up.
This better be a Democrat, because you guys are losing it. You guys are losing the momentum and losing the room. Just get the vote in. Just get the vote in. Jesus Christ.
Got it.
You're
Thank you, Mr.
filibustering your
Speaker.
own amendment.
A few remarks, if I may.
Of course.
I stand in very strong support of this amendment. Most people know that I've been a big parental advocates, parent right individual. Parents know what's best for their children, not the state. The government does not own our children. Parents have the right to make those decisions for what's best for their children. This country was founded on this individual freedom. Our military has fought and died for this freedom. As already mentioned, there have been numerous damaging effects from masks and the mandates that have been implemented in the last 2 years, and particularly affecting our children. Furthermore, no studies, none, not one, show that masks are effective. Even the N95 mask needs to be particularly fitted to your face. So just purchasing an N95 mask off the shelf does not prove that it's effective in protecting you from COVID. People have made the statement that there's individuals out there emailing them and calling them that want these mandates. I haven't gotten any of those. There have been hundreds of rallies across the state protesting these mask mandates. I haven't seen one protest demanding that we keep these mandates in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add that I will always stand for parental choice. For every parent out there and all of my constituents and the people of Connecticut, I stand with you and I strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, let's vote. Let's do it. Either get Democrats in here to talk about it and shoot themselves in the foot, or vote.
I want to start out with my mask on because I wear glasses like many of the children in school wear glasses, and I can't see anything right now while I'm talking other than the cloudiness of the vapor condensing on my glasses. Yet we expect children to sit there, wear glasses, have them fog up, and have a literally deleterious educational experience. They're paying the price. Society in the future will pay that price. I go to Stop and Shop, Home Depot, Lowe's, Aldi's in South Windsor, and I will have a mother, a father stop me and ask the very simple question,
hey, Billy
when
Buckby, if you're
can we
watching
take
this,
the
if you're
masks
watching this, chime
off?
in, man, or message me.
When
like,
will this stop?
This has been going on for an hour. For an hour.
Smiling face when the bus comes.
Like, you guys
to
are
bring them to
shooting
school.
yourselves in the foot with this. Think about it. If you want the amendment to pass, what you do is you catch them off guard and you just vote.
About how their children that literally were happy 2 years ago going to school come home and they've spent the whole day with masks on their face, and the kids are down, emotionally taxed and physically challenged just by that experience. And again, I go back to the learning experience. I go back to what are the kids learning? How well are they learning? Are they developing socially? Are they developing social interaction skills? Are they learning how to read people's emotions? We all sit here, and I can look around the room if you didn't have a mask on, and I could probably make a determination as to what you're thinking, what your emotions are. The kids do the same thing when they weren't wearing masks. They could determine, you get into an argument with someone that it's really nothing or it's something. If they're wearing a mask, they don't know. Now you have an escalation. Now you have kids that are getting in trouble.
Karen, if you're still watching,
I've
gotcha.
heard from parents that have 2 or 3 children in school, and they will tell me the difference in their younger children, how they are developing wearing the masks. And they aren't. They are losing the social skills. They are losing some of the best experiences that they would have had in school. And that is, it's
Be right back, guys.
shocking. Needless to say, I stand here in support of the amendment. I think it makes sense. And a fellow representative here was talking about their time on the town council and how they had never experienced an issue that was such a lightning rod, that drew so much attention, that basically touched virtually every parent in school. And I've heard from parents that are good with their kids wearing a mask, but they also say that they're also good with the other kids not. Choice. And if you think about it, would any parent do anything to harm their child? No, they'd always keep the best interest of the child in the back of their head. And they'd always make sure that their children were learning, developing social skills, and actually growing into a young person that will in turn grow into a fine adult. And they're worried. The longer we do this, the more concerned parents become over the welfare of their children.
All right, we're back.
Think about that. Concerned about the welfare of their children and what the masks are doing to them and what the end result at the end of the day will be for that child as that child matures, loses the social skills that they would learn from playing without a mask, from seeing smiles, seeing frowns, and they don't know how they're going to get them back. The level of depression that a number of parents have told me about their children having to deal with these masks it's a shame. It really is. It's something we all need to think about. No, this is a good amendment. It makes sense. It affords parents who know their children best the opportunity to allow them to grow and thrive and get a good education and become responsible. Without those social cues, without seeing facial expressions, with your glasses fogging up, as mine did when I first started speaking here, without any of that, that in and of itself is something that we have to focus on. We have an opportunity here, an opportunity to do what's right and give these kids a chance to grow, mature, learn social skills, and have a great experience at school, as opposed to some of them, as their parents have related to me, that dread going to school because of the masks mandate. So I ask everyone to support this. I think this makes good common sense. And I'll reserve some comments when the final bill comes forward. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words, and my position is clear. Vote yes on the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fiorello of the 149th. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a few comments through you. This amendment is saying, well, the bill that we're considering right now is saying that actually the parents really don't have any guarantee of the lifting of the mask mandate until June 30th, 2022. The recommendation of the governor is not guaranteed to lift the mask mandate on February 28th, 2022. So the opt-out is essential. It's essential because we have been living under centralized decision-making. The governor was making decisions for our families, and now that is getting pushed down to the Commissioner of Health, Education, and Early Education. And we really want that even more localized, not at the Board of Ed, but at the parents. Our governor yesterday looked all of us in the eye and said that Connecticut is the most family-friendly state. And why did he say that? Because it's important to be family-friendly. He knows that there are people who value that. It means something to be a truly family-friendly state. And the question is, your vote today will either agree and underscore what the governor said, or your vote is going to disagree with what our governor said. This is not a partisan issue. I want to say that again with all of my peers across the aisle and my peers to my right. You know, this is not partisan. You have been hearing from parents all across our state.
Vote on it.
And I really hope
I'm trying
that
so
the vote
hard not
on
to
this
swear.
amendment
Like, if
is
it's
not
this-
partisan either. There are two ways to look at masking.
Like if it's that non-controversial, just vote. Seriously, you're filibustering your own damn amendment. This is so frustrating.
Wearing his mask while he's playing his flute is important, or why he should be wearing his mask as he's running outside
Like we've
on
all
a
heard
sport.
these arguments before, and we agree
That's
with
your right
them.
to
So
have that
just
conversation. But it's not your right to go across to someone else's home and put a mask on your neighbor's child. You have every right to make decisions for your child, but you cannot come across the street and make decisions for your neighbor's child, because that neighbor's child has parents of his own. To be a family-friendly state is important because we're making the statement that Connecticut honors families. Connecticut understands that the family unit is so vital to a happy, thriving society. Your vote today will speak volumes. The headline will either be Connecticut really is a family-friendly state or it is not. And I urge you to vote yes on this amendment that gives parents
Tonight?
an
Can we vote
opt-out.
Can we vote yes
This
tonight?
is not a radical thing. Many times you have often fought for choice, and you can easily hit the green button and give parents a choice for their children, and you will send a resounding message across the state to so many families who are watching right now, who came here yesterday and who have filled your inboxes. Your green vote today will be such a resoundingly positive thing for the state of Connecticut. So I urge you, on this Republican amendment, don't make it a Republican amendment. Make it a nonpartisan. We value families. We understand parents know best. Please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrison of the 69th. You have the floor, madam.
69th, that's right near us. Where is 69th? 69th is really close to us.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. I can reiterate, and we all know, we all got thousands and thousands of emails. But what I'd like to tell is the fact that we're all represented to represent the citizens of our district. And the citizens of our district include the children of our district. I recently had the privilege to go visit one of the elementary
Bridgewater,
schools.
Southbury. Okay, cool.
And when we were finished, the children happily wanted to take a picture. And we took that picture, and then they turned and they looked at me and they said, "Please tell them that I was smiling. please tell them that I was smiling. It broke my heart. So I think that I rise to tell you I support this amendment, and I support this amendment for our children. We can do better for our children. Thank you.
All right, are we done? We do it? We're going to do this?
Thank you,
We're going to vote?
Representative. Representative
Come
Case.
on. Case. This better be quick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few comments, if I may.
Please proceed, sir.
Madam Speaker, this is a amendment that we all really need to take seriously. We are a state that prides in giving people their rights. This is
the
parental
Constitution
rights.
state, right? Something like that?
This is giving the parents the right to allow their child to be raised, allow their child to do the right thing that they want them to do. We've been through this pandemic now. We thought we were going to change the curve after 2 weeks. We're into it 2 years. When does it stop? I understand there's people out there that are still scared. There's people out there that still want masks, boosters, vaccines. But when you hear the stories about children and the speech therapists who are just overwhelmed with work, you hear about teachers in the schools that are just out there policing the students to keep their masks on, keep the mask above your nose. The students in some school districts that have one mask for 5 days. These kids sneeze, they cough. They haven't seen their other friends' faces. We all learn from expression. And we can joke about it a little bit because, we're around this building and we get emails from the Capitol Police that please be patient because our new officers don't know the representatives, so they don't know your face. Seriously? We've gotten 2 so far. To please be patient because you have a mask on, they can't tell if you're a representative. But think about our kids. They can't make that decision right now. That decision is made for them. And the teachers are going and they are spending more time seeing how to keep the mask up, how to keep it on their face. We need to start getting the kids back to where they can learn. Our kids are losing. They've lost 2 years of their childhood. They lost 2 years of being with their friends and playing and doing fun things that we all used to do. It's incredible. This chamber is less than a quarter full. And we have trouble because people don't want to have their masks on for a long period of time. I know it's been said so many times by representatives here that it's difficult to wear the masks. Well, when they don't have a chance. I live up in the northwest corner. Some students are on a bus for almost an hour. So that bus time, they're masked.
My bus ride
they're
in
masked
high
through
school was 2 hours?
They're masked when they go to sports.
I think it was 2 hours.
And then they're masked on the
And then it
bus
was
going
about
home.
15, 20 minutes to get from the bus stop to
When?
home.
When do we give the parents the right to make the decision for their children?
We've
already taken away their rights, the parents' rights on religious exemptions and other things. But my God, we are a state. The governor has says we've earned it. After 2 years, we've earned it. So we've earned the right for freedom. We've earned the right to make our own choices for our own children. And other representatives have said it. I'm up over 2,000 emails. I think I got maybe 100 in the past hour. Parents want to make the decision for their children. I think it's only fair, it's the right thing to do, and let's give them a darn education and a good education in the state of Connecticut. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time to speak. I will be back up when the bill comes. But this is an amendment that only makes sense. The parents are voters. The children
Oh my God, I'm
are the ones who they have to answer to. Let's do the right thing. Let's allow the parents to make their own decision for their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Julie, what's the amendment? The amendment basically
Representative
kills the
O'Day
mask
of the
mandate
125th. You
permanently.
have the
It's a
floor, sir.
genius move.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the amendment, I'm going to reserve my questions for my good colleague from the 91st for later. But a few things I would like to address to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the millions watching on TV. You know, there's a couple of undisputed facts that we can all agree on now that we've been through this for a couple years.
Okay,
And
Tom O'Day is going to say the
in
same
fact,
thing we've heard over and over again.
the
All right, so I'll just
CDC
clarify what the amendment is real quick while he's chatting. So, Julie, the amendment would create an opt-out for parents, and with no standard of opt-out either. So you could opt out for any reason at any moment, at any time, with the wave of your hand. And since it would be built into the executive order extension, there's literally no getting out of this. It's an actually genius move, because if the amendment passes, then in order to pass the executive orders, you have to completely and permanently kill. Like, this is a genuinely genius move. This is 10,000 IQ move, right? Because the amendment here proposed not only makes it so that if the amendment passes, that if you pass the EOs, you've inserted a way to prevent the agencies from introducing a mandate. You've inserted a way to prevent the legislature from inserting a mandate. You've inserted a way for the governor to institute a mandate. You've basically completely killed. Here, let me get this turned down just a little bit more so you guys can hear me a little better. You've completely killed any possibility of any mandate coming down on these kids at any level. And that's because, and by the way, too, it would take effect immediately. And which means, like, there's no Board of Ed to discussion to be had, number one. And number two, what it also means is that if you try to continue the executive orders beyond that, you're de facto adopting the previous executive orders because they're rolling orders. You'd have to introduce an amendment to revoke a previous amendment, which I believe there's some weird process that is significantly more difficult to amend something to remove an amendment when it comes to these types of bills. Of course, it's a little bit different when we're talking about constitutional amendments, but this is a genuinely genius move because of all that. But then on top of that, what it does is it forces the Democrats' hand. And what you might have missed from early on, and this is what I mean about them losing momentum, because we're over an hour now into this amendment talk, and we've heard the same talking points from the GOP, which I'm on board with. I'm totally on board with, but you lost the momentum. Have one person introduce the amendment, and have one person then, who's your best speaker, rebut Mike D'Agostino, right? And that's it, and then vote. And then you kind of blindside the Democrats, and they're like, what? What are we voting on? But what it does is it forces their hand, because what you're doing as the GOP is you're saying, we'll concede everything, but we're permanently getting rid of the mask mandate. And what that means is that the Democrats, in order to vote against this amendment, they're saying the one thing that all of these EOs are there for is the mask mandates. And then if they kill this amendment and also vote for the EOs, they become completely unelectable, and it reveals the hand. And all of it's got to be a majority position at this point that the mask mandates are undesirable for the parents. So, like, it's like 40 chess move. Like, if the amendment passes, then the Democrats are screwed. They have no, like, what are they gonna? They're gonna vote then against the emergency powers extension if the amendment passes, which is, by the way, why you want to have the vote really early on so you can hurry up and get the amendment passed, because that's how you kind of basically sneak it by them, right? This is like our 10th speaker on the bill. This is like our 10th speaker on the amendment to the bill, and quite frankly, like, again, you've lost the room from a strategic standpoint. You have 2 speakers, and then you move on. And like the GOP convened before this They convened before this and had a caucus. And you could have, in that caucus, said, guys, here's the strategy. This is something of a Hail Mary, let's be honest, but there's a real chance of this working. So I hope that's kind of cleared this up. This is the golden godsend of amendments if you're opposed to the mask mandates. This is the thing. It makes it permanent. There's no going back at this point if this amendment passes.
Even more so than us. And so
I'm going to re-email my rep again right now, although it's a list because given who he is. Julie, if you do, say, listen, we support it, but just vote. You're losing momentum. We're all in favor of you. We agree with your arguments. Let's just get the vote in.
I know this is a riveting speech, but just bear with me, if you will. If you can all just hush a little bit now, calm down, and just listen. Children are 3 to 14 times more likely to die of drowning between the ages of 1 and 14 than dying from COVID.
It's actually a lot more likely.
They're 10 to 12
we actually did this on the
times
show.
more likely
we did this
to
on the
die
show.
from a motor vehicle accident.
No, it's way more likely,
COVID.
actually.
4 to 11 times more likely to die from homicide than COVID. 10 times more likely to die from cancer. 3 to 5 times more likely to die of cardiovascular disease. 2 to 4 times more likely to die from flu or pneumonia. 1 to 4 times more likely to die of suffocation. And this is really scary and upsetting. 8 times more likely to die of suicide. In the summer of 2020, the average weekly ER visits for girls between the ages of 12 and 17 increased almost 30%.
You could blame that.
We've got a drug overdose epidemic going on.
So then
we don't have the numbers yet as to the difference in increase between pre-COVID and post-COVID. But I assure you it's more.
This is why you guys need to just
than
vote.
what was happening before COVID and before the masks and before the lockdowns.
So one of the things they teach you in law school, and it's like an absolutely paramount lesson to learn when you're interrogating a witness, right? You have to know not only what questions to ask and what to say, but imperatively what not to say. When it's time to just shut up, right? When it's time to just be quiet and know that you've take the W. Once you've gotten the W, take the W and move on. And we're way beyond that point right now. And the only thing that the GOP could do at this point by continuing to speak on this amendment is hurt themselves. Either you're just being redundant, which doesn't help your image, or you're going to introduce a new argument that runs the risk of losing the room, or you're revealing something that is like in terms of motivation or in terms of a statistical problem that is, again, you're going to lose the room. In order for this amendment to pass, you need 18 Democrats to jump on board. 17 Democrats to jump on board. 17. And right now, you're alienating the ones that are like, you know what, I'm fucking falling asleep. I'm not voting for this. Let's just the only thing I can think of is that this is an actual filibuster and they're going to run this till 3 in the damn morning and hope to God that the Democrats don't have the willpower to stay in the room.
0.00 chance of dying of COVID. 0.00. Per the CDC, I didn't go past the double zeros in the decimal point.
We actually did this on this show, so you guys can look on my, if you're on Facebook or on YouTube,
per the
you can
CDC
check
has
out
a 0.
either channel. We did this on this channel. We did the math.
0.01% chance of dying of COVID. A 55-year-old vaxxed woman, so 10 years older, my age, unfortunately. I guess, am I allowed to say my age? Yeah, I guess I am. Is this thing on? A 55-year-old vaxxed woman is 0.03% chance of dying of COVID. A 65-year-old vaxxed man, so I got 10 years on that person, has a 0.23 chance. A 65-year-old vaxxed obese male has a 0.27 chance of dying of COVID. A 75-year-old vaxxed woman has a 0.45 chance of dying of COVID. So you get my drift here. The chances of dying of COVID if you're vaxxed, even at the age of 75, is very, very low. Obviously,
so they're going to demand
one death is
vaccine
wrong.
of under whatever,
But we
under 12 or whatever it is.
done this for the flu, and the flu death rate is greater than the COVID death rate for those that are vaxxed. Now,
again, this is where you keep talking, and you're eventually going to say something that's going to hurt you.
the last thing
And I
I'll
think
close
that's what he's
with
just done right here.
on this amendment that I'm begging.
You guys
I've
need
said
to
this
just
a few
vote.
times. I
Jesus.
beg a lot on the floor.
We're
because
closing in
we're
on
a minority.
We're
So I
way
gotta
over
beg.
an hour now on this amendment.
And I'm not trying to make light. Believe me, I went to I was invited to a forum in Norwalk. I was
Rebecca, give me
invited
one
to a
second.
rally in Greenwich. I was invited to a rally in Stamford, and we had a forum in New Canaan. And some of my comments
okay.
here, I'm making light a little bit just to try and loosen the mood.
All right, let me turn this volume down because,
people are
again, this
listening.
is all just dead horse beating. Okay, thanks for tuning in, Rebecca. I should have said thank you for Julie for tuning in too. Rebecca, the amendment to the amendment to the bill that's being proposed, and the bill would extend the emergency powers for Ned Lamont and basically put into effect certain executive orders. The amendment, genius move from the GOP, would permanently kill all mask mandates for kids in schools. Permanently kill it. I don't have the actual language in front of me, but when she read it, it was like I was jumping up and down and it's a genius move for two reasons. One, if it passes, there's no possible way at any level for a mask mandate to ever take effect. Which means that either this gets rolled into the bill and the Democrats now have to vote in favor of the executive orders, which means that if they put these in the emergency powers extensions, then we permanently kill mask mandates. What it does is it creates an opt-out for parents, and it's a no questions asked opt-out too, which can be done with the waving of a hand. There's no conditionals tied to it. It's just, I don't want my kid wearing, you don't need a letter, you don't need anything. The kid just shows up. And again, because of the way that it's written, the kid just shows up without a mask, and then you just go into school. And there's nothing the school can do about it. Absolutely nothing the school can do about that. The worst thing a school can do would be to call the parent and say, did you actually give your kid permission to tell your kid not to come in with a mask on? Oh, Billy Buckby. So there's more to it than that, but give me a second. I want to hear what Buckby has to say.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Good to see you tonight. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, and I know there's others who have had a lot to say. And
All right, I'm going to turn my mic off and listen.
And I'm really probably speaking more to those who are not in the room than those who are, as so many empty chairs we have around the room. I know it's supper time for a lot of people, so hopefully they're watching their screens. I'm one of the few people that's in this room that's not a parent. I don't have any kids. I'm a single guy, never had any kids, never married. Really doesn't put me in a position to tell parents what's right for them and their kids and their families. I don't think that's right. And to me, that kind of falls under the government side of that as well. But I've heard from so many, and we've heard everyone talking about this today, the thousands of emails we've received from people in and out of our districts. And I've had a number of people from New Milford, where I serve, which of course you heard me say is the best town in the USA, which it is. A lot of people in New Milford came to me, and I'd say 50, 80 to 1 on this topic alone. That's pretty compelling when you start looking at the numbers, the amount of people that are reaching out, and you go, holy cow, this is a passionate topic for everyone. And I get it. I get it, especially when you talk about your kids. I get that, and there should be nothing you're more passionate about than your kids and your family. For me, those people are far more equipped to talk about this than I am. As well you should be. What's odd about this topic is, as we start session with this, and we talk to each other, we sit in caucus, and we all share our ideas in caucus, then we come in here, and we talk to an empty room. Everyone's not in here to talk to, and when we do, let's be very honest with each other. How many of us are listening to each other talking in here with a different idea than what's in our own head? How many people, and I'm just being very honest, how many people across the aisle are going, man, I wish they'd just stop talking so we can vote on this and move on? It's true, it happens. And every one of us has this happen to us. And I've heard other people, and some people talk a lot longer than I do, and this is about as long as I usually go, so bear with me. But we haven't spoken with each other one-on-one, and each of you knows that when we're in committee, even if it's a Zoom committee, we all can talk to each other very well. We can speak very well one-on-one and have those compelling arguments with each other and have that conversation before it becomes a party issue. I mean, every time we look at that board and it's a party issue, we see red and green, and you can tell right away, oh, this isn't going anywhere, that's not going anywhere, that's going to pass, because it's a straight party issue. The parents who are calling us, the parents who are reaching out, to them, this isn't a party issue. It's their children. It's their family issue. So I'm reaching out, and again, it seems very odd. It feels like a Zoom call right now because I'm reaching out more to the camera than I am to those here because there's so many more there. But please, I implore each of you to consider being brave in this vote and not be about party lines or politics. It's the last thing the families want from any of us is politics here. It's a brave vote. It's a difficult thing to do, but we saw it happen when I first got here 6 years ago, and we worked with people on both sides of the aisle on a great thing that we passed a budget that we could work on together. Together. And I know this is not a shot, it's not a dig at anyone. When I say we can disagree on some things, but we all agree on this topic of keeping the kids safe and putting it to the parents to decide, not more municipalities and more politicians getting involved. So I implore you watching who have a vote when you step in this room, please be brave, step up, and vote yes on this amendment for those families. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time, and have a good night.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to share a short little story. I have a young girl in my district, and she struggles
really
in
cool.
school. So she has
doesn't
had
really
to be
speak
in
very
school
often, so
during
that
this
was
whole
really cool.
time because she needs the extra help. And she came home to her mom a year ago. They went to school, say in August, I don't know,
By the way,
sometime in
lessons to the
September.
rest of the GOP, that was
Says,
what,
Mom,
2.5
I have a
minutes?
headache. So the mother's like, okay, well, whatever. Next day, Mom, I have a headache. Every day this little girl was coming home and telling her mom she had a headache. So finally, after a couple of months, the mom says, let's go have your eyes checked. Went and had the eyes checked, got a prescription, wore contacts anyway, but, adjusted a little bit the contacts, got glasses because those things usually give you a headache. Goes back to school. The winter time, little girl comes in, Mom, I have a headache every single day. So finally, the mother says, I'm going to take you to the doctor. Goes to the doctor, and it happened to be the Friday before they went on spring break. So they go in, the doctor says, what's wrong? My daughter has a headache. How long has she had it for? About 5 months since she went to school, and the doctor says it's the mask. She says, watch, test it. You're going on spring break, test it and see if it happens. So the little girl goes home. The next week, not one headache. Goes back to school after a week, headaches start all over again. Has a doctor's note that the mask gives this child the headaches. The mother tried face shields, anything, so the little girl didn't have to wear a mask. But of course, they don't want to be different. They don't want to stand out. They don't want to be different. So the little girl has gone through now 2 years of school with a headache. So think about it. For people who are going to vote against this, put a tourniquet on your head and have a headache and sit all day long with a tourniquet on your head and see how much you can learn from whoever.
It's time to just vote. This has been going on in this amendment for almost an hour and a half.
I've been hearing, we all hear for the past year and even now, all about social and emotional learning, mental health. It's soaring. It's skyrocketing. We hear anxiety, depression, all these things. Is all this due to the mask? I would say it is. So I stand here in very strong support. I am always for parental choice. I think they raise their kids and I raise my kids better than anyone else in here could raise my kid or how we could raise their kids. So I implore you to really think about this, because as someone just said, this is not a Republican or a Democrat
That
issue.
someone was Billy
You have
Joe Buckby.
all
He's been in
gotten
office for
as
6
many
years.
as I have, because you're all on
my
it.
home-
We're
my
all on
homeboy.
these emails.
67th
And then I have
district,
gotten
represent.
more. So people are very serious about this. They are concerned about their children, and you should be too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Anderson, not in the room. Representative Belinsky of the 106, you have the floor, sir. Mitch? I can move on.
Oh man, I have to go soon. Just please, God, vote. Please, God, vote.
Representative, I'm assuming you wanted to speak on the amendment, not the underlining bill, correct?
Thank you. I'm speaking on the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Please
and,
proceed,
and,
sir.
And I appreciate the call. I was weighing the decision on whether or not
This guy
bathroom
talks
was
at like 2
appropriate.
words
but
a minute.
I'll be quick. You can bet I'll be quick.
Representative, that's TMI.
So,
Cringe.
Madam Speaker, I'm here to just speak in very strong support of this amendment. But I think I want to approach this in a slightly different way.
Oh my God.
Because my colleagues have done such a wonderful job at speaking emotionally and with common sense. So it's sort of, I don't want to waste anybody's time by repeating that which we already know. So instead, I'm just going to let everybody in on a secret. So I'll speak quietly. This amendment, it actually doesn't do anything to rip the mask off of anybody. Quite the opposite. All this does is it gives parents the opportunity to make a choice and to exercise their parental judgment in a way that's responsible for healthy children, or for that matter, healthy adults. It's appropriate to have parents be the arbiters and the deciders for their children, and then allow those that believe that masking is important to wear masks, have their children wear masks, or for that matter, face shields. And this amendment does nothing to remove that right and that decision for parents
Really?
when it comes to their children.
This is where you're
So-
going?
Just so that we don't forget that. That's the secret in this amendment. So concluding, taking this, which is nothing more than the fulfillment
Yeah, Rebecca, I told you. This
of
guy
all
speaks
the
2 words
calls
a
that
minute.
we've gotten from parents to allow them the right to make this decision. I view this as a responsibility, and it's something that presents me with the opportunity to make a decision that I do not take lightly. I think every representative needs to take a second and think about this decision and join me in not taking it lightly. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Do we have any more? Please, God. tell me there's
Representative Callahan of the 108th, you have the floor, sir.
Is it going to just be
Thank you, Madam
everyone's
Speaker, and I'll
gonna
be
speak
very
on this
brief, so
amendment?
no heavy sighs, please.
All right, Callahan's New Milford. So pay attention.
yesterday was the first time I got to see the governor do an address to the House. And it was sometimes tough to hear because of what was going on outside. Hundreds of parents made the trip, took the day off of work to come up here and express their feelings about masks. I hope you all took notice. I went outside and talked to them and took notice. When it comes to the masks, I have a wife that's a kindergarten teacher. And it's like, she always says it's like herding cats, but this year it's even more difficult because she has to deal with the mask issue. And what's worse is she has a master's in reading, and the developmental delay of these kids because of the masks is notable. So I think that needs to be talked about. We've talked about the hundreds of emails and the issues with the masks. And what my wife sees is the fear with the kids wearing the masks, and the fear that we're very happy the governor's, hopefully this House will codify the governor saying the masks can go away at the end of the month. But the kids are scared to death and asking her questions and asking me questions. My kids are asking me questions. What if they decide to tell us to put them back on? Their biggest fear is to have to wear them again. So it's a good amendment. Let's put that decision in the parents' hands. And if a vote on this amendment is to say we trust you as parents, so conversely, it would seem that a vote against this amendment says we don't trust parents. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. And Madam Speaker, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative.
Dude,
Representative
did a Milford
Ferraro
reps-
of the 117th. You have the floor, sir.
Did a Milford reps combine for like 4 minutes? That's how you do it.
Representative on the bill? No problem. All right. Would anyone else like to comment on the amendment in front of us?
No, please vote. Please vote. I got to get going in like 5 minutes. Please just vote.
Will you remark further on the amendment before us? Will you remark further? If not, will staff and guests please come to the wall of the House? Members, go to your portals.
Oh my God, we're voting! We're voting!
The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals. The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals.
This is huge. This is huge. Oh no. Oh, this isn't good. This is like hyper not good. Hey guys, I gotta get going in like 5 minutes, so in the comments section, let me know if you want me to just leave this running and I'll turn the camera off and you guys can just watch this from here. Let me know if you want to keep this running, and then I got a Lions Club meeting I gotta go to, and then I can come back after it's done if this is still going on, but just let me know if this is something you guys want me to continue just doing. In the comments section. Hey, we got a yes from one Democrat. The Republicans, you guys gotta all be there. This is the problem with waiting this freaking long to vote. Right, like you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 Republicans that aren't voting right now. Belinsky's in the room, so... Wow, this is gonna get killed. Hey, Democrats just revealed their hand. Democrats were just revealed their hands. Meskers is changing. He probably got pressured. Probably got pressured from the party. Wow, this is going to get killed by a mile. Not one Democrat voted in favor of this. Yeah, I mean, like, this isn't close. unless there's a ton of last minute flips, this isn't close. But if nothing else, the Dems revealed their hand. The only thing they care about is making damn sure your poor kids are never going to see a face again. Remember, I'm not much of a partisan, but this is the reason. If I was ever going to give a reason to say never vote Democrat again, it's this. Except for Leaper, who's probably going to change back at the last minute because it's probably a correction. Meskers is back on board with the yes crowd.
Members, please check the board to determine if your vote has been properly cast.
Oh, here we're pulling it in.
If all the members have voted, the machine will be locked. And if the chamber will indulge me, we have to call on a few members, and I'm going to start with Representative Terziak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Somehow, by accident, I appear to have pressed Representative Stallworth's no button also. And while I'm sure that's how we'd like to vote, and while I would like to have 2 votes always, it is an error, and I ask that it be corrected. Thank you very much.
The Journal would note that Representative Terziak inadvertently pressed Representative Stallworth's button.
Can you take his name off?
Yes. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg in the negative.
Luxembourg in the negative. Representative Hampton.
Representative Hampton in the negative, please.
Representative Hampton in the negative. And the machine is locked.
Stallworth is on Stallworth. No, Stallworth came off.
We're good?
We're good. Good.
Will the clerk please take the tally? Well, hold.
We're on a hold right now.
So he's going to do by Zoom.
So to inform the chamber of what's happening, Representative Stallworth is actually in his office. So by Representative Terziak hitting his button, it inadvertently locked him out. So we are going to have him vote by Zoom. If you all bear with us for a moment due to the technicality.
Oh my sweet God. This is so embarrassing. We all know how he's going to vote. We all know how he's going to vote. Which means we know what's going to happen here. Like if you ever, hey Democrats, if you ever wanted to make secessionists of people, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. The GOP was willing to give you
Representative Stallworth?
everything.
How would you like to cast your vote, sir?
Madam Speaker, I cast my vote in negative.
Representative Stallworth in the negative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the tally? Will the clerk please announce the tally?
House Amendment Schedule A, total number voting 146, necessary for adoption 76, those voting A 56, those voting A 90, absent not voting 3.
The amendment fails. Will you remark further on the bill before us? How would you like to cast your vote, sir?
Madam Speaker, I cast my vote in negative.
Representative Stallworth in the negative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I just rewound so I
Will
can
the
get a
clerk
quick
please take the
screenshot.
tally? Will the clerk please announce the tally?
House Amendment Schedule A, total number voting 146, necessary for adoption 76, those voting A 56, those voting A 90, absent not voting 3.
The amendment fails. Will you remark further on the bill before us? Will you remark further? Representative Carpino, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could, through you, just a couple of procedural questions. And I want it on record that this is a giant disservice, and while I realize it may not have been the decision of the proponent of the bill, it needs to be highlighted that the citizens of this state deserve to have a full and complete discussion of every executive order. Our government is supposed to be representative of the people, and it is supposed to be one where their voices are heard. And as I get to those voices, I had the, we'll use the word privilege, of sitting with some of my colleagues on Tuesday to hear the family members, the professionals, the parents, the residents from each of our districts on that informational hearing. And their voices need to be heard. Sadly, they're getting one chance to have them debated here today. And that, again, is so unfortunate. But I want to focus on two portions. The first one is Section 3 of this bill, which is why I wanted to confirm that we were still talking about this LCO. And it is my understanding that this provision would allow districts to reduce the number of in-school days for their students with permission. Through you, ma'am, is that accurate?
Representative DiAgostino.
Through you, I do appreciate the question. The answer to the question is yes, but I will add, and I'm glad I got the opportunity to do this, that the amendment that is coming, if I'm not mistaken, will strip that out. Section 3 will not be in the bill if the amendment passes through you.
Representative Carpino.
Thank you, and I appreciate that because as it stands, it is one of the most ill-conceived and flawed provisions I've ever seen in a bill. When everybody from our Secretary of Education to the parents and even their own students have advocated that we need our kids in school with their teachers
Yes,
and
Julie,
their colleagues.
so this means
and
we
they
move
have
on
missed
to the
so
confusing
many
maybe
days.
districts
The
can
fact that
decide,
it is
but
still
probably
here in
DPH
print
will decide
before
via
us
their authority
at this
granted by
hour of the
Lamont's
evening,
powers, so that's
when
how
this
it's going to
date was
go.
no surprise,
Right now, that's
is
what it
another
seems like.
disservice,
It's
not
what
only
it
to our
looks like.
students and our parents, but to the educators who need every precious moment in front of those students. And lastly, ma'am,
Right
I am
back to
going
the
to talk
drawing
about
board
those
and
masks.
probably worse.
I believe in science. I believe in medicine. I believe in vaccines. And when those vaccines became available, I made the choice where everybody in my household, right down to the littlest, got their shot. And over the last 2 years, we followed every rule. And we wore those masks. But you know what? Enough is enough. For those who don't have kids, you need to understand that what you're hearing is real and it's happening every day. It's happening in my household. The social and emotional impact to our kids is going to last them a lifetime. It is going to last them through their academic years and beyond. They can't see their teacher smile. They can't understand the facial expressions. And I asked my little guy yesterday, who doesn't want to wear a mask anymore, because he did the right thing. When the governor told him to follow the science, he got his shot. Why, with that choice, are we even talking about forcing people to continue wearing them? So the academic issues these masks have caused our kids need to be acknowledged. We have 2 entire committees in this body, chaired by the good folks in this room, who do nothing else but make sure that our children and their education is addressed. These kids cannot see the language of their teachers. They are not learning the fundamental skills of how our language develops, and that follows them. I'm going to date myself here, folks, but reading, arithmetic, and writing are key. And you know how difficult that is to learn with a mask? Talk to your teachers. I have. Some of my dearest friends are educators, and their struggles are real, just as our kids' struggles are real. Right. The kids who are doing great have struggled with their language skills due to the pandemic. Their scores have dropped. Their ability to communicate and write sentences and read out loud has been seriously impacted. Another day is another day that's too much. No, some of my closest friends have made, oh, hello, Mr. Speaker. Some of my closest friends have made different decisions, and I respect every one of those. To those families and educators who want to remain wearing masks, so be it. I support you 100%. But to the families who have been to the Wolfpack games, who've taken their kids to Fenway Park, and have made the decision that the time is right, that we have learned a lot in 2 years. We know how to social distance. We understand this virus. We have no longer facing a shortage of PPE. This is the time to allow them that choice. I'm disappointed the last amendment didn't pass, and I am disappointed that a multitude of executive orders won't be aired individually. But, Mr. Speaker, because these have been forced into one package, I think the time has come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, I reserved a few comments for the underlying bill, and I have a few questions for the proponent.
Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Turning my colleague's attention to lines 35 to 44 of the bill, am I to understand that the governor will have no authority to mandate or lift mask mandates after February 15th if this should pass? Is that correct through you?
Representative D'Agostino, care to respond?
Can I hear that again? I think the answer is no, that's not correct, but let me just hear the question again.
I'll make it a little bit easier for my colleague. If this amendment passes, who makes decisions on whether or not masks are mandatory in school going forward? Through you.
I believe we're on a bill, not an amendment, Representative Howard. What?
I'm sorry, if this bill passes.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies,
You
Mr.
had me
Speaker.
confused for just a moment.
Well, you know, it gets confusing here. So yes,
Representative
if the bill
D'Agostino.
passed.
I'm with him, Mr. Speaker, through you. So the answer is twofold. In the first instance, the governor lifts the statewide mask mandate, his DPH and the Commissioner of Education lift the statewide mask mandate for schools. That decision now falls to our local boards of education through operation of Title X and various case law that reiterates over and over again the power of the boards of education to control what goes on in their buildings. However, by virtue of extending the authority under this particular EO through June 30th, it is possible, however unlikely, we hope and we believe at this point in time, that the Commissioner of DPH and the State Department of Education and Director of Early Childhood Education could reimpose a statewide mask mandate should conditions arise that warrant it. in their judgment based on the science, like they've been doing, et cetera. So there's a twofold
Like
answer to
they've
that.
been
But in the
doing.
first instance, again, absent any of those additional circumstances that may warrant it, it will be up to the local boards of education
Yeah, those
to make that
circumstances that
determination.
warrant
through
it,
you.
as in whenever we feel like it.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask the question a slightly different way. If we were to assume that nothing changes between now and, say, February 28th, and the intent is to lift the mask mandate, whose decision is it that something did or did not change? Is it DPH's decision and SDE, or is it the governor's decision? Through you.
Representative.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, it would still fall to DPH, Office of Early Childhood, State Department of Education, all working in conjunction together like they have with respect to implementing the existing order. That same authority would still be vested with them. But again, everything we've heard is that that mandate will be lifted on or before, well, the announcement will come on or before February 28th. It will take effect February 28th through you.
I thank you for that answer. So let me ask the good proponent this question. Does this bill prohibit DPH and SDE from lifting that mask mandate prior to February 28th?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, it does, yes. The effective date, no matter when they announce it through this bill, through the certificated bill, will take effect no earlier than February 28th, through you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if this bill were to pass, does the governor still hold, after February 15th, the authority to lift the mask mandate prior to February 28th? Does that power lie still with our governor? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, no. The decision to lift it remains vested in DPH, the Commissioner of Education, Early Childhood.
Yeah, okay, so what he's
They'll
explaining
make
right
the
now-
announcement. We've been told that that is coming sometime after this passes, and then it would take effect February 28th. That decision rests with them. Through you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I understand this correctly, from February 15th to February 28th, nobody in the state of Connecticut has the authority to lift the mask mandate. Is that correct through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative D'Agostino.
I think I would, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would phrase it a little differently, which is it would be our judgment as a legislature, if we pass this bill, that the first effective date by when it can be lifted is February 28th. The governor and the governor's staff, the department heads that I just listed, they've all indicated that that is a date that makes sense to them for a number of reasons, because they want to see the data continue to evolve in the right direction, which it has been, because it comports well with student vacation days that are scheduled in February, so that's in consultation with the Department of Education. So I think they're all aligned with that date, but yes, if for some reason they changed their minds and said, we want that lifted February 20th, the effect of this bill is to say no. The earliest that can happen is February 28th.
Okay, so he's explaining why it was so important to get that amendment passed. And that is that we're kind of in the worst of all worlds here, because at this point, the way that these work is that if they fail to pass, then the DHS can do whatever they want, the DOE can do whatever they want. And if they don't fail to pass, then there's literally nothing you can do until February 28th. Or sorry, if they pass, of course. There's literally nothing that can be done until February 28th. And then it's going to be, does Lamont actually want to concede those powers? And then if he does, you still have to get through the landmine, the minefield that is the legislative process in the event that the legislature proposes something more permanent, and then the agency process, which we know is coming. We know it's coming. This is why it was so important to get that amendment passed, because if that amendment passed, it's over. It's over and it's done. And now we're actually probably in a worse position than relying exclusively on executive orders.
I guess I question.
So listen, I got to run, guys. I'm going to leave this running, so if you guys want to hang out, you can hang out. I'll be back probably around 8:15-ish. So forgive me, folks. I've got a Lions Club meeting. You know, we serve. We'll be back later tonight. Hopefully this won't go too crazy long for everybody.
Once this passes and is signed by the governor, it has the force of law, and the law would be the earliest that the statewide mandate mask mandate could be lifted for schools to help local boards of education, because that's really the animating principle here, right, is we want them to be able to make these decisions, and they will, digest that information that's coming out. And for example, in the one that the representative just gave, okay, what is the CDC saying? Does the DPH have any reactions to that? How is that implemented in our town? Does it make sense or not? That sort of thing. Let them make those decisions. They're public bodies. They're going to have to notice a meeting, have a vote. That does take time. So again, we're not talking about months. We're talking about a couple of weeks to let them digest whatever information may be coming out, whether it's just simply the lifting of the mandate or not, or whatever other information there might be, to implement their decision and make a determination of what they want to happen post February 28th. Through you.
President Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the good proponent. I have no further questions. I just find it interesting that, you know, we say we're going to follow CDC, we're going to follow CDC, but we put this bill in place. There's no avenue to follow CDC should CDC reverse themselves. And we all know CDC's changed their opinion over this time. There's no avenue in here to follow CDC. So for that period of time, we don't follow CDC. Sometimes we do follow CDC. It all depends on what's convenient. But we have these dueling perspectives, dueling scientific studies, dueling points of data, and you know, and as I said earlier, you have dueling pros and cons. You have parents who say, I want my kid in mask because it's important for their health, and they don't mind wearing the mask. They don't complain about it. It hasn't affected them. And you have other parents who are in tears saying, my child's speech development, their learning development, their anxiety is all being affected by this, but we don't want to let the parents weigh that out. And I'm not going to get into the data because all of our inboxes are filled with data that supports removing masks. You know, we've heard plenty of arguments of data that supports keeping masks in place. But I just think that at some point in time, this whole mask argument became more about politics and more about compliance than it did about science, which is a bold statement, but I'm willing to back it up. You know, I saw a municipality recently that has a town rec program for basketball. Several kids wanted to play basketball. They couldn't because they didn't want to wear masks. They were prohibited from playing. That same town-run rec department posted on their social media page a picture of the rec basketball with several players with their mask under their nose or in some cases under their chin. This wasn't a parent who had a gotcha moment in a gym when a mask slipped down. This was the municipality-run Parks and Rec department sending a picture out to the town saying, here you go. If you didn't want to wear a mask, you couldn't play. But if you're willing to put it on your chin, you can because, you know, science. I haven't found a single study yet of all the things that fill my inbox that says a mask on the chin protects somebody more so than a mask that's not worn at all. And we talk about protection of others. And yet, in the community, masks are not seen very often, certainly not mandated in most places anymore. Why our children? Why are we only mandating it on our kids? You know, we say, well, February 28th is only a couple of weeks away, and if necessary, it's only June 30th. It's only a few more weeks, only a couple more months. We started with 2 weeks to flatten the curve 2 years ago. Metrics have changed, as they do. I'm not sure what metric we're going to use after February 28th, but I know this. The metric is going to be decided, as we heard, by a few entities, 2 of them being SDE and DPH. Now, since the beginning of school, SDE and DPH have been provided with scientific data out of Massachusetts week after week after week, showing that the transmission in school is low. And in fact, that identified close contacts in public schools were no more likely to test positive than anybody else in the school. Massachusetts' model not only gathered that data, but to date have saved over 660,000 in-person learning days for their students. That data was provided to SDE. That data was provided to DPH. SDE has the data that shows that remote learning for our students was detrimental to their enrichment on the whole, especially in math. Today, our State Department of Education reports 94,280 students have experienced at least one remote learning day with an average being 5. Doing a little arithmetic, 471,000 plus in-person learning days lost in Connecticut this year, despite overwhelming data that it wasn't necessary and that it was detrimental. Do you know why? Because of politics. Because it made people feel safe that we were quarantining our kids, that we were doing this contact tracing in school. I'm not prepared after DPH and SDE have failed our students in such a manner to vote yes today and turn that over to them when they have clearly demonstrated their willingness to ignore data that could keep our kids in school and get their learning back on track. I argued for parents, that failed. Now I'm arguing for students. And they have the right to an education, they have the right to a formidable education, and if we're truly gonna call science the generator of all of these decisions, then I think we need to pay attention to all of it and not pick things based on comfort or politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Representative Clarence-Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few comments, please. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as some of you may know, my other job is an athletic trainer. So I'm afforded the ability to work with student athletes every single day in and day out. And CIAC, the governing body of high school sports, and DPH have been in discussions about unmasking our student athletes while competing in sports. CIA's request was based on, wait for it, data. Data that they compiled, research, and backed by medical experts from the state of Connecticut. Please unmask them. Currently, only basketball, ice hockey, and track runners are masked while they're competing. DPH should grant CIAC the request and unmask our student athletes based on the guidance from the Sports Medicine Committee of Connecticut and the data that CIAC has compiled. Look at wrestling, for example. They've been unmasked since November. And for some of you that may not know what a wrestling athlete looks like, they're in a little singlet. The only thing that covers their body are their ear coverings. And they're skin on skin for hours at a time. And we have our officials that are face down watching them. So all 3 people are on the mat face to face, sweating, breathing on each other. And we have not had any outbreaks in wrestling. And for that matter, per the CIAC with their data, we haven't had any outbreaks in sports. So I ask you to use their data. NCAA, not masking their athletes. I also ask you to allow the CIAC, the governing body, to make all masking decisions moving forward from today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. Through you, Mr. Speaker, a few questions and a few comments.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, for clarification, and I believe the good representative had said it, we're a little bit confused, and the parents are a little bit confused on the dates. So, the governor has stated February 28th. In this bill, it does state that the Connecticut General Assembly declares the public health emergency and civil preparedness emergency continuing to exist throughout the state through January 30th, 2022. What are the dates that we have for masking through you?
Representative D'Agostino.
Bless you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, again, the prior resolution we debated was the one that had that declaration, that legislative declaration through June 30th about the public health emergency and civil preparedness emergency. That is not an issue here. That is not, it's actually not even relevant to the extension of the orders that we debate now under this bill, because as I mentioned, that prior resolution has nothing to do with, nor is it in any way a generator of any kind of executive authority. What this bill does is a couple of things. In the first instance, yes, what it does is it says, rather than expire on February 15th, we are going to continue the limited authority granted to the DPH commissioner, Department of Education, Early Childhood, to make a determination if whether or not a statewide school mask mandate should be in effect. But everything we've heard, of course, from the governor, from those administrative heads, is that they expect and intend and will lift the statewide mask mandate in our schools by February 28th. They'll probably announce it once this bill passes, that on that date, the mandate will be lifted. This bill comports with that and says whatever they announce, whenever they announce it, the effective date will be February 28th. So that's probably the most important thing to know, is that in conjunction with what we're hearing from the governor, everyone expects and we believe, and not more than believe, that's what's been announced, and what will happen is the mask mandate will be lifted on February 28th. If conditions change, and there's no expectation that they will, the expectation now is the numbers are all heading in the right direction, but if conditions change, a new variant emerges that, for example, is more virulent against our students, under 17, for example, then the power does still remain with those department heads to reimpose a statewide mask mandate. But there are no indications that's going to happen. But as I've mentioned previously, that is a judgment that we think the majority of the legislators here in this chamber support. Having that decision go to the local authorities on February 28th, fine, they'll make their own call. But keeping in reserve the ability, while the school year still extends and finishes in June, to be able to react in real time should it become necessary. I hope that helps clear it up. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yes, that does. And now I will look at LCO 740, which is the one that is in front of us. There's a lot of papers here. And when you look at lines 35, notwithstanding any provision of the general statutes, the provisions of Section 1 in the Executive Order, number 9, and the provisions in Section 1 of Executive Order 13A, authorizing mask cloth face coverings to be required in schools issued by Governor Ned Lamont shall remain in effect till June 30th, 2022. That's a little bit confusing to people when we're talking February 28th, but it actually states our leader as the one who does that. Through you, Mr. Speaker, what and why is Section 35 through 39 accomplishing? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you have to do a little bit of just statutory archaeology here, right? You gotta refer to those provisions of the executive orders, and when you look at them, those executive orders have explicit terms in them, and that's exactly what's being continued. This is what we approved last year under 21.5, that the Commissioner of Public Health, for example, this is in the order in 13A, Section 1 that's referenced here, that allows the Commissioner of Public Health to issue the rules setting forth the facilities where the masks will be required. And then, of course, you have the Commissioner's order pursuant to that that sets forth the requirement of masks in schools, public and private. So it's tracing through the referenced order here rather than regurgitating in full everything that's in those orders. We're doing it by reference. We do that all the time with our statutory language. I mean, you could build in all that language here, just the bill would be, pages and pages further along, but it's the same effect, same impact. What lines 35 through 39 do not do, and I can say this unequivocally, those lines do not impose a statewide mask mandate through June 30th. They do not do that. They simply reauthorize the provisions of Executive Orders 9 and 13 that allow the DPH commissioner, the education commissioner, early childhood commissioner to make a determination in that regard should conditions so warrant. Through you.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank for the explanation, but in layman's terms, people do read these, and there's a lot of questions. Once we start putting dates in there and we put the governor's name in there, are we going to go back to where we are? So, an interesting question here. We have masks on buses. So if the Federal Motor Transport Association decides not to do masks, do we still have to have masks here in the state of Connecticut on busing? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So the provisions that we're talking about here, and you'll see in the language there, very explicitly only refer to these executive orders to the extent they relate to schools. The other orders that imposed masks, for example, in transit stations and on buses, et cetera, Department of Corrections, those are separate sections, not referenced here. Those, the power under those orders to issue those requirements outside of schools will expire on April 15th. That's what we're doing in Section 2 of this bill. Of course, the governor, and I think, again, we've had all these indications otherwise that this is, the mask mandates are going to be lifted statewide. So he can do that before then. And those, further to the other representative's point that I was debating earlier, those can be effective immediately because the only time period we're putting in for like a delay is February 28th for the schools. But that decision is a separate executive order. Those unequivocally expire April 15th, not at the end of June, and we fully expect those to be lifted earlier as well. That's with respect to state mandates. I can't speak to, obviously, the federal requirements, for example, that Amtrak and at Bradley, et cetera, are required by federal law. Those are obviously entirely separate legal regimes. Through you.
Representative Case.
So through you, Mr. Speaker, the Federal Motor Transport Association oversees the rules on our transportation and our school buses. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative D'Agostino.
Can I just hear that again? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that's right. That is a federal guideline. Through you.
Representative Case.
So through you, Mr. Speaker, if the Federal Transit Association decides to do away with masks, will we not be masking on school buses anymore? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, correct.
Representative Case.
So if we have any sort of a mask mandate within the schools, the kids will be coming off a bus where they're not masked, hanging out together with 3 people in a seat or 2 people in a seat, however it is. I haven't been on a school bus in a while. And then going into the schools. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, if that's what the local Board of Education wants to impose and decides, then that's up to the local Board of Education to decide after February 28th. Through you.
Representative Case.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe a question through you, Mr. Speaker. The local Board of Education does not have the say over the Federal Motor Transit Association, does it? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought the question was that, so they may be unmasked on the bus, but then they get off the bus and they're required to wear a mask in school. And the answer to that question, if I heard it right, and I apologize if I didn't, is yes, if the local Board of Education wants to still maintain a masking requirement within their buildings, regardless of what the federal government decides is going on the buses, that is indeed up to the local Board of Education. Through you.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So any child, and especially in the northwest corner, can be on a bus for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon unmasked and then go into the schools. And also when kids go, or these children go to sports, they would be unmasked on the school buses, and when they go to sports, they would be masked. So it's a little contradictory to what needs to take place. So I don't have any questions right now. I'm going to make some comments, so the good representative, thank you. We talk a lot about science. Science. I think I spoke earlier that parental choice, and we were going to get this curve taken care of in 2 weeks. Well, we're here 2 years. We vaccinate, we don't vaccinate. We wear masks, we don't wear masks. Virus is still here. The flu is still here. But we don't mask for the flu. Our kids are still getting colds. They're getting colds in these masks. Our kids are more worried about how they wear their masks and how they go on with the day instead of learning. I'd love to see our test scores. I'd love to see how things are going in the schools. I mean, I happen to know, being on superintendent calls talking about this, I mean, we have a school district in the state that's short 141 teachers. Paras are teaching the classes. People don't want to mask. People don't want to vaccinate, so they don't go to work. That's fine. We're here to talk about masks. The loss that these children are having in the schools, and I've seen it firsthand, it is, I hate to say it, disgusting. Our kids need to start learning. You hear about kids using masks as slingshots, kids using masks for different reasons throughout the school. You know, put the mask up over your nose, you know, but you can walk by a school where there's windows and you can see all the kids sitting right next to each other in the hallway. They're not 6 feet apart. They don't have the masks up over their face. We're policing. We're not educating. We're policing. We need to get more into the schools and see what's going on and seeing how our kids are being educated. Why is it? We vaccinate. You're supposed to be safe after you've vaccinated. But now mask. Wear your mask. Put it up over your nose. Wear your mask. Like I said before, less than a quarter of the people are in this chamber. Why? Vaccinations are supposed to keep people safe. Now it's booster. When does it stop? We've proven, they said 2 weeks. Now we're 2 years. If you want to wear it, wear it. If you don't. But if you vaccinate, you should feel safe. If you want to be even safer, wear a mask. I choose to go where I want to choose, where there's people, where there's not people. That's my choice, and it's going to be a choice for my child also, for me to make that choice. I just don't get it. We push for people to vaccinate because they'll be safe. But yet, if you vaccinate, you're fine to go in the school. If you don't, you have to take a test. Where are these breakthroughs coming from? They're coming from people who are vaccinated. Why are we treating people differently? Why aren't we, if we have to, test both? Why? Why is it fair for somebody who took the vaccine because they wanted to feel safe, a teacher wanted to feel safe, they did it, but they still have to wear masks, but the people who aren't vaccinated, they still have to test. But we have all these breakthroughs that are coming and that are being hospitalized. It doesn't make sense. But we want to continue it. We have to talk about mental health. The governor talked about mental health. Well, the mental health of our kids is going downhill. I mean, I feel bad. I listened to a lot of that testimony. Yes, we lost a child's life because of mental health and the masking. And I don't know the whole situation, but man, that was heartbreaking. Speech therapy. They're not able to get up to date with what they need, how they need to speak. Understanding our children. You learn about our children in their younger years by seeing their facial expressions. We can't even see our own facial expressions. I don't know what people are doing behind their masks to me. I can probably guess, but the kids, we're putting fear in the kids. I mean, look at it. Sunday, Super Bowl is going to come around. They're all unmasked in the Super Bowl. The kids are going to be watching the Super Bowl and going and saying, Mom, Dad, how come they're all unmasked? Huge crowds. Doesn't matter. They canceled all the testing to go into the Super Bowl. They're unmasked, and it's in another state, but people from all over the country are going to this. The children go home. They get off the bus. They rip their mask off. They never saw their friends. Half of these children, maybe more than half of these children, don't even know what their friends look like in the early years, because if you started this masking when you went into kindergarten, it's been 2 years since you've seen another young child's face. We are falling back. We aren't going forward. I would love to see statistics. Nobody has brought out statistics or numbers to show us what the masks are doing, what the masks aren't doing. It comes in an e-cert bill, so we don't have a public hearing, so we don't have the commissioner to come in front of us so that we can question the commissioner of public health. I don't get it. I know it's about safety. If you want to feel safe, wear your mask. If you think the mask is working. But don't push it on these kids. These kids are our future. We are ruining and harming our future kids. I mean, a good representative talked about the CIAC in sports. Our interscholastic sports in the state are going downhill. You see pictures all the time in the newspaper of kids playing basketball, high-fiving. Their masks are halfway down their nose and halfway across their mouth. Why are they even wearing it? I mean, I haven't been to a swim meet yet. I don't know how you wear a mask in swimming, but maybe there'll be something that comes out that, you know, you can get it in the water. I don't know. We need to give the parents their choice. We need to take the masks off these kids. We need to get back to some normalcy. I understand there's still cases going on out there. I've talked to nurses. I've talked to a nurse who was in the hospital with COVID. She says, Jay, they're compressing the floors. People are coming down from maternity to cover the COVID floors. She says, the vaccines aren't doing what they need to do. People are scared. It makes no sense for these masks. I guess I can't say it any stronger, but we need to take a really good look at ourselves. Get out there and see the schools. See our kids. You don't see them out there playing kickball together anymore. You don't see kids, you know, God forbid you go to a roller skating rink like we used to, or a movie, because they're scared. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stop. It's time for everybody to vote to bring normalcy back in the state of Connecticut. The governor even said it the other day, people have earned it. Let's move forward. Let's move forward and make the right decision. Do not extend this, and get the masks off our kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Representative Master-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have some questions for the proponent
Proceed.
of the bill, if I may. Thank you. Executive Order number 13A is a revised mask requirement. Is that executive order for the public, general mask requirement while being out in public? What I'm understanding, this particular executive order does not pertain to the schools. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. The representative is correct. There's different portions to 13A. So what's occupied much of the debate today are the portions of it that relate to and led to orders with respect to schools. Yes, there are other provisions of 13A that allowed, again, through the Commissioner of Department of Public Health, to issue other mask mandates, for example, in different venues. So, for example, there's currently one in effect at our Department of Corrections. Those provisions of 13A, not related to schools, will expire April 15th. Period, full stop. Can be no more mandates issued anywhere else but schools. We've been talking about the school provision carrying forward to June 30th, again, if necessary, although that will be lifted by February 28th. I can't tell you right now whether or not those mask mandates will be lifted before April 15th when the authority goes away completely. I think what we've heard, of course, is the expectation that they will be lifted with everything else, but I don't know that personally. But those provisions of 13A expire full stop April 15th, and there can be no further mandates with respect to, for example, other venues that might be encompassed by a different sort of non-school mask mandate. Through you.
Representative Francesco.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the confusion here, and this is what happens when you have so many executive orders put into one bill, and there's dates running all over the place. And I know you've been hammering on this all day long, and there's been many, many questions, but it is very confusing to the people out there, probably very confusing to the members of the Board of Education. And we keep referring back to lines 35, through 39 in the bill. And it does refer to Sections 1 of Executive Order 13A. And when I look at that section, it is for general mask policy, saying that it goes through June 30th, and then I hear April 15th. So as you can see, it's very, very confusing. It needs to be clarified. I don't know if the wording in here is wrong, and it should have been maybe corrected, but it clearly does say in here the general mask policy for anybody going out or doing whatever, shopping, is good through June 30th. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I appreciate the question and certainly what's behind it. And again, it is a matter of reading these provisions in the bill in conjunction with the orders, in conjunction with the guidance. And I appreciate that, the general public is not going to do that kind of legislative archaeology. That's our job to make sure this all ties together. And it does. And what I would point to, for example, just to where this is clear in the e-cert, is lines 37 and 38, where it references, 36 through 38, where it references Executive Order 9. I don't want to ignore 9 because that's early childhood. I'll come back to that. 9 and 13A, sections 1 of both orders, authorizing masks or cloth face coverings to be required in schools. So that's the language in the bill that specifically limits or delimits in this sense, and says the only authority being extended to June 30th, 2022, pursuant to those two executive orders, is anything in those orders that relate to masks in schools. Anything else, we refer earlier to line 10. Actually, 9 and 10. Except as provided in subsection C of this section, the section we just read, Executive Order number 13A, and then it continues 13C, 13E, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. those all expire April 15th, per line 7, actually. So you have to read these various sections in conjunction. I appreciate that's not easy for a layman to do. It should be old hat for everybody in this chamber, but it can be confusing even for us. But that's what I'm trying to do here, is just walk through those various provisions, because the order 13A did include that general power to impose mask mandates in a variety of settings, including schools. What we do here, in particular in lines 35 through really 44, is say, okay, to the extent those orders apply to face coverings to be required in schools, line 38, that authority will continue to June 30th. It won't be, we expect it not to be exercised, and will be lifted by February 28th. But that particular authority in those orders, as it relates to schools, carries forward to June 30th. Anything else ordered under 13A expires April 15th, if not earlier, and that will be up to DPH in its judgment with respect to its existing mask mandates outside of schools, per subsection 1B on lines 5 through 17. Very technical. I appreciate that. I appreciate the question, letting us walk through that. And I appreciate that that's not an easy thing for a layman to trace through. It really is a function of legislative drafting and how we operate here, with cross-references to statutes, cross-references here to the executive orders, and the underlying orders issued by DPH through you.
Representative Massa Francesco.
Thank you, and thank you to the representative for following through on that and trying to clarify that. Again, it is very confusing. So if I understand this correctly, and I know you've heard this probably 25 times today, and I don't want to be redundant, but on February 28th, there is no executive order issued from the governor to have masks in school. That policy and guidance was issued by the Department of Education. In the executive order, which the governor gave them the power to do that, to issue guidance, and that was supposed to expire on February 15th. What we're saying here is the governor is going to let them to continue give guidance up until June 30th. We're just extending that out. What I think parents think today is that on February 28th, that the kids can just go to school without masks on, but that direction, that has to be specific through the State Department of Education. They have to lift their policy. The governor didn't issue an executive order to do that. It was done through the Department of Education. So the governor doesn't have the authority to stop it. Am I correct in saying that? It has to be lifted through the Department of Education. Now, I understand that sounds like there was an agreement that they were going to do that, but again, things are fluid around here. We don't know for sure. If on February 27th there was an outbreak, they can just say, nope, we're not lifting it. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly and my constituents are, through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said.
Representative Massa Francesco.
Thank you. Okay, so we do understand that correctly. Thank you. So parents do know that on February 28th, unless the State Department of Education comes out and issues guidance that they are no longer requiring the masks, then I guess you can send your kids to school. Do we know, has there been any conversation with the Department of Education, if they were to issue guidance, would it be blanket for every town across the state, or would they be looking at individual schools? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, all indications are that this will be a blanket lifting of the mandate, and I think all expectations are as well that they will be issuing some guidance for individual towns. Because remember, I guess the other piece of it I should mention, just to I guess add on to what the representative is saying, is come February 28th, individual boards of ed may make a determination to continue mask mandates. I know some are already talking about that. So, you're going to have to pay attention, if you're a parent, to where you live. What is your Board of Ed doing? And you should be lobbying them one way or the other, because they will have that authority, again, assuming the mandate is lifted, and we expect it to be lifted, effective February 28th. it is possible that an individual town may require, the individual Board of Ed may require the mask mandate for a certain period of time further. So people need to be aware of that as well. But to the representative's question, the expectation is, and the indications are, the statements are, it's more than just indications, that this will be lifted statewide and that there will be guidance issued, metrics issued. Here's what you can look at if you're interested in a town. Here's some of the things you should be paying attention to in conjunction with your local Department of Public Health, but that this will be not a piecemeal lifting of the state mandate. It will be a wholesale one through you.
Representative Mazza-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just kind of bring our attention to another part of this bill that we're working on today and one of the other executive orders, and it has to do with the vaccine mandates. If I'm to understand this correctly, the vaccine mandate issued by the governor for state employees will expire. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe what the representative referring to is 13G as amended by 14C. This is the mandate for those workers in state hospital settings to be vaccinated. It was more expansive than that. It's since been narrowed and will be narrowed further by what we're doing to only require vaccination by those employees in state hospitals. And that order will expire on April 15th, through you.
Representative Mazza-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So from now until April 15th, that order does stay in place. In reference to nursing homes, assisted living, what is the vaccine requirement for them? Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe that's 14B, which was formerly 13F. So that requirement, we've touched on that earlier today, I believe. That will still be in effect. So those staff members have to be vaccinated unless they have a medical or religious exemption. The current deadline for them to meet that vaccination requirement is February 11th. This bill pushes that deadline out to March 7th. And then the entire requirement expires on April 15th, through you.
Representative Mazza-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If on April 15th that does expire, could it come back to the General Assembly here to push that date out? Through you, Mr. Speaker, based on the bill we're doing today. Through you.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's more, probably the question, as I would interpret it, is more the vaccination requirement is going to end April 15th. Period. Full stop. I suppose we could come back and say, hey, we want to extend that further as a legislature. We would have to have agreements in this chamber, upstairs, and of course the governor would have to agree to that. And he's given no indication that he would sign a bill that extends that vaccination requirement past April 15th. But in theory, if we wanted to say that that needs to remain in effect past April 15th, we could come back and do that. I don't gather or sense that there's an appetite from that in either chamber or the governor's office. I think the other sort of interesting piece to this is the vaccination requirement. We're extending the deadline to March 7th. Theoretically, we could come back in at any time and extend that further past March 7th, again, assuming agreement among both chambers and the governor. Through you.
Representative Mazza-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have always been a opponent or not approval of any type of a mask policy. This goes back to day one, back in March of 2020. And when they came out with the vaccines, I always was against forcing a vaccine. I think it's very serious. I think people should have their own freedom and their own medical choices to do that. And I take that issue very seriously. I'm not against vaccines. My kids were vaccinated when they were young, but that was my choice, and it should always be a choice for somebody. It should never be forced. I was listening to the governor the other day, and he was addressing us yesterday, and he was praising the teachers and the healthcare workers for the work that they have done, and you better believe it, they have done a lot of work. They were on the front lines when it was the height of COVID-19, back in March of 2020, they were our saviors. They lived through all of this, some without getting COVID, and some of them did. Our teachers, very brave, they went to school and they took care of our students. And they didn't have to get a vaccine back then, and then they were required. They were working in the height of COVID as well. So I appreciate our healthcare workers and our teachers for what they did, and the governor gave them praise. But here's what else happened, Mr. Speaker. After all of the work our healthcare workers did, all of our teachers, even our state workers, I would say, guess what? They were fired. Some of them lost their jobs. They lost their livelihoods that they've worked their entire life for, to work in the healthcare industry, be a nurse, work in a nursing home, work in assisted living, teach our students. They made the ultimate sacrifice during the height of COVID to save all of us. And then what did we do through an executive order? We mandated that they could put a foreign substance in their body, and if they didn't do it, we fired them. It's awful. There have been many, many healthcare workers that feel that they don't want to get a vaccine, and certainly that's their right to do so as long as a teacher. And they have the right to ask for a religious exemption. And there should never be a question when they ask for a religious exemption. I'm getting calls daily that people are being denied a request for a religious exemption. Just think about that for a moment. It's what you believe. It's not what somebody else believes. They don't have a right to deny you. They don't have a right to tell you what you believe is right or wrong. You were born with that. That's what you believe. But yet, we have people out there, facilities, hospitals, refusing to give someone a religious exemption. It should just be, I want a religious exemption because I don't agree with it, because that's my belief. Then you shouldn't have to explain that. And someone says, well, I don't agree with you. What you believe is wrong. Think about it. What are we doing denying that? It's wrong. They've given up their lives. They've done a lot. They saved all of us, and yet we're denying them a religious exemption, or they're being forced to give up their careers, their jobs. It's wrong. Mr. Speaker, with that said, the clerk is in, is in possession of an amendment, and that is LCO 868. I would ask the clerk to call the amendment, and I would be given leave of the chamber to summarize.
The clerk is in possession of LCO number 868, which will be designated House Amendment Schedule B. Mr. Clerk?
House Amendment Schedule B, offered by Representative Master Francesco and Senator Sampson.
Ladies asked leave the chamber to summarize. There's no objection. Hearing none. Representative Master Francesco, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is very simple, and it really talks to what I was just talking about a few minutes ago. As I've mentioned, people have been denied their religious exemption. They've had to give up their jobs. And as I just explained, that is wrong. We have no right to tell somebody what they should think and how they should think. So this executive order is very simple, and it says any covered long-term care worker may request a religious exemption from the requirements of Executive Order 14B, and any state hospital employer may request and shall be granted, and that the key is shall be granted, a religious exemption from the requirements of Executive Order 13G, as amended by Executive Order 14C, by submitting a written statement that such worker or employee objects to such requirements on religious grounds. Basically, you ask for a religious exemption, and there's no questions asked. There's no calling your clergy to get a letter from them or a recommendation. There's no writing a paragraph on what you believe. It's simple checkbox. And these religious exemptions need to be accepted. Very simple amendment. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Would you like to move adoption?
I move adoption. I
Thank you.
apologize.
The question is on the adoption of House Amendment Schedule B. There's a bunch of names on the board that were there for the bill. If you could raise your hand or give me a hint if you want to speak on the amendment. Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the spirit of the amendment. Just to give the lay of the land here, the current order that we're debating extending, and that has been in existence, allows for a religious exemption. And it is currently, and would be under the original language of the bill, up to the employer in terms of what they require. The employer could and may already easily require something like this. Others, however, are requesting, probably on the advice of their lawyers, further documentation to that effect. And it might be something from the clergy, it might be a more robust statement from the applicant, but that's up to the private employer. And that's all we're doing in the existing language in the bill, is continuing that. So I would submit, while I appreciate the spirit behind this amendment, that it's not necessary, that we've already preserved the religious exemption, and let's just leave it the way it is, up to the private employers to do. So I would urge my fellow members to reject the amendment. Through you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I meant to tell you I would like to have that voted by roll. Thank you.
Everything's by roll call. So I'd be happy to oblige, because we were going to do it anyway.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Rabimbas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment before us, and I thought it was, and I'll keep it brief, but I thought it would be ironic to be able to highlight that the objection, the one objection, although maybe we'll hear from others because we haven't heard from many others this evening on the other side of the aisle, but the one objection is that the religious exemption should be left to the employer to decide how to judge the submission. So the employer who oversees the place of employment and sees the employees on a regular basis is going to make a judgment call on religion, which technically may not even relate to the employment. But the prior amendment was shut down, not allowing a parent to make a decision on behalf of their child that they see every day, have direct contact with, and their mental, emotional, social impact does relate to their life. Then why are we leaving that up to the Department of Labor to decide the religious exemption? Why are we not leaving it up to some other department that has cognizance over employment? How quickly things are different. How ironic. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment for the same reasons that I rose in support of the other amendment, and it's very disappointing that I know the fate of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on House B? Going once, going twice. If not, staff and guests, please come to the well of the House. Members, take your seats. The machine will be open.
The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals. The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals.
Snafu hit the wrong red button. So just give us a sec. You may have to clear the board and just start over. Machine is back on, so apologies for that.
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? If so, the machine will be locked.
Oh, we got it, we got it.
Representative Hampton, how would you like to be recorded? There he is. Hampton.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Hampton.
Yes, I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Representative Hampton in the negative. Representative Ryan, how would you like to be recorded?
In the negatives?
Representative Ryan in the negative. Then we'll take a tally. And the clerk will announce the tally.
House Amendment Schedule B, total number voting 147, necessary for adoption 74, those voting A 52, those voting A 95, absent not voting 2.
The amendment fails. Representative D'Agostino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clerk is in possession of a long-promised amendment. It is LCO number 1021. I'd ask that the clerk please call the amendment. I'd be granted leave of the chamber to summarize.
Clerk is indeed in possession of LCO number 1021, which will be designated House Amendment Schedule A. Mr. Clerk?
C.
C, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, C. I couldn't even read someone else's writing. Never mind, my bad.
House Amendment Schedule C, offered by Representative Ritter, Representative Rojas.
Gentleman has asked leave the chamber to summarize. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Representative D'Agostino, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so what the amendment does, we've touched on this today, it does two things. The first thing it does is strike Section 3 in its entirety. That was the section that dealt with the school days. Topic for another day, if at all, it's out of the bill by virtue of this amendment. The second thing this amendment does, by virtue of some changes in line 9 and lines 21 to 23, is it alters what we are proposing to do with respect to Executive Order 12D. Executive Order 12D, and this was discussed earlier today, this is an executive order that relates to the Department of Housing, in particular the Unite CT program. And just for the record, so people know what we're talking about here, this is the federally funded program that we administer that pays federally funded pandemic relief funds really directly to landlords to make up for their tenants being in arrears on rent. And that program, as of February 9th, we've paid out $200 million, more than $200 million in relief to landlords and some to utility companies for unpaid utility bills, which is also allowed. There's an additional about $181 million in those funds to be distributed because of applications that are in the queue. It is admittedly a cumbersome, I know it's a slower process than everybody has wanted, including housing, and it has gummed up the housing courts a bit as well. But the ultimate goal here we are meeting, which is distributing that federal aid directly to the landlords to make up for the tenants who couldn't pay rent. So all this amendment does is very simple. It extends the executive order to April 15th that says, look, if you've got an application submitted or pending on or before February 15th, you get a 30-day stay on any eviction proceedings. That's only fair because, look, you shouldn't be bumped out simply because we haven't processed your application and your landlord hasn't gotten the rent yet. It preserves the power of the court to issue a stay longer than that if, for example, it's just taking longer to get the money out. But that's all this does. It says if you've got your application in by February 15th, you get that 30-day stay on eviction proceedings, and that continues. And I should mention as well that most of the money, it's about $400 million, is spoken for. So they're not going to be accepting any more applications after February 15th. So you've either got them in now and you're in process or have it in by February 15th. You'll get that 30-day stay. The landlords will get paid from these monies. But after that, it's done. And then the whole order expires April 15th. That's what the amendment does. And I move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on adoption of House Amendment Schedule A. Will you remark? Will anyone remark? Would there be any objection to doing a voice vote? Hearing none, let me try your minds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill as amended. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a few questions to the proponent for clarification purposes, if I may, through you.
You may.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In taking a look at the bill as amended, I don't see the phrase local control that we had mentioned, or the good proponent had mentioned earlier on. Can the good proponent tell me where that phrase came from and to what extent we can rely on it being certain come February 28th? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. So, again, I know the representative will appreciate this. This is another example of that kind of legal and legislative archaeology that we have to do. By virtue of the statewide mandate being lifted, right? Okay, who does the decision go to? We actually don't have to say in here it goes to our local boards of education, for example, with respect to the schools, because we already have that embedded in statute, General Statutes 10-220, which It says unequivocally, every local or regional board of education shall maintain good public elementary and secondary schools and shall provide an appropriate learning environment for all its students, which includes a safe school setting. That existing statutory power granted to our local boards of education, coupled with Connecticut Supreme Court precedent, Board of Ed v. Town of Ellington versus Town of Ellington, 151 Con 1, 1963, and its progeny, all say that Title X, that power in Title X, vests in the local Board of Education that local control for their school buildings. So in the absence of any statewide mandate, which again will be lifted as of February 28th, or we expect to be lifted as of the date, the default is to that statutory power to the local boards of education and their inherent local control granted to them by this legislature through the existing general statutes, through you.
And I understand he is an attorney, so I hope he understood that. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the good proponents' comments on the floor here. That's what I call legislative intent. But the good proponent also did mention just now, and I believe earlier, that the statewide mandate will be lifted on February 28th, and that there's a commitment to that. Where is that commitment from, and by whom? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the governor over the last few days. We've heard his department heads at the public hearing that we've had. I mean, that is a commitment that he has made in public, that his department heads who have that authority, I think, have supported. Is it embedded here in statute? No, it's not. But I think we all take the governor on his word that that's what he's going to do, and he's going to do it. And that's where that commitment comes from, through you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the good proponent. The phrase was also used, everything that we're hearing and we've heard. Is that statement from the good proponent coming from the governor and anyone else, or is it just from the governor with whom he was referring? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I mean, principally, obviously, it is the chief executive of the state of Connecticut, Governor Lamont, and that's his commitment. But my understanding is that the department heads, Department of Public Health, the State Department of Education, Early Childhood Education, all support that, have reiterated that. And again, I believe there was testimony at this public hearing from all of them about how, looking at the metrics, they see everything trending in the right direction and see no reason why that won't happen on February 28th. Through you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was very happy to hear the good proponents stating to an earlier question that this will not be a piecemeal lifting as of February 28th, but rather a wholesale lifting of the mask mandate on that date. And so there was some discussions from the good governor about having some metrics or guidelines put in place that the districts would have to meet as either an advisory guidance or a mandatory guidance. From the good proponent's comments just now and earlier, from what I can gather, that is not going to take place, that there is going to be simply, as of February 28th, a statewide lifting of the mask mandate and not a requirement or guideline of metrics that the districts will have to meet. Am I correct, through you, Mr. Speaker, that that is accurate?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, yes, that is correct. If I misspoke earlier, let me just clarify now. My understanding is that the guidelines that will be issued will be just that since this will now be, as we just discussed, a decision left up to local boards of education, DPH, State Department of Education, will issue information, guidelines. Here's how if you want to go about your decision making this way, here's some information you can use or how you might approach it, but that's going to be entirely up to the local boards of education, and it will not be a mandate for them lifting on a local level one way or the other. Through you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to good proponent. You know, I heard from some groups that it would be unfair for us to have this mask mandate lifted abruptly on February 15th as the school boards and some other entities or groups of advocates weren't ready for it. And I have to tell you that has zero weight on my thought process, because we've had since September 30th, boards of ed and various entities involved in the teaching of our children have known that the mask mandate was supposed to expire on February 15th. Hearing what I'm hearing from the good proponent that this February 28th date, although not contained anywhere in this bill, is going to have, there is a commitment from the governor and the agency heads that it will be a lifting on that date, while later than the February 15th date we wanted. If that does in fact happen,
All right, what did I miss?
My constituents will be very happy, and I appreciate the good proponents' clear statements to that effect. The last area I want to go into, many of us may have seen that the Bridgeport Diocese, of which I am a parishioner, had stated in a letter that they were going to be lifting the mask mandate on Valentine's Day, February 14th. And I was wondering if the good proponent knew why the date on line 44 was put in place, that they could not be any earlier than February 28th, 2022. Was that in response to the Bridgeport Diocese planning on lifting their mask mandate on February 14th? Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. No, it actually was resulted from what the representative was actually mentioning earlier, and I know he disagrees with the idea of the planning and feels that boards of ed should have been prepared to go on February 15th. Some of us have heard differently from our boards of ed, and I think in fairness, not exactly having clear statements until today, and certainly the last few days from the governor. So that date, that line and that date is in there, not because of any one diocese or district, et cetera, but actually, again, to reflect that idea of, look, they're going to have public meetings, give them planning. We know when it's going to take effect. We know when it's going to be. You've got from now,
Any
or
excuse,
technically
right?
from when this enters
At this
into law,
point,
assuming
any
it does,
excuse.
to the 28th to get all your ducks in a row and make your decision and communicate one way or the other. I mean, I think that frankly, no matter what the district decides, it's helpful to say, okay, you've got a little bit of lead time to make crystal clear to everybody this is being lifted on February 28th. The governor has said that, and we as a district in the representative's town or another town have decided that we're not going to impose anything, so come to school without your mask that day. Or if you're a different district that's made a different decision, you communicate that effectively as well. And you've got the benefit of the school vacation periods as well to help with that communication. So that's the reason for that date, not one particular district. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative O'Day.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, good proponent. I'll just conclude by stating that, I think it was unanimous or close to, on March 10th, 2020, extending or giving the governor executive authority through September of 2020. And since then, we've had 6 extensions that I don't believe any Republican has voted for. I would simply hope that at this point in time, we're going to be consulted and we're not going to be asked to do anything further with any of these executive orders come April 15th or June 30th of 2022. And actually, it just reminds me of just one more point. As I understand the good proponent, through you, Mr. Speaker, as I understand the good proponent, the only population that can be made to wear a mask under this extension between April 15th and June 30th, 2022, are school children between K through 12 in the state of Connecticut. Is that correct, through you, Mr. Speaker?
Representative D'Agostino.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Again, if conditions warrant, and there's no indication that that's going to happen, but if conditions warrant, that is correct. Through you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the group that is least at risk, it's undisputed, that most adversely impacted is the only group that we can impact between April 15th and June 30th. Well, I thank the good speaker. I
evil.
thank the good proponent for his forthright responses. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the extension. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Hey,
Be
anyone
very
in the
patient,
comment section, let me know
Representative Terry Woods of the
if you've been paying
141st.
attention which one of these EOs have actually
Thank you
passed.
very much, Mr. Speaker. What day
Which
is
one
it?
of these bills have passed?
I just have a few thoughts I would like to share on this debate. And one of the joys of serving in this chamber is to hear all the voices, hear the thoughts, hear the reasoning why we are for something or against something. And I will say, in my 13 years here, I have never, ever seen the groundswell and uprising from parents on this issue. Thousands and thousands of emails. Certainly hundreds of my constituents reached out to me. I didn't get one that wanted to keep the mask mandate in place. Not one email, not one out of hundreds. Everyone supported parental choice on this, understanding that there are some people that feel safer with a mask, and that should be it. Should be a choice. So I'm obviously disappointed by the vote. I thought our amendment made a lot of sense. I think so.
Yes, it did.
I definitely want to
It's the
thank
only
all
thing
the
that made sense
constituents
so
that
far
reached out to
tonight.
me and all the people from all over the state that reached out to so many of us on both sides of the aisle. I saw there were 187 of us copied on each one of these emails. And someone
And
else
the
mentioned this earlier in the
Democrats
chamber
ignored
that
every
what struck me as
single
well
one
is
of
it
them.
wasn't the typical cut and paste. I mean, we all have gotten those over the years, and this was, each one had their own heartfelt view on why they believed strongly that parental choice made sense. I think we need to look at this as risk and reward. I mean, 2 years ago, it made a lot of sense. We needed to shut down. We had no idea what this virus was, and it was unknown territory. We know so
It showed
much
you the
more
bad faith of
now.
Democrats. This
We
is what
know where
Republicans
there's
in
resilience
Connecticut
and
sound
where
like.
there's vulnerability. 99,
And the
98% of us
Dems
have
would
been
not even
vaccinated.
give them this one thing.
Vaccination numbers are extremely high in Connecticut, I think proudly among the highest in the country. So with risk-reward metrics, I think we have to turn our attention to our school children who are suffering, absolutely suffering. And what frustrates me most is that in so much of this, there's inconsistency with the kids. There's psychosocial, they're not, when you can't see a young student's face, they're not learning those psychosocial cues, social cues. And I know that's been repeated, so I'm not going to go down a long tirade on that, if you will. There are only 12 states that have a mask mandate. If we're one of the most highly vaccinated states, why do we still have a mask mandate for our students
What does
who are
that tell you
struggling
about
so much
vaccines
with
then?
this?
Either the vaccines work or they don't.
The other thing that is little just contradictory
Highly
is
vaccinated
kids,
states,
a dear
why
friend
do
of
we-
mine's a fourth grade teacher in public school, and her kids wear the mask all day. They leave school, masks come off, they go home and they play with the same kids that were in their class. So where's the consistency in that? It lacks logic. It's not teaching the kids, I don't think, good thinking skills either, or reasoning skills. I'm also frustrated with, okay, the masks come off February 28th. That's terrific. However, Department of Office of Early Childhood, State Department of Education, and also DPH, if there's another spike or another reason, they have the power to instate the masks again. And I just don't think that's right. I think it should be left to the parents, and I think we need to treat this as an endemic and not a pandemic. I think we need to be consistent and clear and keep things very simple, and we have not done that with this piece of legislation. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, I thank everybody for their good comments and the chair for working on this and everybody for their input on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your patience. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate all of my colleagues who have spoken today and proposed amendments that I supported that I do wish that more of my colleagues had supported. I thought they were both good amendments. But, I mean, we've been in this pandemic now in the state of Connecticut for 705 days. I remember the day when I turned on the television and Mayor Boughton and Governor Lamont were on TV talking about the first the first COVID positive case within our state's borders. Now, at the time, we didn't know a whole heck of a lot about the disease. We've certainly learned more about it in those 705 days.
705 days to flatten the curve.
What we know now is certainly that
705
people's
days.
lives have changed, many for the worse. Not necessarily because of the disease itself, but because of the things that were caused by the disease.
Oh, Lord.
Now,
Oh.
I had a
Julie,
great
thanks
aunt
for
who
responding.
died, ultimately because of coronavirus. But, you know, when we look at people...
Okay, let's see what Julie has to say. My rep emailed back, I voted against the amendment. This was the amendment that matters, the one that would have killed the masking. Rebecca, you didn't miss much. Well, yeah, I know. I don't say yeah, I know. I mean, I should know that. I should have guessed. Julie says, my rep emailed back, I voted against the amendment. With the decision to empower local school boards to make determinations about mask mandates, a decision for an opt-out should be left to them. My local BOE does not want that responsibility. Okay, so that was a quote. And now she's saying, my local board of ed does not want that responsibility. They are afraid of the backlash with the decision either way. This has been communicated to me privately. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. That these local boards of ed are you know, they're afraid to commit to something, right? And you know, this is what the complaint I've had about my board of education in this town. Like, when you talk to the people on the board of ed that I voted for in private, they're like, we're perfectly in line. But whenever you see them in meetings, they wind up having to walk on eggshells. And let's be frank. That's because, unlike the town council here in New Milford, there's no gigantic super PAC known as the teachers union that the town council has to constantly battle with in the way that the board of ed does. And you know that the board of ed and board of eds in all towns, basically, you know, if you don't do the bidding, if you don't kowtow to the belligerents of the teachers unions, the teachers unions are going to sick an absolute mob on them. So like, I totally get it. Like, I totally get it. And this is why, if you're going to go to your local board of ed, the people you know that are on your side, and in the case of my town, there's at least 4 members of the Board of Education that are on our side. The thing you need to be doing is basically reminding them, you're not going to face a backlash. We would be the backlash, but we're here to tell you we trust you. So vote your conscience, because it's the right thing to do, and you won't face that backlash. Okay, Julie goes on. Besides which, I don't think the bill actually does empower the local BOE. They have to follow the DPH recommendations, right? Or else they take very bold stances they don't want to take. Yeah, that they won't want to take. Yeah, they won't take it. You're right. If the DP, so basically what this is going to do is basically bide Lamont time to use the bully pulpit to try to convince the DPH and the DOE to use their powers of agency to just enact into law agency policy. And, you know, again, if the DOE and the DPH do it simultaneously and make their policies codependent on each other, then it's just a permanent lock. Then it's just never going away. So I know I'm cynical and all, but we have the votes. We have the votes. We saw the vote. There's a clear reason to be cynical in this matter. Right? Again, the Republicans were willing to concede everything without a battle. This meeting would be over. They were willing to concede and sacrifice and surrender everything. And the Democrats unanimously said no. All to keep the mandates in place. A party that has never been in line with devolution is using the thin veil, the thin veneer of, oh, we want the local boards of ed to make that decision. The local boards of ed who are subject to the whims of the Department of Education and the DPH and the legislative bodies and continued EOs. If we get yet another, and we're 8 for 8 right now. We're 8 for 8. Why would you think we wouldn't be 9 for 9? Why would you think that after what's going to be over 2 years, Ned Lamont wouldn't just come back and say, yeah, you know what? I want an extension of my emergency powers again. Why wouldn't he do that at this point? Why wouldn't he just say, yeah, I've got a super majority of Democrats who are going to just blindly do my bidding. So why not just be a ruthless dictator? Why not?
Because of this, which will lead to additional problems. Substance abuse is on the rise because of children and people being inside too long and getting anxious and needing a way to cope with that. All of these things that have happened because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Like I said, though, 705 days ago, and on the 704th day, the governor says, don't worry, you've earned your freedom. I worry now what will happen after this. Will boards of ed be inundated, and will there be disagreements in communities? Because there will be boards of ed who are going to struggle. And I worry about those members. They are volunteers trying to do what they think is best for their community. And there are many parents who want what's best for their children. And if those are at odds, I worry about what will happen in those communities. The boards of ed shouldn't be in charge of this. Like we've all said, it should be the parents. It should be the individuals who are in charge of whether or not to wear a mask, not the boards of ed. Passing that on to them is not the solution at all. The solution is very simple. It is to vote this down and move on. Other states have done it. Connecticut can do it. You know, I just cannot believe we're going to do this again and again and again. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off. It's going to happen eventually. Why can't it happen now? And I hope my colleagues across this chamber will stand up for checks and balances and vote no, and let's get back to work and back to normal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Representative Bisky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been debating this bill for a long time today. We've gone over a lot of different aspects of it. And a few people have mentioned here and there the adverse effects on children. And, you know, here and there people have mentioned the science. But when you're talking about forcing a person, especially a child, to wear a medical device, which is what a mask is, it's a medical device, the first thing you always need to do is ensure that that medical device is safe and effective. We've all heard those terms before, safe and effective. Whenever medicines are approved, they are deemed to be safe and effective. And the way a medicine or a medical device is determined to be safe and effective is it's tested over and over. Randomized control studies, testing the type of people that are going to use that medicine or medical device. Medicines and medical devices that are deemed safe and effective for adults are not always safe and effective for children. We've seen the emergency approvals of vaccines over the last couple of years. They start out with adults, and then they gradually move down as the science comes in that the vaccine is safe and effective. Currently, vaccines are not approved as safe and effective for the youngest children, even on an emergency basis. But masks are, for some reason, forced on these children without any indication at all that they're safe and effective. I personally think that is criminal, because over the years, many years, dozens of years, decades, there have been many, many studies with regard to the safety and efficacy of masks. And they've all been ignored. Every single one of them. There's lots of science out there that tells us forcing children to wear masks is not only not safe and effective, it is downright dangerous. And it is causing unbearable damage to some of these children. I can just say that. It's not easy to just babble here on the floor. But I think it's incumbent on the people making this decision of whether to extend the damage that we're doing to these children. It's incumbent on you to know what the science is before you make that decision. For two reasons. One, the science will be in the record. And when the worst results of these children being forced to wear masks starts manifesting itself in years to come, it will be in the record that this chamber knew. And it will also, when you have to go look your constituents in the face and they say, "Why are you doing this to my children?" they will be able to say, "You knew that it was detrimental to them, and you forced it on them anyway." So, over the years, study after study after study by the top research institutions and universities on the planet have all come to the same conclusion. Do not put cloth masks onto young children for long periods of time. It is detrimental to their health.
For this.
It is detrimental to their physical and mental health in the short term and in the long term. Here's a study. A. Bender, called, that's the author, Preliminary Report on Surgical Mask-Induced Deoxygenation During Major Surgery. And that was in the journal Neurosurgia.
Well, if this gets us,
heated,
this gets us heated.
Spanish publication.
So be it.
And it found that wearing a surgical mask for more than a few minutes reduced a person's blood oxygen level significantly. And that's adults.
I don't know. This is kind of useless.
I'll
Unless
show
you're
you
trying to get the
studies
soundbite, this is kind of
where
useless
it's
because the Democrats just don't
much
care about
worse
this. No matter
in
how true it
children.
may or may not be, Democrats just don't give a darn.
Jonathan J.Y. Ong et al. Published a study called Headaches Associated with Personal Protective Equipment, a cross-sectional study among frontline healthcare workers during COVID-19. And that's in the journal Headache, which is the Journal of Head and Face Pain, a recognized journal in the field. And what that study found among adults is that wearing masks for extended periods of time greatly increased the incidence of headaches and negatively affected the performance of the person wearing the mask. So if they're at work, somebody who's at work wearing a mask, they're not going to do as well as if they weren't wearing a mask.
Yeah, this is
They
a
get more
bad strategy
headaches.
here. This is a bad strategy here because the Democrats will just rally around the obviously unbased claim that they're just going to say this is anti-science. They're just going to rally around that. So these types of arguments don't actually help the case. Like if anything, you're just delaying things. You're making them tired and cranky, and they're just going to coalesce. So I don't know. This is probably a bad line to go down.
That'll fit a child is almost impossible. If you can find them, they're very expensive.
They just don't care.
And
They
fit
showed that they don't care.
is one of the biggest factors in determining whether the exhalation, the breath that the child exhales, will go through the mask or around the mask. The tighter the fit, the more goes through the mask. But the tighter the fit, the less air the child can breathe in. And the tighter the fit, the more the child breathes his or her own damp carbon dioxide. Wearing a cloth mask for extended periods of time can actually increase the risk of contracting COVID-19 and other respiratory infections. Increase, not decrease. It can actually increase the chance of somebody
We're definitely
catching
We're definitely gonna
COVID-19.
get cut off in the middle of this stream.
That comes from McIntyre CR, Seal H, and Dung TC et al., who published a study called A Cluster Randomized Trial
So
of
the
Cloth Masks.
thing that I just
compared
shared,
with
the
medical
picture I just shared on the bottom right here.
healthcare workers.
Yeah, that's the vote.
And that's in the
That's the vote. That's basically the only
British
picture of the night that matters on
Medical
the
Journal.
amendment that would have effectively, permanently, and instantaneously killed masking in schools. Right. So if you want your kid to actually see a face in the one environment where they're likely to get any socialization, gone. And now you're going to be subject to the whim of the lower departments and agencies legislating from the office of the agency. So those are the names, folks. That's the thing that matters. That one picture. Basically, everything else after tonight is moot. There's really nothing to be gained at this point now that amendment didn't go through. And to be honest, to go after the Democrats, like from a strategy standpoint, this was the 10,000 IQ move. Like you did the thing that made Democrats look incredibly, just evil. Just evil. I don't know how else to say it. Evil. So, like, pretty much everything else from here on in is just filler for me. So, you know what? It's 8:30. I'm going to stay till 9 unless you guys want to hang out. So let me know in the comment section if you guys want to hang out. If I don't get anything in the comment section saying let's hang out, then at 9 o'clock I'm just going to call it unless there's something major that comes up. But again, the news of the night, right there. That's the news of the night. Democrats, evil.
They get it all gross. They change it with their, and they stick it back on their face when somebody yells at them. That is the worst possible scenario to try to protect somebody from a respiratory virus. The science actually says so. In that same study, it says they caution against the use of cloth masks because moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection, not a decrease. Yet we are going to compel thousands of little children to keep these nasty things on their faces, perhaps indefinitely. Another study.
Perhaps indefinitely.
Colleen Huber.
Indefinitely.
Masks are neither effective nor safe. That's published in Primary Doctor, which is in primarydoctor.org.
Yeah, this is too bad. This is actually really useful for like what
And
you
they
might
show
want to present.
masks
to your
are
local
an
boards of ed, but this is
obstruction
definitely going
to
get me
normal
killed.
breathing.
I'm definitely going to get a strike on YouTube. We're definitely losing this midstream. So,
And they are not
take it for what you want.
effective barriers to pathogens.
Take it for what it's worth.
They're used, as stated in this study, as prophylaxis against pathogens, but they are not safe or effective. That's for adults. For children, it's even worse. Dr. Jenny Harries, England's Deputy Chief Medical Officer, has also warned against wearing cloth masks for long periods of time because viruses can get trapped in the material that can cause infection when the wearer breathes in. So even if a person has a couple of cells of a virus, say coronavirus, they have some floating around, or they walk past somebody who breathed out and had coronavirus. Normally, it would just pass in and out. They would just breathe it out, and it would be gone. But wearing this moist, warm mask actually catches that coronavirus and increases the risk of the wearer breathing it in. Who else says it? Angela Batista Bilaguinipa. Reusing masks may increase your risk of coronavirus infection. And that's in Medical Life Sciences. The science does not support forcing children to wear masks. Even the World Health Organization, which has been bouncing all over the place on universal masking, is adamant that face masks should not be worn by children. And if they are going to be worn, they have to be worn studiously. They have to be worn properly.
Yep.
They
And
have to be
nobody's wearing
kept
them right.
sanitary. If they become infected, if they become contaminated in any way, somebody sneezes into it. Little kids sneeze all the time. If they snot in it, if they cough in it, if they drop it on the ground, it has to be changed.
And
they can't wear it again. That comes right from the World Health Organization.
It comes right off the package's labeling.
That was discussed at the World Economic Forum in 2020.
All right, let me do this.
Linda Lucina.
Because this guy's going to get us kicked off YouTube anyways. Even though everything he's saying is 100,000% true, you're not allowed to tell the truth on YouTube anymore. So here's the story. From the expert's mouth. I am actually the expert. 20 years of licensure, special licensure across, I can't tell you how many states, for commercial pesticide operation, which means you're constantly subject to this endless battery of tests regarding PPE. You have to sit through and lectures, seminars, meetings on PPE. You have to go to these university settings and take courses, and it's incredibly boring, and the research is unbelievably boring. But you have to read the research. You have to read the studies. You have to be extremely familiar with the studies. And that's where I am. And because if you're not familiar, then you get a surprise inspection and you fail the inspection. If you're not familiar, you get tested and you fail a test, and then you lose your licensure. The proper way to wear an N95. Ready for this? Were you ready for this? You have to wear gloves. You have to wear gloves. There's a special way to actually put on the N95, which has to come out of has to come out of the hermetically sealed package. So if it's a 10-pack, breaking open the 10-pack, and all 10 of them have to be distributed effectively. Okay, there's a special way to put it on. Then after you've got it put on, you have to perform a fit test, which you automatically fail if you have hair on your face. I'm not talking about a well-kempt beard that's properly shaved. I mean, you have to be like me, completely clean shaven, right? Otherwise, it doesn't. You can't pass the fit test, right? And you're supposed to put it on while wearing gloves. Then, while it's on, you're not supposed to ever touch it. You're not supposed to touch your face. You're not supposed to touch the mask. If you ever take it off, for example, if you're a pesticide operator and you take it off, man, that was awful, right? Take it off as you go and hop in the truck, and then you go to the next job. You put it back on, and then you do your spraying. You're supposed to throw out those N95 masks every single time you take them off. In addition, every single time you take them off, there's a special way to take them off, right? There's a special way that's prescribed while you're wearing gloves, and then you're supposed to roll the glove off your wrist and have it like roll over like a rubber, like a condom, over the disposed mask, and then do the same thing with the other glove over the other glove. So it's glove, N95, right? So N95, glove. And then it's supposed to immediately go into a receptacle labeled for biological waste. How many people are doing any of that? That's actually what the manufacturers recommend. That's what DEEP recommends. That's what all of these agencies, that's how you're supposed to wear it. And whenever you see these studies saying masks work, remember that they're doing these studies, they're conducting these studies under sterile laboratory conditions, which are a reflection of the real world wear. And that's how they're wearing the N95 masks, that way, which is, again, a reflection of the real world wear. Oh, God, this is going to get me canceled for sure.
It is detrimental to these children. And it is not effective to prevent the spread of coronavirus.
Oh, God, that is definitely going to get me yeeted. Well, you know what? This live stream was fun.
There's another study.
I was planning on
This
ducking
one's
out
out
on
of
this at
China.
9 o'clock anyways. And it's
Yan et al. Consensus
listen, I
of
gotta go pee, I'll be
Chinese
right back.
experts on protection of skin and mucous membrane barrier for healthcare workers fighting against coronavirus disease 2019. See, a lot of these studies are based on healthcare workers, because traditionally they're the only ones that have worn masks for long periods of time. And that study was published in Dermatologic Therapy. And what that says is that even healthcare workers who are trained in the use, the professionals trained in the use of masks, they know how to wear them, they know how to fit them, they know when to change them. Even they suffer secondary infection, an aggravation of underlying skin diseases, chronic dermatitis, and infections of skin, mucous membranes. That's professionals. That's people who spend years in higher education learning how to wear these things. They suffer. Imagine how a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid playing on the playground, running inside, breathing heavily, tries to walk in the door and the teacher slaps a nasty old cloth across their face that they've been wearing all day. This is child abuse. This is not an effort to increase the safety of the people of this state. It's all optics. And it's worse than that because it's not neutral. It's not that it won't do any harm, we'll just let it go. It's doing major detriment to these children right now. Michelle Science, MD, MSc, FRCPC, et al., published a study, COVID-19, Guidance for School Reopening. That was in the Division of Infectious Diseases at the Hospital for Sick Children, which is in the University of Toronto.
All right, I'm back. Assuming I missed nothing. I'm surprised CTN hasn't gotten ye.
They recommend
140
masks
watching now
for older children, high school age. They do not recommend that children, younger children, wear masks at all. For the very reasons that it can make them very sick. There was a COVID-19 cross-country study by the University of East Anglia in England. And that found that a mask requirement was of no benefit and could even increase the risk of infection. Of no benefit, none whatsoever.
Oh, I'm definitely getting yeeted.
And was not safe and effective. Could increase the risk of infection to these children. That was in Hunter et al., Impact of Non-Pharmaceutical Interventions Against COVID-19 in Europe, a quasi-experimental study.
So this guy right now is going through all the studies about
We should not be doing this
and
to the
I'm
children
definitely
of the
going to lose
state.
the live stream because of this.
We should not be doing this to our own children.
Going to lose it.
And the children of our constituents. Let me talk a little about the psychological trauma that these children are enduring. We've heard some of the other representatives talk about their constituents and how their constituents have relayed stories about their own children. And children are psychologically traumatized in multiple ways by being forced to wear masks and having everybody around them in their class wearing masks as well. Jeffrey Blake, MD. Open Schools Without Politics is an article he wrote. Mandatory face coverings on children is very harmful to the child. Learning is inhibited. Critical interactions among children and adults are fractured. Kids naturally touch their face, thereby contaminating the mask. Children are experiencing learning disabilities, anxiety disorders, and depression, to name a few. Is this what we want for our children? Kathleen M. Pike, PhD, authored a similar study, Why a Mask is Not Just a Mask. And that was published in the journal Global Mental Health Programs out of Columbia University. And she talked about how many children burst into tears and recoil when they see somebody with a mask approaching. And that's why a lot of elementary schools, especially for the younger grades, don't allow anybody to wear Halloween masks. Because the development of facial recognition is weak in young children.
Yes!
And according to
we actually went
the
through all this
University of
research on this
Toronto
channel.
psychologist Kang Lee, it's not until kids are almost 14 years old that they reach adult skill level in recognizing faces. 14 years old. At that point, they tend to recognize individual facial features. But by putting on masks, you take that information away from the children, especially the youngest children. It makes it very difficult for them to recognize others, for them to read emotional signals. And this is especially harmful to children on the autism spectrum, which includes Asperger's and others. And they have a particular difficulty in reading nonverbal clues.
Yeah, we actually went through all this research on this channel. This is all 1,000% true.
The Southern
And
California
I have
chapter of the
documents I can pull
American
up in 2
Academy of
seconds on this.
Pediatrics issued a statement. Dr. Alice Kuo, K-U-O, is the president. And she says it's not realistic or even developmentally appropriate for children to wear masks. Wearing masks throughout the day can hinder language, socio-emotional development, particularly among younger children. Yet here we are. We're going to vote on doing just that to the children of this state. Christine Borman-Kishkel
Pretty funny this guy cannot pronounce this
wrote an
shit
article called Facial Recognition in Children, Euro-Arch Psychiatric Neuroscience, That's, I believe, a French publication, where she reiterated
I just got a text,
that
folks. This is going to go a long time. He
wearing
said it was
masks
gonna-
for
I
extended
just-
periods
I
of
have
time
insider information that this is going to be about an
was
hour
tied
long.
to a lack of facial and emotional
So
recognition.
let me know in the comments if you want me to keep going on with this, because
would
straight
we
up
ever
at
wanna
9
do
o'clock,
that to
I
our
can't
kids?
stay awake for this any longer. But based. Doug is based.
Kalea Landea and Rachel Fush Holta
Oh, man.
wrote in the Journal of Speech, Language, and Hearing Research an article called Preschoolers Benefit from Visual Salient Speech Clues. And what they argued was wearing masks with children takes that away from the children. It prevents them from getting the salient visual speech clues because they're hidden under the mask. Martin Wegsgren et al. Also published an article called Mapping the Emotional Face, How Individual Face Parts
we read this exact
Contribute
study.
to
We read this
Successful
exact
Emotional
study on this channel.
Recognition. Same thing. There's study after study after study that say the same things. That wearing masks is detrimental to a child's physical and mental well-being. Lawrence Brancazio et al. In the journal Perception and Psychophysics published a similar article called Use of Visual Information in Speech Perception, Evidence for a Visual Rate Effect Both With and Without the McGurk Effect. And it says, children need to be able to see somebody's face in order to recognize faces, in order to recognize emotions, in order to recognize and learn speech. Mustafa Skirkhir published in the Department of Computer and Information Science from Lingenhop University, article called Visual Cues in Speech Perception, arguing the same thing. There isn't any debate within the scientific community about this. This is all well-known science. It's been known for decades that this is not good for children. But nobody's ever attempted it before. Yet here we are. We're going to do it again. For what? For what? Do we think that putting these cloth masks on children is going to somehow keep somebody safe? Based on what? Based on what science? Who decided that putting a mask on a kid is going to keep anybody safe? Who made that decision? Based on what science? The science has been clear for decades that that's not appropriate. It's detrimental to children. Yet we're doing it anyway. And when you ask, based on what? Show me the science. Show me why. Show me that what says that these things are safe and effective on children. You get blank stares. Or they call you a conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy theorist. I'm reading right out of the science. This is the science that has been generated by the top research institutions in the world for the last 40 years. I'm a conspiracy theorist because I think it's wrong? that to put a mask on a kid, that's what the science says. Show me the science that says it's good. I haven't seen it. And I've been asking all over the place. I've been researching like crazy trying to find it. Doesn't exist.
There it is, folks. That's the graphic you guys need to see. Young kids do not recognize even the most basic of facial features. Even the most basic ones.
If we all recognize that masks are detrimental to children and hurt them badly, psychologically and physically, I could understand if we as a legislature weighed the risk and the benefit and said, well, we know it hurts kids, but we also know that it works in preventing the spread of coronavirus. We know that putting these things on the faces of these children actually does something to prevent people from dying. But we know that's not true. The science says it's not true. So we have nothing to weigh. On both sides of the scale, the evidence is clear. Children should not be wearing masks.
Whoa! I mean, he's not wrong, but damn, I'm definitely gonna get yeeted.
Well,
There's no way the stream stays up.
The overwhelming weight of scientific literature dating back decades shows that masks, surgical masks and cloth masks especially, do not prevent the spread of respiratory viruses. See, respiratory viruses are very small, itty bitty.
Especially upper
cloth
respiratory
masks
viruses.
have gaps in them because they're made of cloth.
We also have no minimum threshold for viral
They're made on
viral
aluminum.
transmission. It
In
hasn't
between
been
the
established.
cloth is
So
space.
even if the
And
N95
those
does a
respiratory
lot, well, does
viruses
it do
shoot
enough?
right through those
We don't know.
spaces.
There's no way to know. None of the research has
I
actually
know
established
I
that
can't
threshold.
use any props, but I would love you guys to see a video of a doctor that does a demonstration. And what he does is he takes, vapes. It's the alternative to cigarettes. It's electronic cigarettes. And you suck them in and you blow out smoke. Or most of it is water vapor. And it has particulates in it too. And he put on all kinds of masks. Sucked in a vape, put on the mask, exhaled. And you can see the smoke billowing out through the mask, around the mask, under the mask, over the mask, essentially as if the mask didn't exist at all. You want to test it? Go home, light a candle, put a mask on, blow out the candle. Put your face within a foot of that candle. If you can smell the smoke, your mask isn't doing a damn bit of good to protect you from any
1,000%
respiratory virus.
1,000%.
Because if you can smell it, it's going right through that mask. I've tried it. I've tried it with all different kinds of masks. You know what? I can smell the smoke every single time.
Right. What he's referring
So
to
can
is
you.
atomized particles rather than large droplet
Because the
particles.
masks don't work.
I can't say those three words. I can't.
Science
say 'em.
clearly says so. Here, an article by Patrick Saunders Hastings. Great, one that I can actually pronounce. Patrick Saunders Hastings et al. Effectiveness of personal protection measures in reducing pandemic influenza transmission. A systematic review and meta-analysis in the journal Epidemics. And what it says is that face mask use provided a non-significant preventive effect. Non-significant. It didn't register. It doesn't matter. They don't work. The science clearly says so.
I mean, do I dare to comment on it?
Dr. Russell Blaylock,
This is
nationally
bold.
recognized
This is genuinely
board-certified
bold.
neurosurgeon, health practitioner, and author,
You know, I'll give this stream a like. Why not?
warned against making healthy people wear masks because they get sick. And it doesn't protect anybody from the spread of respiratory viruses. And it exacerbates headaches. It reduces blood oxygenation, as we discussed before. And the more effective the mask, the worse it is. So you put an N95 mask on, try to breathe through it. Excuse me.
If this is a filibuster, Billy, if you're watching, let me know if this is a filibuster.
Run up and down the stairs a couple times wearing an N95.
This is
well-fitting
the world's
N95.
best filibuster of
And
that.
look at yourself in the mirror. You see that thing sucking in and out, in and out. Well, what is that? What do you think that's doing? That's putting extra strain on your lungs, extra strain on your cardiovascular system, extra strain on your heart. It does the same thing to children. These things are not good for us. They are not good for our children. And if you can breathe through them, then what good are they?
I'd hate to tell you
One thing
what
Dr.
is
Blaylock
recommended
also
for
said
virology laboratory studies.
is that wearing these things and having these respiratory and cardiac strains also impairs your immunity. Well, what are we trying to do? We're trying to boost up our immunities. That's what these vaccines are for. That's why we're all told to take various minerals and vitamins to increase our immunity. Well, wearing a mask is shown to decrease your immunity because it inhibits the type of main immune cells used to fight viral infections called CD4 plus T lymphocytes.
It is funny watching him struggle with the science part of this stuff.
This is not good stuff, folks. And to do this to our children
is evil.
Is a crime.
You can say evil.
Dennis G. Rancourt, PhD, from the Ontario Civil Liberties Association, published an article called Masks Don't Work, a review of science relevant to COVID-19 social policy. Masks don't work is what he titled it. And what he did was he did a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trial studies. What a meta-analysis is, he looked at all the available science, all the available randomized controlled trials that he could find, and he analyzed them over time, and he determined that masks do not work to prevent respiratory influenza-like illnesses or respiratory illnesses believed to be transmitted by droplets and aerosol particulates. They don't work. So why would we force our kids to wear them? Aerosol particulates. We're not talking about big old droplets. We're not talking about spit.
That's what I was talking about.
We're not talking
aerosolized
about a
particulate.
big loogie that you hock out and shoot across the room. We're talking about aerosol. We're talking about water vapor. We're talking about
that
particles so small that they go right in between the threads of a mask. And another reason why the masks are worse than nothing is because let's say you have respiratory virus, you have coronavirus.
I think we can do that.
Normally, if you breathe out and some of those particles are attached to large droplets, those large droplets come out of your mouth and they hit the floor. But if you're wearing a mask, what happens is they hit the mask. And the next time you breathe out, it aerosolizes it. It shoots it out into the air. And the next person that walks past where you were breathes it in. Whereas before it would be on the floor, now it's in the air. That's what the science says these masks do. Now, I mentioned randomized controlled trials.
This is a windscreen. It's designed to
Maybe you don't know what
absorb
that
the
is.
noise from wind.
In
This is what it sounds
science,
like when
there's
I
a sort of
blow
a
across
hierarchy
the microphone.
of
So let's turn this guy down
types
for
of
just a hair.
studies.
Just a little bit.
Some are considered very
All right.
good.
Guys, let me know in the comments if you hear any difference at all. Ready? Again, this is with a windscreen on the microphone. I'm just going to blow an even middle strength. Peaked out at about probably -1. Okay, let's see if this is any different. Like barely. Barely. All right, here's the KN95. We're going to do this experiment in real time. We're doing this experiment in real freaking time. Right? Here's the KN95. Ready? Okay. Is it any different from... I mean, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, but if it's going to block viral pathogens, you should hear like nothing, right? Like basically nothing. It should at most all be just going out the side, right? Right? I didn't have my headphones on, so you guys will have to tell me. Experiment conducted.
Nobody knows which one got which. That's a blind. You can't do that with a mask because you got the thing stuck on your face. But they are randomized, so you don't get to choose who gets the mask and who doesn't based on any factors. It's all random. That's the best kind of study you can do with a mask. And what a number of people have been doing recently, over the last 2 years, is they've been not only doing these randomized control studies, but they've been doing meta-analysis. So they've been taking all these randomized control studies that have been done by other scientists and other doctors over the years, and they have been putting them together and doing a new analysis with new eyes. And what these meta-analyses are showing is just what these randomized control trials showed. Masks are not safe and effective for children.
I mean, I love it, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna dissuade an ideologue. I think it's cool. I think it's good theater. I guess
Jacobs,
if you're gonna accept
JL
that there's
et al.
I guess if you're just going to accept that whatever policy reason you're here to be in the building in the first place is just moot, But
Use
like
of
the whole point was
surgical
to try to get that amendment passed, and it failed.
of the common
If you're just going to
cold
say that the
among
whole
healthcare
evening
workers
is
in
just an
Japan,
L,
a
if it's just going to be an L anyways, you might as
that
well
was
dive on the hand
published in
grenade
the
and do what this
American
guy's
Journal
doing.
of Infection
That's the only
Control.
rationale for doing this, because honestly, the Democrats are just not going to listen. They aren't going to care. They know all. You could provide irrefutable proof of what he's talking about, and the Democrats just won't care, and that's a completely different thing. from don't know.
N95s were likely to cause significantly more headaches and breathing problems, and that face mask use in healthcare workers was not demonstrated to provide benefit in terms of
Where does he
cold
start?
symptoms or getting colds. The common cold is a coronavirus. It's not COVID-19,
50-something
but it is a
minutes ago.
coronavirus.
This has been going on for
It's got the
almost an
same.
hour.
It's the same size. Goes through masks the same way. Face masks didn't provide healthcare workers with any benefit. Whether they wear a mask or not, they still got the cold at the same rate. Cowling B et al. Face masks to prevent transmission of influenza virus, a systematic review, published in Epidemiology and Infection. None of the studies reviewed showed a benefit from wearing a mask, either healthcare workers or community
This is
members
awesome.
in households. They don't work. The science says they don't work. Why are we forcing this stuff on our kids? Bin Reza et al. Use of masks and respirators to prevent transmission of influenza, a systematic review of the scientific evidence. Another meta-analysis. Looked at 17 studies that fit their parameters.
Influenzas
17
are actually biochemically fairly close.
randomized
Fairly
controlled
close to
trials.
coronaviruses.
None of the studies established a conclusive relationship between mask respirator use and the protection of against influenza infection. None of them. They don't work. Ofedu V et al. Effectiveness of masks and respirators against respiratory infections in healthcare workers. A systematic review and
I love that
meta-analysis.
all these studies are
published
definitely
in
like
Clinical
pre-2020.
Infectious
I love
Diseases.
it. Like this is what this is what the unanimous
Evidence
consent.
of a protective effect of masks or respirators.
This is like
against
unanimous,
verified
the unanimous
effect,
position of the entire
verified
scientific
respiratory
community,
infection
the world over, for
was
decades
not
until 2020.
statistically
So.
significant. They don't work. The science is very clear. I was actually prepared to do hours and hours of this stuff. I literally
Do
have
it!
hundreds
Do
of these
it!
studies.
Filibuster this shit!
Hundreds.
Filibuster! Do it!
They all say the same thing. They go back decades. Masks are not safe and not effective. And there isn't any evidence to say they are. Before we put any type of device on a child, like before we put, let's say a child has a head injury, and we put some type of helmet on them, a medical helmet to protect their head. Before that doctor puts that helmet on, that helmet needs to be approved. It needs to be shown to be safe and effective on a child with a head injury. You can't just throw some football helmet on a kid who has a serious head injury and expect it to work. It could cause more damage, more harm than good. It has to be shown to be safe and effective. It's the same with any medical device. You don't put a pacemaker on somebody. First off, somebody who doesn't have a heart condition. But secondly, you don't put
Yeah,
a pacemaker
right? Good
in
point.
somebody when that pacemaker has not been found to be safe and effective.
It's good. The
This is
analogy is
what
going
we're
to be
doing
missed
to our
because the left
children.
just doesn't do
We're
analogies.
forcing them to wear a medical device that not only has not been proven safe and effective, but has been proven to be unsafe and ineffective. What kind of people would do that? Why would we ever do that to our children? And when parents scream and beg and cry and tell us how their kids are being adversely affected by these things, how their learning is being delayed, how their breathing is suffering, how their emotional well-being is suffering, do we even listen to them? Well, I sure do. The parents know what's going on with their kids. They know that these masks are hurting their children.
All right, gotta pee. I'll be right back.
They're hurting our children. They're hurting Connecticut's children. Rather than sort through my hundreds of studies, I can tell you that there are studies that if I were a parent and my kid was going through a serious medical or psychological problem because of the masks, and I read that study, and I knew that my legislator was aware of what was going on, had heard about the science, and voted to force my kid to wear a mask anyway, I assure you I'd be pretty pissed off. If my senator voted to make my kid wear a mask, after I know what the science says, believe me, he would hear from me and my wife and my kids. Another important issue, and there's also a ton of science on this. Children are very, very weak vectors of coronavirus. They generally don't get it. If they do get it, they generally don't get very sick, and they don't pass it along. There's lots of science on that, too.
All right, I'm back.
There's a study in the publication Pediatrics, which is the official journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics. It's named COVID-19 Transmission in U.S. Child Care Programs, and it's by Walter Gilliam, Ph.D., et al. And what it says is that within the context of considerable infection mitigation efforts in the U.S. child care programs, exposure to child care during early months in the U.S. pandemic was not associated with the elevated risk for COVID-19 transmission to providers. So what does that mean? That means that adults do not get sick from kids, do not get coronavirus from kids. Now, I'm not saying that kids don't get people sick. They get people sick on all kinds of stuff. But for some reason, they don't get people sick, they don't get adults sick with coronavirus, and they don't pass it among themselves. Now, they might test positive, but testing positive and being sick are two entirely different things. As we've all learned over the last 2.5 years,
one's a condition of symptoms.
simply
and the
because
other
you
is a
test
condition of
positive
the
does not
actual
mean you're
virus.
sick. What it means is that at the moment they stuck a swab up your nose, there happen to be some COVID-19 cells in your nose. Doesn't mean you're going to get sick ever. Doesn't mean you're sick then. Doesn't mean you're able to pass it along. It just means that it happened to have some coronavirus cells in your nose at that time. So 2 kids could test positive, but neither one of them gets sick. What we're talking about is getting sick, and kids generally, there with some exceptions, do not get sick from coronavirus, from COVID-19. They do get other coronaviruses. They get colds. Cold is a coronavirus. But for some reason, kids are not vectors, are not significant vectors, with some exceptions, to coronavirus. So not only are masks not safe and effective, and not only are masks proven by the science to be ineffective and dangerous, but there isn't any reason for them anyway because kids are not significant vectors for COVID-19. So again, I ask, what the heck are we doing? Why are we forcing these kids to wear masks? Here's another study. This one's in this is in pediatrics also.
Oh, the Vosh
Department of
fanboys will be
Pediatrics.
loving this. Show me the study.
Larner
3 is
College
more
of
than 2.
Medicine.
Show me the study.
University of Vermont. Benjamin Lee, MD. COVID-19 transmission in children. The child is not to blame. That's the name of the article. COVID-19 transmission in children. The child is not to blame. Not to blame because the accumulating evidence and collected experience argue that children, particularly school-age children, are far less important drivers of SARS-CoV-2 transmission than adults. They're not a significant vector for COVID-19. I'm getting tired. I've read these studies. I certainly hope you will read them.
They won't.
Unfortunately,
They
you
would have
can't
to
read them
care.
before you have to vote. But now you know they exist. Dozens and dozens of them, spanning tens of years, that all show the
Spanning
same
decades.
thing. Masks are not safe and effective. Just the opposite. They are unsafe and ineffective in stemming the spread of respiratory viruses. Masks are detrimental to the physical and mental health of children. And they're not necessary because children are not significant vectors for COVID-19. Based on the actual science, not our feelings, but the actual science, there is no way we should be voting to continue to force children to be wearing masks in
Which
school.
is what he's basically voting on. Because the Democrats
Thank you, Mr.
revealed their
Speaker.
hands earlier in the evening.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Jesus, that was prolific.
One of you speakers.
Thank you, sir.
Just
Representative
over an
Fiorello.
hour. Just over an hour, damn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few remarks, if I may. I associate my remarks with all of the wonderful commentary that came from my colleagues. Thank you so much, every single one of you who talked about the letters that you've received, talked about your personal experiences with your children, your athletic children, your children in schools, and Representative Dubitz, the representative from those many towns, your review of all the science. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, before we take this last vote on HB 5047, I wanted to recap what we've done today. And we started the day with the governor not seeking for him to declare the continuation of the emergencies of public health and civic preparedness, but rather that our legislature did. And we did that. We didn't have to, but we went ahead and declared that there is a continuation of the emergency here. So 700 days was not enough for Connecticut. We're going to live in an emergency, serious emergency, for however many more days. And why did we do that? Because there was material gain to be had from federal dollars. Approximately $95 per month was mentioned. And for that, for those material gains, we decided to continue to live in a state of emergency. But I argued that there are also spiritual gains and that there's a truth that we should be living with. And to me, because the legislature could declare a state of emergency because of the powers that we hold, and then we did, when the truth is that we are not in a state of emergency, it reflects an abuse of power. And then what did we do? We had an amendment to give our parents an opt-out of any potential mask mandates, and this body voted that down. But I am grateful that that was a bipartisan vote, that was a nonpartisan vote, and I'm grateful for the folks that across both sides of the aisle that supported the opt-out for parents. And then we had an amendment for validation and affirmation of religious exemption for adult workers who are living with vaccine mandate and in the healthcare industry. And unfortunately, that was voted down. And what do we face before us now? We could let all of these executive orders expire. But no, we're going to take a vote. And we face two choices, two scenarios here.
Pull over the
On
car
February
or-
28th, 2022, the leaders of the agencies, these unelected bureaucratic leaders of the commissioners of health, education, and early education, they could rescind the mask mandate. So the people of Connecticut will have to wait and see what these leaders of these bureaucracies will do. And if they do rescind it on February 28th, as our governor has recommended, then the authority goes to the Board of Eds. And all our parents, and these boards of eds, of course, will not be acting on their own, but they will also have the advice of all the many different agencies, teachers' unions, the organization that represents superintendents. But I do want to note that it is not all teachers and not all superintendents that agree with the continued masking of children, because we heard from so many of you. And thank you. the teachers and superintendents who validated for us that what we feel about our children at home is true, and you see the harm being done to them in the classrooms. So thank you for speaking out on the side of mask freedom or mask choice. And so the authority will go to Board of Eds, and our parents will have to lobby their Board of Eds to release their children from the mask mandate. Or what could happen is that on February 28th, 2022, the leaders of these agencies will not listen to the governor's recommendation, and the mask mandates will continue for the duration of the school year until June 30th, 2022. So those are the options that parents in Connecticut will face once this bill in front of us, HB 5047, gets voted on. Either you wait on February 28th and the agencies take the governor's recommendation, and now you go towards your Board of Ed to do it, to fight for mask choice, or the agencies do not rescind and your children are in masks until June. And I know this can be discouraging news, and I can understand the discouragement. I've received emails and texts already that folks are feeling discouraged. I'm a little discouraged, but I want to say that the travesty that we saw today for the people of Connecticut, should this vote happen and pass, this continuation of fear and control of our people, what is so obviously bad policy, this thing that makes us depressed, I want to say that after we get past our discouragement, I am confident that there is great news here. Because this opportunity, what happened today, is providing a clarity like no other. The people of Connecticut will see so clear. It's actually what brought me here. What brought me here was what I could see so clearly. I can't unsee how much my freedoms are being infringed upon, and I can't unsee all of the force that gets voted on and down onto the people out of this very chamber. And that's what brought me here. And the people of Connecticut today are going to have a moment of clarity between force and freedom, oppression and more control. And I'm thankful. I'm really thankful for these opportunities that provide clarity for the people of Connecticut. So let's make lemonade with lemons. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. The distinguished chairman of the Public Health Committee, Representative Steinberg.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying hard to remember what life was like before all of this, 2+ years ago, when we were all living what we thought back then were normal lives, where we could spend quality time not only with our kids, but also with our parents and our friends, and none of us could have possibly anticipated what was in store for us. This virus came out of nowhere, or at least out of Wuhan. We were surprised. We were bewildered. And we were scared, for good reason. This virus was lethal. Connecticut, with other New England states, was devastated. Our seniors in nursing homes were dying, and we felt as if we had no control over the circumstances. Most of us in our lifetimes have never encountered a scourge as scary as what we were facing 2 years ago. Remember that? It does seem like a long time ago, because frankly, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, 2 freaking years, yeah.
We weathered the storm by being smart and deliberate. We imposed measures that made it possible for us to save lives while we were developing the vaccine, while we were learning more about the many unknowns that related to this virus. And because of that, Connecticut, in general, fared better than most states in this country. That was not by accident. That was because of deliberate efforts by our governor and his staff, and because we as a legislature recognized our limitations in terms of being quick to respond to a virus
doing it
that
right
seemed to
now.
be able to morph much more quickly than we could. And that is why we
Oh my God! what a
provided powers to the governor that were extraordinary. They were emergency authority commensurate with the threat and the risks that we faced as a state.
Remember that. Hold him to
And
it.
just
if
when
we
we
get
thought
a,
we
a
had it
Republican
under
governor
control,
and these emergency
the virus changed, and we had the Delta
powers
variant.
are still extended.
And the Delta variant
just
was
abuse it. Just
more
abuse it at
dangerous
this
than
point.
perhaps the first version was. And the question on all of our minds at that point was, how do you plan for the future with a virus that can change on a dime and infect all of us? We persevered and we asked everyone to sacrifice. And the hardest sacrifice we had to ask was of our children, who might not understand what we were asking
You
them
asked
for, asking
your
of them, or
children
why,
to sacrifice.
why
It's
it was
not
so
something
important,
you should be proud of.
but proved to be incredibly adaptive to the realities
You
of
mean
having to wear a
you proved
mask.
to be incredibly
yes, we
easy to
recognize that
manipulate.
after years of sacrifice, the mental health, the social and behavioral health factors are significant, and we as a legislature are committed to addressing those as well as we can. But they were the natural result of trying to beat down a scourge that was trying to kill as many people on this planet as possible. And yes, we lost 10,000 people in the state of Connecticut, over 900,000
children
in our country.
7.
Some of which those deaths were avoidable. And we're not even talking about the long hospitalizations, the impact on our frontline healthcare
because
workers,
that's
the
something
lingering
you can't
effects of
possibly
long
quantify.
COVID,
Therefore,
and
you can
other
always just
ramifications.
move the goalposts to that.
And there are those of us at some points in time wondered when this thing was going to end.
Well, with Democrats in power,
Well, the good
never.
news is, it seems, based upon all the latest trends, that we are on the cusp of that moment where we can return to something approaching normal. Yes, we're tired, we're exhausted, we're angry. We don't think we've been able to do right by our kids or by our
You have been able to do
employers or
right by your
employees.
kids. Pass the amendment.
We're
Passing
impatient
the
and
amendment would
want
be doing
it
right by your
to
kids.
end now. When we had public comment earlier in the week, we heard from hundreds of citizens of this state who made it very clear this is something that they want to see changed.
And you're
what I submit to
ignoring
you
it.
today is that's what we're doing.
Bulls.
It may not be happening in the next hour that everything is going to go away, including the virus, but there are just two things we're trying to do now. To me, it's very simple. One is we're trying to effect
Buy yourself
an orderly
more time.
transition to the endemic phase of this virus so that our boards of education, our parents, everybody involved can actually do this in a fashion where we have the
No.
least dislocation
Here's what's going to
possible.
happen. Here's
I
what's
don't
happening.
think that's too much to
This,
ask.
this, I guarantee you, what all this is just Lamont buying a couple of weeks while he gets through the agency process and gets the Department of Health and gets the Department of Education to just legislate through the powers of agency. That takes a little bit of time. So what he's doing is just buying that time. I guarantee that's what's going on here.
And if we've learned anything over the past 2 years, is that we need to be ready for that. And we are putting in place basic tools that will enable us to respond next time, whether it be tomorrow, a year from now, or never, much more nimbly than we have in the past. So before we take this vote, I just want to say I'm very hopeful. I don't think we as a legislature or we as a state are really very far apart. I know there's been a lot of effort to divide on this case, to have a
you're
we
really far
versus
apart.
them approach to what we're dealing with right now. But I submit to you, we really are on the same page.
No, you're
we are
not.
arguing
You're
about,
really not.
for many hours, a difference of a few weeks in some cases.
No.
We are on the brink of getting beyond
no.
this thing.
No.
And rather than focus on whether or not it's happening tomorrow, or whether or not we agree, or certainly whether or not masks are effective. And for every study cited by my colleague, I can give you a dozen that are actually peer-reviewed that suggest masks
What
have
a
benefit.
scumbag!
And that's why the CDC and the Pediatricians Association
No, it
still
couldn't be
recommend them.
political motivation
So
of
if
any
you
kind.
want to talk
They're
about
not
science,
human
we can
beings,
be
they're
here all
robots
night.
who are
But I don't think
immune
that's
to
really what we're
political
here to talk
motivation.
about. We're here to talk about how we as a legislature will preside on the conclusion of this pandemic. And what we have before us today is the means by which that will be accomplished. I encourage
you had
everybody
that.
to let
You
us
had
get
the
to that
amendment, and you
point
voted no to
so
it.
we can move on and get back
But
to normal.
you're not moving
Thank you,
on.
Mr. Speaker.
You're not moving on. Everything is staying
Chairman
exactly the
Steinberg?
same until February 28th.
Representative
And
Cannavaro,
then
the floor, sir.
we have no guarantee that anything is going to change on February 28th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And in
Good
fact,
evening, and
we're
I
getting
will try to be brief. We
the-
had a
what's
long
been intimated
debate
so
today
far
on
is that
this
it's
issue.
not going to change.
And I think while
in fact,
there
it's
are
going to get worse.
provisions that are being extended today by virtue of our debate and vote that Republicans don't object to, we have heard a lot of objection, certainly revolving around the mask mandate in schools. And I'm going to sort
Yes,
of just focus
the
on that
one
area
thing.
in particular. You know, when I look at this legislation and my vote today, I look at it through the eyes of a child, not through the eyes of an adult, because I think throughout this entire pandemic, it is where government has failed. I don't know why, but the focus always has seemed to revolve around the adults, the elderly population, who we identified as the most vulnerable. And I would submit that our children are the most vulnerable throughout this pandemic. You know, they were least impacted by this virus from a physical standpoint. And there's always this notion that children are adaptable. And so we can just sort of tell them what to do and they'll figure it out. But I reflect and I look at what their new normal has been for 2 years. And I am horrified to think of what permanency have we created with putting masks on children for so long. You know, when the pandemic started in March of 2020, and the governor came out with his phases of reopening, you know, our focus really have revolved around the adult world. You think about it, we had phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3, and we had essential services identified. And I think about when it began, how my kids immediately had to leave their schools, and they were sort of shuttered into their rooms to learn virtually. That was a dramatic transition for them. And then we had rules, you know, locally where you could go shopping, but they wanted one person in a store at a time. So naturally, the adults with the car keys would get in their vehicles and go shopping. There was some level of interaction. Even in those early days of isolation, they had some level of normalcy. The children remained home. And I think it created great stressors on them. Fortunately, you know, our school system stepped to the plate, and in September of 2020, many of them reopened in person, and some didn't. For that entire school year, we had children learning in isolation. And when they returned to their schools, it was a very different environment for them. They were learning 6-foot spacing. They couldn't talk to each other in the cafeteria. Some were eating outside. And they all have had to wear masks throughout this entire process. And what was frustrating to me is back when we had extended these orders, one of the amendments that we ran on the House Republican side that failed was we asked for a public hearing before executive orders were put down.
Yep.
And that
I remember
amendment
this.
failed. And I think the reason why we believed it was
failed
so
directly
important, and we
across party
understood
lines.
the executive branch needed to manage this pandemic, but we felt it was important for people's voices to be heard. You know, we certainly
It
heard
would have
from our
added
restaurant
hours to the
owners, and
process. Not days,
we
not
heard
weeks,
from
not months,
business owners
hours.
that
That's it. It would have been
hairdressers that
something that
needed to
started in
be
the
able
morning
to
and finished in
open
the
back
afternoon,
up.
rather than starting in the morning
And they
and
had
finishing
their
in the late
voices,
morning.
but the ones that really didn't have a voice were our children. And there was never a public hearing process. And so on Tuesday, I thought it was a very historic moment when the legislature finally reasserted itself that we held that public hearing. And we heard from hundreds of parents that talked about the impacts to their children. And I think today that's what this is really all about. And so some of us could say that this is potentially a matter of weeks. But for many parents, they believe it's almost too late for their child. And that's scary. And I think that this is probably one of the biggest failures of this administration. Because back in August, there were many members, especially the ones that have children in these schools, that were concerned of the quarantine rules that were put in place. And those rules were a big departure from our neighboring state of Massachusetts, where they had a test and stay program that minimized the number of children that were quarantined. Connecticut didn't do that. Not only did they not do it, they sort of ignored it. And we held a press conference, we called on the administration to look at it, and they said no. Soon thereafter, in the emergence of Omicron, all of a sudden they got rid of the contact tracing for the kids. We're just going to ignore it, let school continue on. And they managed. Through the Omicron spikes, our schools stayed open, and there weren't major issues. And to me, it suggested maybe we really missed the boat on our kids. Maybe we were too restrictive all this time. But we will never know because we didn't do the research that should have been done. When I asked the commissioner over and over again of public health for what is the data on contact tracing and the transmissibility in schools among children, they wouldn't give me the information. Finally, on February 4th, I got a letter saying we didn't collect it. And we're not contact tracing anymore, so it doesn't matter. And if you want the data, contact your local districts for the data. Our children deserve better than this. We should have been tracking it for all these months. Because when I look at the World Health Organization, who has recommended that children under the age of 5 not be masked, and in Europe, no one under the age of 12 is recommended to be masking, because they weighed the benefits of protecting against the virus versus the impacts on these children, their educational impact, their socialization impact, their cues. I mean, the first thing when a baby is born, you get into their face and you smile at them. And those social cues carry on throughout all of the early parts of their lives, especially in daycare settings. We bring our children into daycares to socialize them. Their world is very different than our world right now, still to this day. And I talk to our daycare workers who have the stressors of trying to educate these children and provide the social emotional learning that was so important to this institution that we continue to pass legislation
careful with that social
over
emotional
time
learning.
to make sure we
Be real
got
careful
those
with that.
pieces right. It has all been discarded for the last 2 years. And these teachers have their work cut out for them over the next decade. And I don't know if we could have done better, but I think we could have done better. And it is frustrating from this side of the aisle, who raised this issue back in the fall, to be ignored throughout the entire process. And for the governor to say to us, we want you to vote on a mask mandate. Couldn't wait to get this vote before our chamber because he wanted us to weigh in. And I said it back then, I'm more than happy to take that vote. But what happens? The administration at the 11th hour, while we're deliberating this, we're setting down the public hearing, throws a curveball and says, let's get rid of the masks. Well, what changed? You have no data. You've collected nothing up until this point to demonstrate why you're doing what you're doing.
They don't have to.
And so
they have
I
a
throw a
super
flag
majority.
on
They're
the
just going to
field.
do it.
Because what's happened now is we have chaos through 169 towns. We have Board of Educations that don't want to make this decision, and they shouldn't have to make this decision. And we have a legislature that's left without any empirical information to make the right decision for our children. But what I do know anecdotally from the hundreds and hundreds of parents that are frantic and desperate over what their children have gone through, And my kids have worn masks through this process, but it's impacted them. And we all know they're falling off their faces. They're barely, I mean, they need to be snug. These aren't even snug. They're at their chin by homeroom. And there's a reason for that, because it's not right. It doesn't belong. So the one generation that was physiologically the least impacted by this virus had been the most impacted by all of the restrictions that the state of Connecticut put on them.
Damn right.
And so we certainly could tout the fact that Connecticut did a great job of minimizing the transmission and maybe minimizing the deaths in the state of Connecticut. But at what cost? And that is why I'm an emphatic no vote today on these executive orders. And I ask everybody, when you look at this legislation, look at it through the lens of a child, not an adult. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not a strong
Thank you, Representatives. Chamber will stand ease for one moment. The Majority Leader, Representative Rojas, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be brief. Certainly I want to thank Representative D'Agostino for defending the legislation today. I want to thank my colleagues across the aisle for asking their questions. It's certainly been a long road to arrive at this moment when we're taking the state of Connecticut into a new phase in the response to COVID-19. I fully appreciate how tired everyone is, those of us in this room, our families, our constituents, the entire state of Connecticut, about the impacts of the pandemic. I have 3 school-age children, and I've spoken to them regularly. There's been a lot of conversation about children tonight, so I thought I would talk about my experience with my own 3 children. You know, and I've asked them over the last 2 years what they've thought about the things we've been doing, and as you might imagine, I've asked them a lot about masks, right? And it seems that our kids perhaps understand better than the adults what it means to wear a mask and do something for a greater good.
No, you just
not
proved
surprisingly,
that
they would
kids
prefer
are
not to wear a
incredibly
mask.
easy to
I would
manipulate.
prefer they not wear a mask. But they do it for a greater good. They realize they're
Oh my
making
God,
a
here it
personal
comes.
sacrifice for a
Do it
very
for the
particular
greater
reason,
good.
at least
That
in our
argument.
situation. You know, for them, for my family, that greater good
That
has been wearing a
argument
mask
wasn't
in an
used
effort to keep my mom
justify
safe.
the worst
My
atrocities
mom was
of the 20th
diagnosed with
century.
lymphoma in October of 2019, started chemotherapy treatments in the winter of 2020. COVID hit, and she's been getting chemotherapy throughout this entire thing. For the last 4 months, I've been driving her down to New Haven 2 or 3 times a week, so I wear a mask everywhere. My children wear a mask everywhere to try to keep grandma safe. I mean, I think that's just an example of why we have been doing this, and I think why our children better understand why it's so important to make that personal sacrifice.
No, this is
They've been
you
making a
indoctrinating
sacrifice
your
for
children, and
something
children are
that is beyond
incredibly
just them.
easy to manipulate.
And a lot of
That's
the
what's going
debate
on.
and a lot of the emails I'm getting is about me and I and things that are just personal to them. And I think we've forgotten what it means to sacrifice for each other,
Oh my
for something
God.
greater than ourselves, something greater than our families.
Then
And I
throw
know
your
that's difficult
children
to
into
do,
the pool.
But there used to be a time when this
Throw
country
your
and this
children
state actually
into
did
the into the fire.
and I'm
proverbial
saddened that
fire.
we've moved
of
in a
course, you too.
direction of just wanting to be about us and me and I and what's best for my small world rather than the
Yeah,
greater
it's easy
world
to
that we live
prescribe
in.
morality for someone else when
I also
they're
want to
the
talk
one
about
that has
masks,
to take
the
on that
efficacy of masks,
risk.
because there's been a lot about that. And, you know, outside of politics, I work in an environment that should be ripe for transmission of COVID. I work on a residential college campus. I've been the co-chair of our response
Surprise.
team for the last 2 years to COVID. And based on our understanding of transmission of COVID on our campus, we know that our classrooms were the safest place on our campus. We had a mask mandate. Our students didn't like it. They'd prefer not wear a mask, but they wore a
Why?
mask to keep each other safe.
No,
to
they
keep them
wore
on
it
a
anyways
college
because they
campus,
had to,
keep
because
them
you
in-person
made
learning,
them.
And we've been able to do that, and that's data
Because
that we
you were
have.
going to kick them off campus if you didn't. If they didn't.
So today, you know, we are voting to move us in a different direction, a direction that acknowledges we're moving in a very different direction. You know, for a long time, we hear a lot of debates about local control, local decision making. Now we're attempting to move in that direction, and people don't want to do that. That's been a bit confusing to me over this process. That is something that we talk about so much in this chamber, and now we don't want to do that because I don't know why. But that's what we're doing. We're empowering decision makers at the local level to make decisions about what they believe is in the best interest of the kids that they are responsible for. And I wish that we could allow every individual parent to have their own individual preference about what's best for their children, but that's just not possible when a decision like that can impact a child in a classroom or perhaps their grandma, who they would like to see.
Grandma can
So with
get
that, Mr.
vaccinated.
Speaker, I would move
The
that we
other
continue to
kids,
move
the other
Connecticut
kids, if
forward,
the masks
just as
work,
we have
the
for
other
last
kids
2
can wear the
years
mask.
in keeping our state safe and moving to a better tomorrow, and I urge adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Will the members please take your seats? The machine will be opened.
The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals. The House of Representatives is voting by roll. Members to the chamber or to your portals.
All the members voted?
Well, here it is, guys, the final vote.
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Please check the board to make sure your vote has been properly cast. If all the members have voted, the machine will be locked. Will the clerk please take a tally?
Okay.
Will the clerk please announce the tally?
House Bill 5047 is amended by House C. Total number voting 148, necessary for passage 75. Those voting yea 86, those voting nay 62, absent not voting 1.
The emergency certified bill as amended passes.
Yeah, I'm just putting this
Are
all
there any
together for you
announcements
guys.
or introductions? Chamber will send these for one moment. We do have an announcement on attendance. Representative Felipe of the 130th, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for purposes of journal notation.
You may proceed, sir.
The clerk is in possession of a list of Democratic members who missed votes and reasons for doing so. We ask that it be noted in the journal.
Thank you very much. It'll be so noted in our journal. Representative Mashinsky, for what purpose do you rise, madam?
So we're just about wrapping
Mr.
things up here.
Speaker, in the other day, point of personal privilege, the other day we talked about good news and bad news since we had all met together. I wanted to let folks know that Representative Pat Dillon has her first grandchild, whose name is Nora Sony Hughes. So welcome, Nora.
That is certainly good news. I'll be sure to congratulate Representative Dillon when I see her. Representative Rochelle of the 104th. No, that was an accident. Okay. All right. Nobody else? Mr. Majority Leader, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That obviously concludes our work for the day, and I move we adjourn subject to the call of chair.
The motion before the chamber is to adjourn.
Okay, so they're
subject to the
just
call
about
of
to
the
wrap
chair. Is there
things up.
objection? Seeing none, the House is adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Drive safe, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Okay, well, I mean, as I wrap things up here, this is basically the worst of all worlds. It is basically the worst of all worlds. So let me get this killed. Billy, if you wind up seeing this, just let me know, and I'll pull you on if you want to. It's 10 o'clock. I'm just going to be wrapping things up over the next couple of minutes because it's just too damn late, and I'm going to bed. So that wraps things up. It appears, from what I can tell of things, that all of the executive orders passed, and worse, the amendments that the Democrats wanted to get through to make things even more solid, to basically implore the Department of Health, I think it was the Department of Health, to effectuate a mask mandate themselves through, again, through the powers of agency. Excuse me, geez. It's the worst of all worlds, and probably even worse than we expected. So, hate to end on a black pill. Hate to end on a black pill, and if anyone's still out there, remember to go to your local boards of ed, because there's a chance. There's a chance you can't win if you don't play, as they say with the lottery. So, major black pill, major bummer. I don't know how else to end it. I'm tired. Good night, folks.